good. And sometimes, they want to know how far ahead of boats in front of them or behind them. We are located out of Lake the Ozarks. Is at my facility at Go Fast Boat Service. I do all the maintenance and service on the boat, rebuilding all the drives, the transom assemblies. Usually, if we have an engine issue and stuff, engines come out, they get sent to Sterling, Cade Wilson, and Jason Mast. They've been pretty good help this year and stuff. And we've been, holding together. So that's the main.
Gonna be an awesome race for the fans.
Caloric. So when it happened, turn down the boat. We needed it. Yeah, and that shows you the.
We're about to go Supercat racing. You've got your helmet on. You are ready to go.
welcome everybody here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. We're in beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. As you can see on the east coast of Florida, the waves are softly rolling in, and this is day number 2 for event number 3 of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Can't wait to get things started here. We're going to kick things off in a big way with one of the big classes. Hello, I'm Ken Stout. That's Shane Landis sitting right alongside day number 2 here. Day number 1 was loaded with excitement. It was loaded with huge water. And, of course, the Pro Class 1 boats came out here, put on what was the most spectacular race I have ever seen for Pro Class 1. They were side-by-side for the lead. They were side-by-side for third place and duking it out for multiple laps. It was incredible. Before that, we had qualifying, Shane. A lot of boats came out here, and unfortunately, they broke a lot of stuff.
Yeah, even in qualifying. I mean, as you can see, the conditions for some of the replay, it was super, super rough and a lot of carnage, but there was a lot of teams working hard last night. Looks like we're
racing. Yeah, that's not a replay,
action, baby. Let's go.
You know what?
Cat Sunday.
They just threw the green flag, and we are off and racing here with the Super Cats.
Looks like we've got CR Racing. That's Rob Understall and Casey Boaz in that boat. Looks like they're jumping out to an early lead. They were a second qualifying position at the race today. They've had some great qualifying positions all season, so those guys are doing some great stuff.
Yeah. Wild. The wind not quite as bad as it was a day ago, but with that said, it is anything but calm.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some similar conditions to yesterday. A lot of the racers are trying to speculate what that looks like on their setup, but as you can see, we're already up and out of the water. We're going to get a lot of hang time today, guys.
Yeah, the big boats are coming out here. These are the Super Cats, naturally aspirated power plants producing about 900 horsepower each. Incredibly capable boats, the best of the best inside of them.
I'll tell you what, those guys are definitely going for a good ride after they watched that Pro Class 1 race last night. These boats are just marginally smaller than the Pro Class 1 boats, and so I know they are trying to get their gear in tip-top shape to make it through today's race.
We take a look at the Super Cat season here so far coming in, and you talked about C.J. Grant right off the bat, and they come in here with back-to-back podiums, qualified on the pole, as you talked about, number 1 just one day ago. Dirty Money right behind them in the points, just 10 points back. They kicked the season off with a podium as well, and with a win. And then the other winner so far this year is CR Racing.
Yep, they took the top spot in New Orleans a couple weeks ago, and they're trying to do a repeat if they can.
I think certainly the big story here is that Britt Lilly is most likely not inside of the Dirty Money racing boat. Typically would be driving that boat, Bill Pyburn on the sticks. But he had a big stinger inside of the Pro Class 1 boat one day ago as they landed really hard and hurt his neck. Actually, hands fell off of the steering wheel for a moment, had to get him back up on the steering wheel. It was a pretty tense moment in that very intense race, and they were in an intense battle at the time. So they thought it better wise to leave him out of the boat today. And we do believe that Sean Connor will be driving both boats.
Yeah, Sean Connor's not going to be a stranger to Super Cat, so I think that was probably a great option for Bill to put him in the boat with them today, so that way he's got somebody who's used to running some Super Cat action. So
side-by-side battle going on right here, and again a big bang as they head around that corner and back up the beach line. They will be headed back north. As you can see, they were headed south there on the back straightaway. They come down around that turn. The course about 5.8 miles long. Initially, we were going to have a long lap, but that has been squashed because of the extreme weather and the big water.
It's definitely probably a good call. You know, we can keep our safety group a little bit tighter knit. We don't have to stretch them out on the course as far to cover the long end. It's definitely a safety call for the drivers. We want everybody to have the best opportunities today to finish the race and finish well. As you can see yesterday, we had some slower speeds, but tighter racing because of the conditions. And I think that's what we're going to see yet again today with the rough stuff.
Watching the big cats go at it. These things are big boats. They're really big boats, upwards of 40 foot, and with a lot of weight as well. These two side by side as they go at it. Oh man, huge air, and that's exactly what we saw one day ago as well.
Are we seeing a battle for position? I can't see from this camera angle. They look like those guys are really running neck to neck here.
Looks like the Dirty Money boat right there.
On the inside, and we've got Rob Understall and Casey Boaz in the CR Racing machine there.
Boy, you can hear these things, a naturally aspirated power plant, so they're not muffled like the turbos, the twin turbos in the Class 1 boats, and these things absolutely rock the shoreline.
You talk about the best way to kick off racing on Sunday for Thunder on Cocoa Beach is literally thundering on Cocoa Beach today.
100%. So up there, they make the turn, and this is where you were talking to some of them a little bit earlier, Shane, where they thought some of the issues might be making the turn. The wind direction changed from a day ago, and they turned back into the wind here and into the chop.
I think these transitions from straightaways to the corners with the wind the way it is today, that's going to be your key spots to watch. And there's going to be a lot of action and some intense things happening inside that as the boats are rotating through the corners. Those are going to be the areas to really keep an eye on today for all classes. All these guys are chasing points in a podium, but they've all got to finish to get there.
So CR Racing with Rob Understall and Casey Boaz doing the running the throttles in there. Rob driving. Michael Shomick, buddy of yours there, is the crew chief on this boat, and they are having a great season as we documented before, doing a good job here, and they're also having a great race here as they are looking to lead this one to the end.
I'll tell you what, I talked to Casey last night in the pits. He said, man, I'm ready. He goes, I love this rough stuff. That's what we're built for. And they're definitely putting on a show today.
Fresh off of a win at New Orleans, trying to double that up here. That would propel them. They're actually tied for second in the points with Dirty Money Racing, 10 points back behind C.J. Grant for the points lead.
Well, we've got C.J. Grant right here. We got Chris Grant and Jay Muller in the boat. It looks like they're trying to navigate through this stuff just like everyone else, and it is very different, wave to wave. You know, the wave crests are making a big difference. A lot of the scuttle and the taunt conversation this morning was, well, if the waves are big, it's different if the waves are tighter together versus further apart. You know, it's a predictability thing. And to be out there and bob around, that's a heck of a day for these guys.
388 skater for C.J. Grant Racing with the IHRA Racing engines. And that 388 skater really it came out of the era around 2003 era. I had a chance to talk to Bill Piper and their big victory that they have, which was also from the 2003 era. And it's two of the most successful boats that have ever been designed. And hard to believe that that design would be so old and still so successful out here today. But it is, and looks like they're going to have some company here in just a moment.
Yeah,
here
we've got a pass coming.
Racing. Yep, up on the inside, and we've got a race, ladies and gentlemen. They've got that inside line and trying to take that lead away. Bill Piper on the sticks and says, let's go. Sean Connor doing the driving and does a beautiful job, man. Went outside in at that turn, and they were able to get the advantage, and now they're driving away.
Yeah, I could love to hear the conversation inside that boat, especially with those guys just racing together today. I mean, they're obviously gelling pretty good so far. Sean said, hey, I'm going to turn this thing, and Bill said, okay, I'll get you there.
Yeah, really exciting stuff right there. That's exactly what we love to see, and that's what we saw one day ago.
We're going to see some wild action all day long. Everybody out there, especially all the internet keyboard wars, they want offshore racing. This is offshore racing at its finest, I promise you.
Yeah, look at C.J. Grant is now. I thought they were making a comeback, and then they had that big flyer, had to check up again. But that's kind of what we saw, that dance back and forth. If they can catch some relatively smooth water, keep the props in the water, they can really drive away. When you fly that boat, man, it slows them down, or they at least have to pull back to get control of it. But now here comes C.J. Grant again.
Just listen to those boats, kid. Oh, my gosh. Everybody pay close attention to the outdrives. You're going to see a lot of prop action today.
And my apologies, that's CR Racing. CR Racing, yes. Not CJ Graham.
Yes, CR right here up front. Or in second place, I believe, currently.
Yeah, they were leading. My apologies on that. Looked down, saw the initials, and went the wrong way. My bad. On board with CR Racing and watching Rob Understall do what he does, man, they are busy inside of this boat.
Oh, man, it caught a flyer. Look at that. I said those corners are going to be where it's at. They're transitioning through the waves, and they're turning it back into the surf. It's gonna play heck on every team today.
These boats were in the water one day ago. They came out here and qualified. As we were talking about, IHRA Racing qualified number 2, Dirty Money number 3. Had a chance to talk to those guys last night a little bit. Even in qualifying, they broke a header and they broke a trim tab pump. So they had some work to do last night to get ready for today.
Yeah, I think everybody was pretty busy. There was wrenches getting turned. There was motors getting pulled. There was a lot of activity last night. And at the driver's meeting this morning, we looked like we had some tired technicians.
Yeah, I'm sure they were up. I was in the pits till about midnight, and the engines were still out of boats.
Yes.
You know, I mean, they had a lot of work to do.
I had made my rounds, and I left the MCON team last night around 10 o'clock to head back to the hotel, and they were still just getting ready to pull a motor.
Good looking boat there, the How to Live offshore team. Mike Howe doing the throttles inside of that one. Cade Wilson driving. Eric Draper is the crew chief on that one out of Waterboro, Maine. How to Live sponsored, DSK Marine and Ray Marine, all helping them out. Former champions as well. 2024 champion of Sullen 80 in the UK.
And of course, with Cade, Sterling engines, you got the right power in the boat, apparently.
Yeah, Sterling engines and a couple of the boats that are out here.
Yep. This looks like our Havasu crew. This is Kelly and Ron. Man, that 36-foot skater is really going to play heck today on this in this rough conditions. That is going to be one of the smaller boats in our class here today for Super Cats. So those guys are ready for a ride and ready to hold on.
Raced together for almost 20 years. Started out at the shootouts at Lotto, your hometown.
Yep. Yeah, these guys got together years ago and have been buddies and racing ever since. They've raced other stuff other than, watercraft. I mean, they've done some desert races and all types of stuff together.
Dirty Money Racing boat here out in front. Todd Goodwin engines inside of that one. That makes some big-time steam. Goodwin very, very particular with the power plants inside of this thing. And we've seen them line up, go side by side with the best of the business and just slowly drive away when they're able to keep those props in the water. We mentioned it a day ago in the Pro Class 1 with Bill Pyburn. His throttle traces look unbelievable. They're so smooth, and he has a real knack for keeping the props in the water, which is the trick, especially on a day like today. Now, these things here, they don't have to keep them spooled up like with the turbos and the Class 1 boats, but it still counts, man. You got to keep that thing in the water if you can and maintain that speed.
These guys are probably adjusting some props today for this type of condition to keep right in the power band, like you said, so they always are right on that torque curve, so they have the power on demand when they need it. I know these guys are set up for a lot slower speeds today, but they really need that power for the transition between the waves.
That beautiful 388. 510 cubic inch power plants inside of these things. Bo and Tiffany Renfro, the owners of this beautiful boat, bought the boat after a crash in Michigan City and had to do a lot of work to this boat, get it back up to speed, and certainly have done a great job with it. Multi-time champions, both world and national.
Back to CRA. So they've got some great sponsors behind them. They've got Southeast Services, Paul Duffy, Herring Propellers, of course, with Casey National Cart, Go Fast Boat Services, and they've got a great local sponsor with Fish Lips, one of our favorite little spots over here by the Bigs. So those guys have got to be happy to have that restaurant real close.
Big Air right there. What a beautiful boat. The best of the best. And that Dirty Money Racing team. Renfro Mining and Grading, Boxo Tools helping them out, Okuma and Axum, some of the sponsors that have jumped on board here, some of them on both boats. The Pro Class 1 boat as well that Bill Pyburn owns. Actually has some partners in that, but it is a dual effort team, so a lot of work to be done over there, but what a class act.
Man, you can tell these guys, some of them are running a little wider line. Maybe they're trying to look for a little cleaner water out there in the surf the way it is today.
Those boats are side by side right there pretty much.
Now we're looking like we might be having a pass for position between Mike Howe and the EWB team from Havasu.
Howe on the outside. as they go north up the beach line. Now had to back out of the throttles just a little bit, and that opens up the door for the inside.
Yeah, Kelly and Ron said they probably saw them off to their side and said, hey, not yet, boys. They've got those teak power plants in there turned up.
Aiming in towards the buoy. There is the buoy. Set the nose of the boat, set the boat back in the water. These things do have tunnel tabs on them, so they'll run those tunnel tabs. And the chop out here will change some of this theory for sure, depending on how they feel inside the boat. But those tunnel tabs will create some pressure and help lift these boats up out of the water. Actually, it'll create so much pressure, it'll actually blow water back out of the front on occasions. But with a chop like this, you might just be happy to have that thing in the water.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these guys with the tunnel tab theory on a water conditions like this, they definitely don't have to pack the air so much, but they use that almost as an extension of the running surface to try to create a little bit more stability in the rough conditions.
Very impressive what they are doing out here, and to run at the speeds that they're running at.
This race is so close. I mean, your first and second position, you're only talking like, 6-7 seconds apart. That's one mishap of the throttle. That's one wave, hitting one wave incorrectly and having to back off too much. I mean, that is super close.
As you can see there, the final lap here, lap 4 of 4. Dirty Money Racing out front, trying to grab their second win of the season. Right behind them is the 08 of CR Racing. They've had a great run. They were leading early on. Then Great L.
I wonder if some of these teams are sitting back and saying, look, these guys are running super hard up front. Are they going to break anything? Are we going to gain position as the laps tick off here? Or, what's that strategy?
Yeah, and I think we kind of heard from that, cruising through the pits last night. I know initially the Pro Class 1 boat was like they would, it could be a race of attrition. If you have 10 laps to go or 8 laps to go, then they have to lay back a little bit and take care of the boat. But when they say it's a 5-lap race, or in this case a 4-lap race, it's a sprint, baby. It's on. You got to get out there.
Yeah, we're coming up on the final of this race too, sitting here lap 404.
Coming into the finish line here, and Dirty Money Racing is in control. There's the checkered flag right there. Congratulations. Sean Connor jumps inside to fill in for an injured Britt Lilly and claims a win right off the bat with the Dirty Money team. Of course, Bill Pyron is always on the stick doing an incredible job. What a battle. These guys, and they really brought the heat. They had that great turn early on. I want to say it was around lap 2, maybe the finish of lap 2, and was able to get down underneath the CR Racing team, which had been out front, and a great battle ensued between the two.
Yeah, definitely solid finishing positions for these guys that are fighting for podiums and fighting for points.
Yeah, excellent job. The 54 boat will come in third place. That is the Graydell CJ Grant Racing Team. EWB Racing, How to Live will be in 5th, and Wicked will round out the 6-boat fleet.
This is going to be an interesting class to watch as we grow. Like I said, there's 2 or 3 more Super Cats out there that are getting put together, and their attempts are to make it to Lotto so they can hit the remainder of the 4 races for the season.
Still battling here for third place. We got to get to the stripe.
Yeah, look at this, guys. They're not giving up back there. We've got multiple races on the course at once.
Trying to figure out what the boat is here that's off pace. I mean, clearly not to the finish line yet.
I'm not sure if that was Chris Grant and CJ and Graydell. I'm not really sure which boat that was.
It looks like the How to Live boat here on the outside.
Man, this is a battle, guys.
The 77 EWB Racing on the inside, and these two have been going at it. And right now, How to Live just ahead. Here comes EWB
man,
coming right back at them. Who's going to grab it?
It's wave to wave, guys. Come on.
For third place, the battle is on, man. Let's go. How to Live just sneaks out in front. It might be enough to get there, and I think so.
Oh, man.
What a great battle there for third place.
Gosh, so, I think that's their first podium position as well.
Wow.
So there's got to be some celebrating going on right now in the cockpit of that boat.
Awesome stuff there.
That must have been Graydell that we saw that was off pace. They looked like they were a little bit off, but I didn't want to call that. But I don't know if they had some kind of mechanical situation, but they definitely looked off pace there towards the end. That's a tough finish for those guys.
Yeah, and you can see Graydell now has fallen down below, so see our second. It will be How to Live that grabs third place. Congratulations to them. And yes, you are correct. They finished fourth in both of our season opener and New Orleans and grab a third place, their first podium of the season. I'm sure we'll be excited, and they earned it too.
They did, boy. That was a fight there right to the end.
Good stuff here as we take a look at the unofficial results.
Look at the time differential in that third, fourth place finish, guys.
Yeah, how about that? Just really about 2 seconds. So exciting stuff. Congrats to Dirty Money Racing, Sean Connor, Bill Pyburn, getting the job done here today. It's going to be a great battle for the championship. And just like that, race 1 in the books. Well, we welcome you here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. It's an exciting start. Caught us all by surprise as well. A good look at the coastline here. Fabulous place if you just want to come and vacation. This place is absolutely gorgeous. About 30 minutes south of the Kennedy Space Center. They're delivering us cases of Monster. How about that? Thanks, guys.
All right.
Appreciate it, man. And as we are off and running here with one race in the books, next up will be the Mod B category. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to pay some bills. We have a lot of racing action to cover. Stay with us. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series.
People that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in me, right? Hey, dig and win! For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Speedway West, #1 plate.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is definitive. Top of the throne is me. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
And once again, we welcome you to the beautiful coastline here in Cocoa Beach. This is Thunder on Cocoa Beach with the IHRA Powerboat Racing Series. One race in the books. Supercats came out here to kick off the day. Take a look at those tents down there on the beach. That'll give you an idea just how windy it is. And it seems to be picking up much like it did yesterday. Instead of laying down in the afternoon, it actually gets a good bit worse. So some big water out here that everybody has been dealing with, and it is extremely rough on the boats. Look at one of the big, actually two of the big cruise liners that are here. Hey, we welcome you to the booth. Right behind us is a beautiful beach. We've got the pier back there, the VIP, which we're not allowed in.
Yeah, no joke. Or we get tossed out of one of the two.
We've got pretty good digs over here, though, man. We'll take this one. All right, so as we get going here, we're going to bring you to opening ceremonies, and we'll kick it down to Jim Black with the opening prayer.
Thank you for viewing with us today. Let me have a prayer with you. Lord, we thank you again today for your goodness in our lives and for all the needs that you meet. Help us to enjoy this day, this time of gathering together as family and friends. Bless the racers. Give us a wonderful day of racing. Everyone home safe tonight, and we'll thank you for it. In your precious name, amen.
And next up will be the singing of the national anthem, and Cameron Dimmick will help us out with that. Let's get it down to her.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and white stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Again, we'll welcome you back here to the booth. There's a good look at some of the pier, I should say, and extended out there is the Tiki and the VIP area. Everybody having a great time out there. We appreciate them coming out here, so looking forward to a beautiful day.
I've got a few people out there. I'll tell you what's filling up early because that is probably the absolute best spot along this beach to watch this race. So if you're out here and you're wanting a good view and a good show, that's where you'd go.
All right, we have two great pit reporters here, and Taylor Snyder and Tristan Garvin. So let's get it down to the first of the two, and Taylor Snyder.
Thanks, gents. I'm down here at the cranes. I'm going to watch these guys get put in the water. This is where the nerves kind of come into play. You can see these drivers.
And unfortunately, some technical difficulties there. We'll get it back to Taylor whenever we get things sorted out there. It is worth a mention for our fans at home as you watch the video, the feed that we're bringing you here on Speed Sport. Logistically, these races are extremely difficult. We are scattered. To put it in perspective, the pits are probably 4 miles away. They actually travel about 3 miles via boat to get out here to the race course. So it's just a big challenge to get all of this covered. Of course, as we talked about, the course near 6 miles around, so we try to cover it with onboards and drones and obviously cameras on boats, but with the chop out there that they have to deal with today, that is a challenge. So to bring you all these beautiful pictures and videos, it is no small task. So bear with us. We're going to do the best we can on a very windy day as we take a look at the schedule that we'll be watching here coming up. As you can see, we are just 2 races away from the second Pro Class 1 race.
We've got Mod V coming up next, and I'll tell you what, and these guys are some of the smaller boats out here. You're going to see a lot of hang time with them today. This is going to be a race to the finish. Hopefully everybody makes it, and they can keep all the parts together. It's going to be an integral part of today's strategy.
Yeah, surviving this one. And you mentioned, I mean, there's a lot of attrition in those big boats, but all the boats out here, as we talked about before, have really had to deal with it. Even some of them who just had one flyer and qualifying one day ago. Let's show you some highlights of some of the action that we've had.
We've got this is the Mod V out here right now. Okay,
we're going to go back to this Super Cat race here and watch what happened, because this was a great battle.
All right, you're watching. This was a pass for position early on.
Yeah, the Super Cat battle there, it was CR Racing that was really battling with Dirty Money Racing. They got off to an early start, an early lead, I should say. Dirty Money came raging back there, even with the fill-in driver, Sean Connor, did a great job. We go on board right here with CR Racing to give you an idea how rough it was inside. And you could also see Understall there looking for that buoy.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely looking for it. They said that these buoys are definitely hard to see as they're dropping down in the wave swells and they're flying around like they are. They're doing everything they can to keep their composure and keep it together.
This was a battle for third place, man, and that was at the strike.
And it went to the line. Those guys are celebrating, and there's some happiness going on in that third place finish.
Yeah, that was How to Live that was able to grab their first podium of the season and did a wonderful job in that vicious battle right there with EWB, who had just finished on the podium at our previous race, so they were trying to back that one up. As we go back to the boats that we'll be watching here in just a moment, these are the Mod Vs. Let's talk about these things. They're pretty wicked, man. They're pretty fast. They've got some real power behind them. And, of course, the V-bottoms will take you for a ride.
I'll tell you what, we're really excited to see the Mod V count that we have now. So the first two races, we've had three boats each race, and now we're up to 8. You know, this is when typically a lot of the offshore season in the past has always started. So we've got our classes are growing, and we've got some new guys racing with us that haven't in the past. So we are very, very excited to see a field of 8 boats for Mod V.
Yeah, I saw a quick clip of the boat floater, which will be in contention out here, Speed Marine, North Myrtle Beach Resort. Let's talk about the boats.
All right, so we've got, typically you're in that 29 to 32-foot range. As you can see on the screen, that 4,750 to 5,000 pounds minimum weight. It's going to change based off of the number of steps on the boat, from a 2-step to a 3-step or a 4-step boat. You know, it depends on how the boat's built and configured as far as what their minimum is going to be. You've got a 510 cubic inch big block engine. You know, rough outputs around that 650 horsepower. Of course, none of these guys really want to tell you what they're putting down for power. Typical speeds are in that 100 to 115. We're not going to see that, I don't think, today. All of our speeds have fallen off as these guys are navigating the rough stuff. But they do have a RPM maximum limit that they cannot exceed. So they've got 5,600 RPM pills in the boat. So that's going to keep these guys at bay as they're out here racing today. And that's going to be our all season.
Yeah, great stuff there, Shane. As we fill you in a little bit, you can see the boats coming out here. Probably trying to keep these. They are not racing just yet, getting things lined up. There's our pace boat, that beautiful Nordeck. 5 engines hanging off the back of that thing. Gorgeous.
There's Dustin Kluwat in there on the wheel. We got Mr. Buis on the.
Owen Buis, yeah. Young gun, another champion.
Yeah.
Champion young driver.
They're already getting some airtime out there. We got Steve and Steven killed on the boat floater routes. Scott Free Racing. There's a newer team right here in the middle. That's Fuel One team. Okay, so that's a brand new boat. They just got it together. They haven't had much time or at all to do any shakedown yet. So they are out here doing their shakedown and testing in racing conditions, and they're going to try to do their best today to battle towards the front for their brand new Mod V.
All right, earlier today, Tristan Garvin had a chance to catch up with the 83 boat and the Cajuns.
I'm down here with Dustin and Owen, our Mod V Louisiana boat. How are you guys thinking you're going to be shaping up going into today's race?
We tested yesterday. It was a little sporty would be an understatement. I think it's going to be an endurance race out there today. It was climbing hills is all it was out there. So, we hit 65, 70, and I thought we did bad. And I got back and talked to some of the Super Cats, and they were hitting 80s. And I felt great about it. So, so now we're going to go out there and give it hell. Owen's going to do what he does, and I'll hold on and keep her straight.
Oh, and you guys just came out of Louisiana race. You got a checkered flag. What are you feeling for today?
Well, today it's rough as shit out, so it's definitely going to be a battle of nutrition. But I know Dustin got the wheels, so we'll see what we can do today. And I don't remember how many boats there are, but it's definitely going to be a good battle. And the rough water is always an equalizer between Mod V, so it's going to be a battle out there.
Well, I know that I'm going to stay far enough away from you if you get a checkered flag, because in Louisiana, Dustin's bleeding from his head. His son comes down the dock. He jumps in the lake with his son, and my mic goes in with him. And I thought, if this wasn't the best show with this boat, this team, you guys always do it right. It's always entertaining. I can't wait to see how you do today. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, nice job there, Tristan. And just so you know, while the spelling would indicate maybe a different pronunciation, when you hear us say Kluwat, that is who we're talking about, Dustin Kluwat. That's how it's pronounced. And, of course, Owen Buis, who is the son of Nick Buis, who runs the sticks in the Pro Class 1 boat. Extremely talented, also alongside J.J. Turk in the 500 boat. Not uncommon to see him in this category as well. Speaking of J.J. Turk, inside of this one with the El Bandito, but Steve Miklos will be beside him. And there's a good look at that Louisiana boat. Pretty cool to have the Cajuns here.
Pretty good wrap on that. Right now we're looking at the X-Insurance team.
Yeah, that X-Insurance team, always tough, man. No doubt.
Yeah, we got Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin in that boat. Backed by X-Insurance, Rabb Well Drilling, Speedco Marine, Engine and Transmission Center. So they've got some great sponsors. We're happy to see them. This is their first race with us this year, so we're excited to have them on board, and another X-Insurance entry for the category. I think there's going to be a lot of strategizing on how they are going to, take water on the boat and adjust their ballast. So this is one of the only classes where they can adjust the ballast on the boat while they're underway. So they can bring water in, and then they can push and dump water depending on which direction they're going, how the water conditions are. If they want more weight, they can adjust that on the fly. Whereas every other class has fixed ballast that they have to set before they get put in the water.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. It is pretty exciting to watch them do what they do. A little bit earlier, we had a chance to spend some time with the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort team, boat number 33.
Yeah, so I'm down here with Mark and Kirk with NMB RV Resort. Mod V team, you guys are in first place for points for the season. How do you feel going into today's race?
Excited. Going to drive hard and try to keep it together for sure.
It's rough out there. We had some boats yesterday break some stuff. Are you guys willing and able to get out there and do what it takes to keep everything together and get another checkered flag?
You know what? Everything we do 100%. We're going to get out there, ride the waves, push hard in this wonderful Cocoa Beach, and we're just going to have a good time. Good and safe.
Good and safe is a really good point. Now, you didn't race in New Orleans at the last race. You guys had a little driver change. What was the situation there?
My son, Trustin, raced with me in New Orleans. He was the throttleman. We killed it for his first time in this boat in a racing, and we started 150 foot back. So we're back to Mark, and he's good in the rough. And Mark's going to lead us right through it.
Mark?
Yes, definitely. I enjoyed to watch Trustin in the boat in my place, and I knew that he would do a good job.
Well, you guys make it look easy, fun. You always have smiles on your face. We love to have you out here. Mod V is such an exciting class to watch. I can't wait to see how you guys finish today. Good luck out there.
Sexy red, baby.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tristan. As we watch them still out here, it looks like trying to get things lined up so we can send them. It was the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort boat that grabbed the win right off the bat in our season opener at St. Pete, and followed up by Kluwat Cartel Racing, who grabbed the win at our last event.
Yeah, Trustin definitely did a good job keeping that seat warm for Mark in the NMRV boat. But I'll tell you what, they had some unfortunate stuff that took them out of the last race. Something as simple as the engine hatch pin come loose or vibrated apart, and they had some engine hatch issues, and so they had to kind of slow down and fall off pace, for the last race.
The number 2 boat is the Boat Floater boat. They'll be in contention out here, always a threat to win. They finished second at St. Pete, and Taylor had a chance to speak to them earlier today.
No, please no.
And once again, struggling with that one, so we'll get back to it when we can. Taking a look at the Boat Floater team there. Of course, a real popular name inside of this industry, with Stephen and Steve Goodall doing both the driving and the throttles inside. So family, all in the family here inside of this one.
Yeah,
okay, now
yes.
we do have the boat floater piece. Let's get back over there to them.
The Kildall family is here. Boatfloater.com. I always love seeing this boat come out, and quite the pairing that you are. You're starting in lane 3 for today's race. It's going to be a little rough out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's going to be really rough out there. So, we're just making sure the boat's ready to take the beating, making sure our bodies are ready to take this beating. But, yeah, we got a decent starting position, but that's not really going to matter today. Today's going to be a war of attrition, who can make it to that finish line. It's big out there. These boats are only 30 feet long and 6 feet wide, so they're about the smallest you got on the circuit. But we're going to do everything we got. We need to get on the podium to stay in this championship fight. So rough water's rough water. We're going to make the best of it and try to come out of here with a good points day.
Excellent. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Pretty cool to have father-son team inside of that one. Can't imagine anything any better than going out there and making memories with your son.
It would be the absolute best, I mean, and they've been racing together since he was 16 years old when they got in the boat. So they've been racing for a long time together. They've got a great pairing going. They had some interesting, terrible luck, but an interesting part failure. I was talking to Steve earlier yesterday about what happened in New Orleans, and they had a fuel pump issue where the siphon or the diaphragm on the back side was actually pulling oil into the fuel. So it's kind of weird. Fouled the plugs out and was putting oil up in through the carburetor. Something kind of crazy. And I said, I've never seen that before. And heck, Steve, that's what he does, man. He's the Marine guy. And he's like, I've never seen it either. So kind of a weird, crazy situation that took him out of contingency in New Orleans. But, they still finished third, so they got, decent podium and got points. But like young Steven said, they are out here and they've got their sights set on that championship.
Once again, taking a look there at the Kluwat Cartel Racing boat. Owen Buis on the sticks, and Dustin Kluwat will be doing the driving. Owen, a young gun there, as I said before, son of Nick and Priscilla Buis, and Nick, a very seasoned veteran out here, owner of Statement Marine. That young gun right there is in a boat all the time. I'd venture to say near every weekend he is ripping out on the west coast of Florida, gets a lot of seat time, and of course he and the son of J.J. Turk, Cameron Turk, won a world championship. So those two young guns have really excelled as you would expect them to do.
And you'll see those guys later in Superstock, together, because they've got a new boat this year and a new team, and so it's pretty exciting to see those guys together back in a new boat. So
look at the difference in boat sizes right there. That big X Insurance boat.
Yep, Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin there in the X Insurance Safe Cast entry. That's actually a 32 Phantom is what we're looking at. And then the boat floater here, that should be a 29 Extreme, I believe. Let me look at my notes, but I believe that's what those guys are running.
Yeah, that's what I haven't. Yep,
an SV29. You bet it.
So, by the way, got to throw Rick Rabb a little bit of love. Rick Rabb and I have been working together. He as a driver and myself as a broadcaster, I want to say nearly my entire career. He comes out of the Monster Jam era way back in the day and has always been in something very fast. Very talented driver. Has been in a number of different disciplines. So great to see him out here now doing what he's doing in offshore racing.
I'm excited to see that they've got this boat ready to start the season and run with us, because this boat was just an amazing boat to watch last season as well. Those guys are always in contention, so for them to show up now, they are going to shake the points up.
Okay, we had a chance to do a beautiful feature as well on the boat floater team. So while we're waiting to get things lined up here and throw the green flag, let's check in.
Stephen Kildall, driver number 2, boatfloater.com in the Mod V class. So honestly, it's kind of been a little bit of a rough start for us. We came into St. Pete with really high hopes. Mother Nature just threw us a curveball there. Really nasty conditions on Sunday. We kind of just went into survival mode. We still managed, to get on the podium with a 3rd place. It was an ugly 3rd place in my opinion, but we got it there with really good, valuable points going into the season. And then going into New Orleans, we've had great results there in the past. And the race started off great, and then we ended up having an engine issue with an overheat, so we ended up with a DNF. And luckily we shut it down in time where we didn't hurt anything internally. We're getting towards that middle point of the season here, so we need to really make a run at it if we want to still be in contention for the championship. We're not giving up here on Cocoa Beach. We're going to give it all we got. You never know what'll happen. That's why they don't do these things on paper. It's just known as a brutally rough race. It's hard on equipment. It's hard on your bodies. You're just getting beat to death for 45 minutes. And that's relatively just because of our class. You know, we're one of the smallest classes out there. We take more of a beating than some of the bigger boats do, so it, you know, it has more of an effect on us. And especially with my dad being in his upper 60s, you know, it has a huge effect on how we approach a race. If it's rough out there, we're going to put on the smallest prop we have. And that's going to give us the best acceleration, the best throttle response, and try to get on top of the swells and just jump from wave to wave. That's kind of like skipping a rock. You just want to skip, because the way the swells come here, you're kind of running in the trough up and down the Atlantic, so you can actually get going pretty fast in a big swell, but as soon as you come around those corners, you're either running right into the swell or you're running right with it. And if you don't have the boat set up for that, it's going to be ugly. We're going to do everything we can to try to change that outcome and get ourselves on the podium. Yeah, the Red Rocket, sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it. They're tough. They don't leave you a lot of room, but they leave you just enough room. So, you know what I mean? They're good defensive racers. They're really, really good in the rough water. They proved that in St. Pete. Whether they can hold it together for the whole race or whatnot, attrition's a big thing for Cocoa Beach, so we kind of take that into our strategy on how hard we'll push in the beginning. They got their hometown win in Louisiana, but now we're back in Florida, so the Florida boys are going to take it to them.
There's definitely a battle there, isn't there, Ken?
Yeah, absolutely love it, too. Very, very competitive people. Of course, they will be challenged here now. We've only had 3 boats inside of this category the first 2 events, but that will change significantly here as the field has grown. As you talked about, typically this would be the first race out, so a lot of the teams just weren't ready to rip yet. We'll take a look at the results here. As you can see, North Myrtle Beach leading in the points, Kluwat Cartel Racing second, and then Boat Floater, as we just had a chance to meet that team, in third. They'll all be put to the test here today, though.
Yep, that's what I said, with 5 additional boats entering and then more yet to come as the season unfolds. It's going to be a real point shakeup at this point.
Speaking of those boats, we're going to show you the starting grid here as well. And, yeah, 5 additional boats will jump into the fray here. It looks like 4 additional boats. I was with you, thought we had 5, but looks like a total of a 7-boat field so far. Insurance, X-Insurance, as you talked about before with Rick Rabb.
Going to be starting on the outside. I'm excited to see the Relentless boat here. We saw them at a South Florida race. It was their last race at the end of the year, and we're taking a look at those guys right now. So we're happy to have them show up, and hopefully they can continue with us as the season goes.
Yeah, spent some time with him. I believe it was Thursday night, maybe it was Friday night, as we enjoyed J.J. Turk's establishment. So we had a good time, though. It was great to meet Travis Petco, a brand new boat there. That is a UIM certified capsule boat, new carbon fiber boat, costs $350,000. So they're ready to go racing out here. 50 to 60K for one of those motors, producing about 700 horsepower. He's a Stock V world champ as well. So Travis Petco ready to make some noise. Charles McCarthy, the crew chief on that boat. They've been racing for about 6 years. They're out of Maryland and excited to be down here.
Yeah, when I was talking to them in pits the other day, you know, the cockpit on this boat, Sean Torrente had some insight on the design of that cap, and as you can tell, that looks a lot like a Superstock or Sean Torrente's Superstock.
It is 100%. Yeah,
yes.
That is his design. 100%.
Yes.
Yep, and a beautiful piece.
Yeah, they've got a lot of extra reinforcement, you know, for not only structural integrity, but for safety, too. They've done some really neat stuff with that boat. So if you're ever in the pits and you see Relentless, you got to owe it to yourself 5 minutes of time to go look at that boat over and take a good, close look at it. Beautiful piece of artillery right there.
And he's a big boy. I don't want to arm wrestle with that guy.
I wouldn't either, man. I promise you those guys don't miss a gym day.
Yeah, really beautiful piece there. I did not get a chance to see that one up close and in the pits, but definitely we'll make it a point at our next one at Lotto. Good look there as the cameras are on board some of the boats to give you an idea of the chop.
I can only imagine those two. If Dustin's, if he's talking, it's probably not about conditions or boat. He's probably joking and cutting up, and knowing him, they're probably having a good time. I've seen a lot of smiles in there earlier, so I bet they're enjoying themselves. Yeah, you talk about when we were in New Orleans, he did put on a huge boil, and it was awesome.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, everybody's asking, like, you gonna bring all that to Florida? He's like, no, I want the Florida folks to take care of me on this one.
Quickly learning the category here. First entered the sport competing in the bracket classes in the 700 class, which is the slowest, the 60-mile-an-hour bracket class. And we talked about how these people scrap up from those bracket classes and continue to improve. So we're going to take a quick break. Hopefully they throw the green flag when we come back. Stay with us here. Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
Shot there of the pier. It is a great place. I went out there and enjoyed a little bit of dinner last night. Sat in the shade, beautiful breeze out there, and had some good food. If you come down here to Cocoa Beach, it's a great place to come. Just look for the pier on Cocoa Beach, as it is titled. Yeah,
the food
nice
is
place
good
out there as well.
I had shrimp yesterday. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah, you brought it in here. I could smell it, dude.
It was amazing.
That was cheating.
Every once in a while, you got to know somebody that can get you the right kind of food.
You had a support group. I got to say, I was offered, and I turned it down. So that was all on me.
Man, when I get to these coastal areas, you better bet I'm going to have some shrimp. They even put my shrimp lunch on TV for the New Orleans race. So
we're waiting for the Mod Vs to get sorted up here. As soon as the course is deemed clear, they will get behind the pace boat, that big, beautiful Nordeck. 5 big outboards hanging off the back of it, and they will get everybody going. As you take a look at the Relentless boat number 47, we were talking about Travis Petco, and Tom will be on the throttles, Madalena, and it looks like you're getting them up on plane here.
Yeah, I'm ready to get this green flag flown so we can get after it.
And hearing that we think Boat Floater might be headed back to the pits.
That would be a real tough day for those guys, because those guys came to play.
Yeah, we just saw that piece on them.
They had some overheating issues that they were trying to figure out from New Orleans, so hopefully they're not experiencing the same thing.
Sitting out there, they were milling for a little bit, and the milling term is when they get everybody out there and they kind of drive in circles to keep a little bit of water flow, as you've talked about before, Shane, to keep the engines cool. They'll kind of drive around in a circle and wait for the pace boat to get everybody lined up and wait for the course to be cleared.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep as much water pumping and flowing through these boats as possible. So, these engines will overheat quick, especially with conditions like this.
Let's show you our course map here as well. We will be running clockwise. Shane, take us for a lap around this beautiful place.
Well, as you can see, they're starting at the start-finish line, making the corners 1 and 2, and they're going to take that long back stretch. That's where the water's going to get really, really rough. You're going to see the inside line. That is what we're going to run today. We're not running the Monster Mile, unfortunately, as the long lap option in this event due to the safety conditions of the weather and the waves that we're seeing today. So that inside line, that is where you're going to be on the course today.
It's going to be the Monster, very, very close to a mile.
Yes.
Yeah, and they head back north. So as you come on that front straightaway, hits the Monster Mile. That is going north right up the coast there. So everybody on the beach has a great view of that.
There's our Red Rocket, the North Myrtle Beach entry there. Kirk and Mark, those guys are funching the bit, and I'm sure Mark is super ready since he missed New Orleans. Watching that race since he couldn't be there, he's probably excited to be back in the boat.
Carrying a pretty good clip there, pretty good pace, and you see some of the boats over here starting to get lined up. Our pace boat out there in front of them.
That's a big, beautiful center console Nortec provided by Greg Bent with Bent Marine. So if anybody's looking for a boat, I would definitely give those guys a call, especially on that Nortec side.
There we go. That is the onboard shot from the pace boat and those 5 outboards I was talking about. Talk to me about that Nortec, man. That thing is incredible.
I'll tell you what, that is one awesome ride. Even in the rough conditions like today, these big, deep center consoles, tons of freeboard. You know, this is really taking some of the power boating and changing the course of how everybody's boating now. Like in that particular boat, you've got a little cabin area right in front of the helm. Some of these will have, 2 or 3 rows of bolstering seats, big open bows. They make one awesome pleasure boat that still runs, 80, 90. Some of these boats can run up to maybe 100 mile an hour, depending on the setup and the conditions.
Yeah, I was talking to our starter last night a little bit. He said, man, if I didn't have that boat, he said, there's a chance we'd have had to call that race yesterday. He said, but that boat handles the big water so well. And looks like they are getting up on pace here. I don't see the yellow flag just yet as we take a look at the flagman. Yellow flag is the indicator for everybody to start getting up on plane and get in line. Some of the sponsors there for
Kluwat, for
the Kluwat
Team Louisiana.
Yeah. Yep.
We've got Relief Windows, Seaweb Specialty Cajun Foods, and Bengal Cranes.
All right, we're getting ready to go here. Caution flag is out. That means get them lined up. They'll be communicating with all the boats to get them across in a relatively straight line, get them up on plane, and then, of course, they'll throw that green flag, and we will go racing here. 3 laps in distance will be the mark for the Mod Vs.
That wrap those guys put on the Fuel One team, that is a great-looking new setup. I think they took them several months to get that boat rebuilt, like the last 6 months through the whole winters. That's been their project.
And it looked to me like they were waiting, giving North Myrtle Beach a chance to get caught back up with the group. So you can see the red boat, the Red Rocket, coming up here in play right now as everybody starts to get up on pace.
Everybody seems to be dicing their position and taking their lanes right now.
The Kluwat Cartel boat looked to me like they were a little off pace. They need to get on the pipe and jump up in here.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to hang back across the wake so they can get in their proper line. Yeah, there they come.
Yellow flag still out, looking for that green flag. We've got to be very close here. Look at that string of boats. That is incredible.
Yep,
what a great shot.
Looks like out of the 8 entries, we've got 6.
Green flag, green flag. We're going racing with Mod V, 3 laps. It is on, throttles down. Here we go.
Let's go. Look, Owen Moose is trying to put the pin to the metal right there. We're getting after it. He wants to take that lead early.
He did too, right up on the inside. And they are sailing the V-bottoms.
It looks like on the near side to us, which is going to be on the outside of the course, it looks like we got the Fuel One team. They're already in the hunt and in the mix.
And look at the boats. Oh man, a big moment right there. Did he crash? It looked to me like he lost it.
He must have spun it in the wash.
Completely disappeared from our shot.
I hope
and
those
there
guys
they are.
get it
They
back
are
on pace.
right side up. So that is great news. And right back into throttles. Man, what a big moment.
All right, Kirk, Mark, focus, guys. You got to keep digging.
Boy, a big, big moment, no doubt, for North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.
Tough start for them, but they are not out. And I promise you, watch these guys. There's no better guys in rough water, and these guys are going to get it. Look, we're losing the boat almost in the way on these big wave in these wave troughs.
Good look at the 55 boat. That is a Fuel One team of Mike Gerard and Damon Murata.
Yep. Those guys, they're pretty pumped to be here. They've got Fuel One team, Complete Marine, Mullins Concrete Pumping, Riley Hotel Group, and Star Maritime USA helping those guys get from race to race.
Clue-Wad Cartel down there on the inside. Here comes a Relentless on the outside, carrying big speed. Has to go a further distance, but should be able to maintain a lot of momentum. Look at that Clue-Wad team right down there on the pin and really gets that boat turned well.
Yeah, Dustin, he likes to stick them pins pretty close. He wants the shortest way around that course. And, you know, Owen's probably saying, hey, just hug it tight.
And he did too, man. And
we got
right
Speed
back into throttles.
Yeah, and we've got Speed Marine right there fighting for position. That's Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman. Jay's a heck of a throttleman, and he also will be running in Super V later, so he is no stranger to V-bottom madness.
Look at that, man. That was, if anybody got a still shot of that one, both of those boats up in the air. What a great photo moment.
Look at
these things, dude.
Speed Marine is always a contingent. I'm so pumped that they are here with us at race 3.
Yeah, that is great stuff, man. You mentioned Kyle Miller, Jay Woltman out of Brick, New Jersey, coming down here to make the run at it with a 2024 Extreme 509 cubic inch power plant in the back of that one, making good steam. And Bobby Kramer doing the crew chiefing on that boat.
Those guys have world and national championships under their belt. Oh no! I wonder if they spun like North Myrtle Beach did there a bit ago.
That is a 47. Yep.
It's hard to keep these guys, you know, centered when they're going through corners. If they come up, they've got to straighten the wheel, land it, and then make another turn. They've got to take it just inch at a time. It's like eating an elephant, right? One bite at a time.
What a shame for them. We'll see if they can get it refired and get back in the fray here. These two side by side.
Man, this is a battle. I'll tell you what, the Louisiana boys have to be happy up front, you know. They come to play, and they didn't want anybody to think that it was some kind of fluke that they won in their hometown. These guys are here to compete, and they are aggressive, and we're seeing it right now.
Scorpion on the outside, but both boats right there, neck and neck with each other. Oh, and right through the wash. Oof. Right through the wake. Wanted to change up that line and get to the outside. Pretty sure that was a Speed Marine boat that made that lane change.
These guys what they're trying to do is they're going to try to read the way the waves are going so they can...
Oh, my goodness.
They might not be able to take the straightest pass from pin to pin, but they're going to have to kind of run with the waves as they're running the straight sections.
This is on board with the Clue-Wad Cartel. That is Owen Buis there on the sticks. Look at him working that right hand. Dustin doing a great job behind the wheel.
Yep, he's signaling right now and telling Dustin, hey, this is where you need to be, this is where you need to go, because he's keeping an eye out for that Speed Marine team.
Well, you can see that right hand, off and on the throttles very, very quickly there. Woo. And they sail it out. That's a look at the outboard of the outboard shot there of the same team.
Man, these guys are just living in the wash and living in the spray.
The Speed Marine team right there behind them. We're talking about just a couple seconds right there. It does not take much for them to be right back in the hunt. And if they can get some smooth water, we'll close right back up on the back of them.
Well, and as you can see, we've seen 2 spin-outs already so far, on lap 1. So, anything can happen.
Look at that
wrong
setup.
Wave, and they could see how that boat kind of hooked through the corner?
Yeah, he dug right into the face of that wave, but when it landed, it wanted to go back to the other side, and you're right, that's when they really get in trouble.
So that's what you saw happen earlier with the 2 boats that kind of spun out. They're coming off the wave, and they get down in the trough, and it just turns the boat. These boats, they're lightweight. Even though they can add some weight and some ballast, it's just not enough for this size of boat for this type of condition.
I believe that is the Save Cash Exit Insurance Machine.
Yep, Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin again.
Yeah, watching Rabb and Jobin do what they do. Rabb also has competed out in the desert as well. It's not a game for the meek, I promise you that.
I almost feel like we're in the desert right now. We got sand pelting us from behind here off the beach with the wind, and man, it's hot.
Yeah, it actually is very similar. At least the roughness of the course, I would say, to a desert race. With that said, they have incredible suspension on those cars. These guys, there's no damper program here. The only damper program you have is your butt and your back.
Yep, and those guys are definitely feeling it from some of the pain everybody went through yesterday. They're trying to prep themselves for today. Everybody in this class had to scratch their head saying, we know we're the smallest class, we know we're fast, but we're going to battle these same type of conditions. This is an absolute gauntlet.
Yeah, and with the addition of these boats, no longer the smallest class, so they're out here with a solid number of boats with everybody competing, and that's a good look there at second place. That is Speed Marine. Still out front is the 83 boat of Kluwat Cartel Racing. And there's a look at our leader. The shoreline back behind us. Some of the safety boats that are involved here in the center as well. Everybody keeping an eye on them because it is a crazy race. And you talk to these drivers, man, they are pumped up. They love it. This is kind of like the rebel class, if you will.
Yes, it is. These guys are definitely on the outlier group, and these guys are just a little bit crazy, I think.
Yeah, that's well. Actually, talking to Travis, he said you absolutely have to be crazy to want to come out here and do this. It's a lot of money, and you're going to beat yourself up, man.
But you know what? It's all for the glory. Everybody's chasing that podium spot. They want the points. I mean, that was a hard hit. Did you see
his head, man? Two in a row. And, we talked about Britt Lilly getting a stinger with his neck one day ago. Now you understand why if you were watching that onboard and happened to be watching young Owen Buis do what he did. He has that young neck and those young muscles. He's probably okay.
Yep, right now you're looking at third place right there, and they're just trying to kind of bide a little time, probably sit back and see if those guys they're racing super hard up in the front, if they're going to make it, or if there's going to be an opportunity for them to make a pass, if potentially they spin out or something was to break.
I got to say, I would think that a neck brace, would be very instrumental here. Whenever I say that, I'm talking about like the go-karting neck braces,
yes.
the padded ones that go underneath the helmet, wrap around your Velcro on. They really support the helmet and keep it from all that weight and momentum from snapping your head down like that.
There's our new Fuel One team. Like I said, that's 6 months worth of work putting that boat together. And they've got a great performance. I mean, out of 8 total entries, they're sitting 4th right now. After we've already had a few boats fall out of this event. So those guys got to be pretty excited about where they're sitting right now for no testing time at all.
Yeah, beautiful boat there out of Lighthouse Point, Florida. Been racing for 22 years. Owner Mike Gerard and crew chief Mike Baroff. Damon brought on the throttles of that beautiful boat. What a gorgeous piece.
So we're only talking 15 seconds out. That's it. I mean, as you saw, with a few spin outs earlier, that could eat up a quick 15, 20 seconds and put somebody right back in the hunt.
You talk about that team and obviously working hard to get that new boat fielded out here. They've had an undefeated season before. To put it in perspective of how good they are, national champions, 2 world championships, but that is the competition out here. I mean, so many people out here that have been doing it for so long, and they've had those big accomplishments.
Oh, man, they're taking a run here.
That Speed Marine boat on the outside, and once again, a big battle here, and you don't want to miss it. Stay with us. We'll be right back to more action here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Man, he's just eating the spray, and he can't.
He was right up there beside him again, man. He's making a run. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if that means Owen's just doing a real good job of watching over his shoulder, backing off if he can to save equipment, save the boat, and then giving it a run when he needs to.
I just think he's got that good line. He's basically like, if you're going to pass us, you're going to go around the outside, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Dustin said he likes to hug those pins, and that shows. Even in this kind of condition, you'd think you'd maybe, stretch it out a little bit to maintain more momentum, but, man, Dustin's just right in it.
second place in the Mod V race. Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. The Kluwat Cartel boat out front out of Louisiana. The Cajun doing a good job here, being chased down by the 32 Speed Marine boat. And the Speed Marine boat closed right up when we were going to commercial break. I thought it was going to make a run at it again, but the preferred line down there on the inside, and Dustin's been hanging on to it.
Yeah, he's not going to give any room, or there's no room at all. He's going to force you to take that outside line. So he's doing a really good job of holding his position and holding his line through the corner. And I really think that's what's making the difference for them to stay up front in this race.
And I know you were talking about it before, and if the water was a little different, you might want to run a little wider line and build that momentum and keep that momentum. I don't know if they can do that out here in this chop.
I just don't think it's possible. I think the speeds are definitely falling off. These guys are trying to make sure they can have their equipment live through the rest of this race. You know, we're sitting here on our last lap right now, you know, kind of battling our way back to the finish line. I bet these guys feel like it was a 10-lap race or a 15-lap race with the abuse that they've taken.
Just starting the third and final lap here. As we were on board there, or not on board, as we were watching the Safe Cash X Insurance boat, number 42, Rick Rabb, hanging in there. Rick and Scott Jobin.
Those guys have a solid third place sitting position right now. So, like I said, if something happens in the remainder of this race, if we get somebody broke or spun out, that could quickly change the podium positions after this race.
Rabb, a player, you can see it looked like a boat down in there that was off pace, rotating around, running some laps. We talked about the attrition out here. Sometimes you can pick up a position if you can just hang in there. But these two definitely the class of the field so far.
I'll tell you what, what's our time differential? We only have 7 seconds between first and second place. That's it.
You guys all right?
7 seconds in conditions like this is just, I mean, they might as well be on top of one another.
Yeah, and a long ways to go here. I'd say the better part of 3 miles yet to go.
That's some great in-camera footage right there, watching those guys work the wheel, work the throttle, and they're holding on for dear life, too. Earlier, they kept checking the straps and pulling on, making sure that they're securely snugged in that seat.
Yeah, you've got to tense every muscle in your body in a situation like this for the entire time. Keep yourself in position. Keep your legs from flying around.
Yeah, the stress on your body, for doing this is intense.
I mean, you can't let those waves and those big hits control your hand and arm movement, especially if you're on the sticks.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to keep control of all that. It's fatiguing for sure.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is hit a wave wrong, and then if you're the throttle guy, you yank it, or you mess up the throttle pull or push on that.
Yeah, I agree. Watching the Mod Vs, as you can see there up the top left-hand corner, lap 3 of 3. A violent boat to race out here. All of them violent to race out here today, but the V-bottoms at speed are quite an e-ticket ride.
I don't know what's going on, but I'll tell you that 7-second differential we were talking about a second ago looks
just
like
grew.
it looks like they're trying to get after it. I don't think Speed Marine says, "Man, don't count me out just yet." He might be trying to run that tighter line.
Oh, he is still right there. Yeah, he is still right there.
He's right in it. You can see he's liking that line that Dustin's running.
Oh, man, and he had to check up right there.
Yeah, he did. Oh, it looks like we had fallen off pace or something happened there with our Fuel 1 team. It looks like they're back up the way. We're still up, but they were sitting in fourth, so I wonder if something's going on there, if that might change up their finish position. But
yeah, that Speed Marine boat had to check up just a little bit. It looked like it got really rough. Still out front is the number 83 Kluwat Cartel Racing Machine. And it has been good. Sometimes you just look at it and you say, you know what? Let's take second place here today. We can go up there. We made a couple of runs. They've been able to hang there. And sometimes you take what it'll give you, but you got to make it to the finish.
I'll tell you, this is really, really going to be interesting to see how the points settle in after this because, with where Kluwat Cartel is running right now, sitting where they were in points, and you've got the other two boats, you've got Kirk and Mark. They're further back in the position right now in today's race, and you've got Scott Free Racing that's already out. So that's really going to change the points standings after this event.
I love it when you see these boats pick up the water and then dismiss it as they pick up ballast and get rid of it. But it looks like today they are not playing that game. They might just have some in there to try and keep the boat calm and carrying it the entire race. But it's always fun to watch them work that as we watch the Kluwat Cartel boat hanging out front. They do have spotters, So I'm sure the spotters are letting them know where the competition is, but it doesn't look to me like they've let up at all.
Now, I got to tell you, Owen's doing an awesome job throttling that boat. As much air time and hang time as we've seen throughout this race, the boat's coming up, it's staying flat, the attitude is correct, and he's dropping the boat back in level. So, and that's allowing them to maintain as much speed as possible, while they're dealing with this rough condition.
And that looked like the checkered flag to me. Yep, checkered flag. So congratulations to the Kluwat team as they will grab their win.
We've got
Excellent job.
Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman taking second place, and Speed Marine coming across the line just a few seconds behind them.
Yeah, so back-to-back wins there for the Kluwat Cartel Racing team. Coming out of New Orleans with a win, and as you talked about, Speed Marine jumps out here first race of the season for them, and they put it on the box.
Yes, they did. That great machine is a boat you're going to have to watch all season long.
Safe Cash X Insurance, it would appear.
Yep, it looks like they're still sitting in, riding in third position and looking for that start-finish line right now.
Digging hard, having a great race. And once again, first race for them out here with us this season.
Super respectable finish right now for third race, first start for them.
You said it. You said it one day ago. Anytime you can put something on the podium out here, especially in these conditions, you've had a really good day.
Yes.
We can hear that big block singing back behind us as they run up the coastline, finishing up this third and final lap. Beautiful boat.
I'm kind of partial to red myself, so I think that's a fantastic looking boat right there.
Intake up top, as you can see. And some fresh air in there. A couple of them as you look over the top rib of the backbone of that boat.
Coming across our start-finish line right now. They're happy to see that flag waving, and I bet these guys are probably ready to idle back to the pits and get out of that boat after the abuse they've just taken.
We know Relentless went out early, so we also know that the 55 Fuel 1 team was having some issues. Not sure if they got back up to speed. Is that the North Myrtle Beach boat that
yes, it is.
Had issues very on? They looked like they spun out, got back in the throttle, and they're picking their way forward here.
Yeah, these guys are in the points contingency right now, so I don't know what's going on in the boat, but they are definitely wanting to try to, if they can gain a position for any kind of points they can grab right now, they're going to do so. So it looks like they're back on pace, and they're still trying to reel in who's in front of them.
Yeah, Timing and Scoring has a Relentless boat up in front. We're not sure if Relentless got going again. We saw them not moving at all at one point fairly early on.
Here we are.
And we go back, and they are still in it. So good for them. They were able to get that boat going again.
Yep, you probably have to collect yourself a little bit after a spin out like that. Make sure everything's okay. Fire it up, do a quick systems check, and then get back on the throttle.
So we'll see how everything lays out here once they cross the finish line. And Timing and Scoring has had a chance to update. But a nice boat count here. That is North Myrtle Beach crossing the finish line there with the checkered flag. Relentless still in the throttle back here. Maybe out of the... Oh, they're still digging, it looks like. So North Myrtle Beach might have crossed the stripe here in front of Relentless.
Yeah, we're trying to get our confirmation for Timing and Scoring.
And as we talked about, first race for a number of these boats out here this season. So they were on the water a little bit yesterday, testing on Friday, but no competition until today.
Well, they definitely had a lot different conditions on Friday to test in.
Yeah, it was a good bit calmer. And if they did come out on the test session one day ago, then they had a good look at what they were going to race in today, which you had brought up a great point. If they did take advantage of that, it would give them an idea how to set the boat up for today.
Yeah, I think these guys all talk amongst different classes and say, hey, what were you really seeing? We might there might get reports of 1 to 2 footers, but it's actually, yesterday they said there was consistent 6-7 foot swells out there, and they were seeing 10 foot up on the back end, and we saw that with the big boats in Pro Class 1 last night.
Yeah, I mean, they would almost disappear.
Yes, so these guys are definitely taking notes. One thing that these guys tested Friday, they're out there making systems check, making sure everything is working in proper order. But if they put a setup in it Friday, I guarantee you they were, last night or yesterday at some point, they were making an adjustment for today.
good look at that beautiful brand new boat. Carbon fiber, as you talked about, the Sean Durante inspired capsule up there, UIM certified capsule. So a checkered flag there for Relentless, and they proved their name here today.
Yes.
They were relentless. They were not moving at all there early on in the race, but in a relentless attempt, they got it going once again and were able to finish that race.
Yep, looks like they finished in 4th place.
How about that? So unofficial results here as we take a look at it. Congratulations to the Kluwat Cartel Racing Team, Dustin and Owen Buis doing a great job there. Dustin Kluwat, of course, the man behind that team. Congratulations to them. Speed Marine right there, boy. It was a great battle between those two boats. Safe Cash, X Insurance, Rick Rabb, Scott Jobin. They will round out your top 3 in your podium.
Pretty excited about Kluwat. Those guys, they said they're no joke, and guess what? We're at race 3, and they've got 2 top podium positions. So, you know, they told everybody they were coming for them. Yeah. And we're seeing it right now unfold.
Putting their money where their mouth is, man. You get this far, man. These people are very, very competitive and very determined. So it's great to watch them get after it as you take a look at the fans out there enjoying, of course, the Tiki Hut and that VIP experience.
I'm going to petition that they put us out there.
Yeah, we should have our booth out there.
Yeah, man, we could
with you on that one.
We could just help make the VIP show.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. Plenty more racing action to go, and we are not far away from the Pro Class 1 boats.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worship, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details of viewing options.
The action that went on Friday. We had a parade here and a street party, and the fans showed up in droves. 17 years we've been coming here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, and the fans are well aware that it's the best in the business. They come out here with these incredibly beautiful boats. quick look at you can see some of the big cats up on their sides, and then the bat boat right in the middle of all of it off to the right-hand side there. A very unique-looking boat that was out here competing in one of the bracket classes a day ago.
I'll tell you what, that was a pretty good street party, pretty turned up. There's a lot of great things going on, a lot of signatures over on the Lake Wiley boat. Man, there was a line on that thing for everybody to put their signature right on it. Just the monster activation right there. I don't even know how many cases or pallets they went through, but everybody had a monster and was enjoying it.
There's a look at a Thundercat. And the Thundercats put on a great show one day ago with 2 different races. We're going to show them racing. I don't believe this was the big dismount, but we might see a good dismount here as they run them up here to the beach. Things only draw about 3 inches of water. Looks like he just slid her right up in the sand, ready to go.
That was a little more graceful than our winners yesterday that toppled out of the boat, but those guys still popped up happy. I don't think I'd have got up that quick.
You were talking about some of the waves that were out there. There's a good look at them.
Yeah, the surf here on the shoreline looks a little rougher than yesterday. I think the wind might have shifted a little bit. I was talking to a few local folks before our broadcast started, and they said definitely the wind is coming out of a little bit different of a direction.
And we did hear they think it might start to lay down a little bit later on in the day.
That would definitely be a good thing for equipment. I can tell you that. All the mechanics and the crew chiefs are praying for that one.
What a gorgeous shot right there of the coastline. About 30 minutes south at the Kennedy Space Center, we did see a launch here on Friday. Went up, and then also the return as well about 30 minutes later. That was pretty cool. Very exciting, speaking of the Space Center.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. And then watching the booster come back and then set itself right back down, especially in the windy conditions we had, I was blown away that they could do that.
And earlier this weekend, our Tristan Garvin had a chance to cover the sport of offshore boat racing. Let's check in.
I'm Tristan Collins Garvin, and I do pit reporting for offshore racing. IHRA has really stepped up, handing out a huge prize purse, which is amazing for our racers to have that monetary support now that they really haven't seen for a long time. The whole team behind the scenes is giving out their hardest work, and you can really see it everywhere around the race. A lot of these teams have been racing for a long time, and we have a lot of new racers. I think the purse has brought in a lot more enthusiasm. They travel from all over the country. There's so many great teams here. All of them come out and put on the absolute best show for our viewers to love this sport. And we've got Cole in there. Those guys, they get in there and they are a 2-man crew, and they do it just like the big crews do. There was a lot of, we'll say, drama the last couple seasons. Dirty Money really stepped it up with some technology that a lot of teams haven't, been able to get into yet. They won a lot of races. They were really fast. There was a world championship that was awarded to another team. Ultimately, that was withdrew, and Dirty Money got it. So there's racers who took checkered flags home and then later found out that they didn't win. And that's hard because, you're excited. You think you got yourself a first place win, and then come to find out weeks, maybe months later, it got pulled from you. The sport has so many professionals in it, and they can sometimes be paired in the cockpit with a guy that's only been in a race a couple times or never. We have some racers here this weekend that have never raced offshore before. There's some really impressive boats out on the water this weekend. That's a hard place to be as a new guy. From a viewer's standpoint, we want to see racing. Let's see the standings. Let's get a world champion at the end of the year. As soon as you get out there with your class, it's go time, and no mistakes coming out of that is usually who holds the race.
How about a perfect day to fly a kite? Go fly a kite, Shane.
You know what? I've been told that a time or two this weekend already, buddy.
Am I late to the party?
I'm just used to hearing it.
Okay, our Taylor Snyder has been busy here today. Let's get it over to Taylor.
I sure have. There's actually 3 spots to crane at. we've got the middle ones, and then we've got some down there. So I've been making my way pretty much all around. It's quite a big layout here, but we're having a great time. Obviously, those Mod Bs just went out. When I spoke to the Killdalls earlier, they said it was rough water. I saw their boat pull out. They had a bit of a rough race, but that was a great race for our friends at Louisiana. I'm going to try to catch them when they come up here in just a little bit. But it looks like the swells may be laying down a little bit. It feels a little calmer than yesterday. I can only measure by how crazy my hair gets. So hopefully the waves get a little less active out there. The big story, though, for me is coming up in Pro Class 1. Monster Energy was the big shocker yesterday, taking third or fourth, not finding that top spot. So they were here, I think, until midnight last night, making those big changes. Hopefully they got them done. I also spoke to Out of Pocket Racing. You know, it was a really, really tough call with the props. They pulled it in because they lost one in qualifying, so they were trying anything they could. It was just an unfortunate mistake. So they said they had them double-checked today to make sure that they're the proper ones and they will pass tech. So I'm excited to see how it all shakes out in Pro Class 1. But until then, we've got some more exciting racing coming up, and I'll look forward to bringing you the winner interview from Mod V shortly here. Guys?
Thanks a lot, Taylor. And to expand on the story that she is referring to there in Pro Class 1, Out of Pocket Racing with their first career win and with that team, unfortunately DQ'd last night after they went through tech and deemed that the props were not legal. So the win was removed, and they'll have to come out here and swing the bat at it again.
I'll tell you what, knowing those guys, Kevin and Billy, they're going to come back out swinging. I mean, that was just as she said, that seemed to be maybe an unfortunate mistake. Maybe they grabbed the wrong prop. You know, and what they're referring to for our readers at home, this is getting pretty technical, and I'll just try to keep it easy, but they have to go through certain specifications on their props at different points in the prop blade. They use micrometers, and they measure the leading edge, and then they measure the trailing edge of the prop, and they have to meet certain requirements in order to be deemed tech compliant in the class. And I don't know the specifications or how far off they were, but my guess it was just a minute amount, and that cost them the race, unfortunately.
As speaking of the props, it's pretty interesting, as you might imagine. That's where the tire meets the road.
Yeah,
Take a look at this.
That.
This is great video, courtesy of Dirty Money Racing Team. But as you watch that is one ear of the prop in, one ear of the prop out. You know, it's incredible that literally the prop shaft, as you see there, is out of the water.
Yeah, this is an amazing footage from the back of the transom. Most people, because the water and the spray, you'll never notice that, but the prop shaft is pretty much level with the top of the water while they're running, so it's half out all the time, and that's what's just chewing the top of the water.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible when you see the speeds out of these things that they get in the rooster tail, and then to see, actually, if you look at the prop and you look at the prop shaft, you'll notice that it's actually a little bit above the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, these guys, they have the setup just perfect the way they want them, and they'll drop that down or raise it up depending on the water conditions, so they can adjust how much prop's going to be in the water.
Also of note, too, they also spin in different directions depending on the drives that you have. Some props spin inward, some props spin outward, so there's different ways to skin the cat. It is all very interesting as the big boats are going in the water.
Yep, some of your V-bottoms that you will turn inward because that helps create a little bit more lift on a V-bottom boat, whereas on a catamaran, typically they'll rotate outward, and that just gives the boat a little bit more control because the boat's designed to have a bunch of lift anyway.
So, we will follow up on that for sure. As the X Insurance number 11 boat is in there, they hit a big bump one day ago, and the entire steering helm broke off the side of the boat. So the steering wheel pretty much laying in J.J. Turk's lap. They got that one sorted out. I know Billy Stroud and the rest of the boys working on that one last night got it sorted up. The DMR boat, well, they had a great run. However, Britt Lilly, as we talked about, had that stinger to his neck, so will not be behind the wheel. They're putting them in. We're going to go racing here in just a couple of moments, and we hope you stay with us. Plenty of exciting action coming to you from Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series will have the first of 3 events. It's called the IHRA Triple Crown, and it starts at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania. Legendary names in drag racing will be there for a shot at $1 million. Here's how it works. 3 races. Maple Grove Raceway, Durana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio in June, and Durana Memphis Motorsports Park will be the 3rd and final event in September. 5 classes: Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. If a driver can win in their respective class in all 3 events, they'll walk away with a cool $1 million. Expect to see big names in drag racing. Names like Dale Warsham, Ron Capps, Sean Reed, Scott Palmer, Dan Hicks, and many more. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, Speed Sport 1 has got you covered on Friday and Saturday morning. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And once again, we welcome you back here. You're watching the IHRA Powerboat Racing Series. This is Thunder on Cocoa Beach. 17th year that we've been down here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, and what a fabulous event. Great to be part of this for sure. We got a little bit of info here on how things really got started. It was 17 years ago. 4 local guys decided to start Thunder on Cocoa Beach. Over the course of 12 years, the directors and longtime friends Kerry Bartlett, Mike Schwartz, along with Rich Hessler and Kevin Pruitt, they all created a family fun-filled 4-day event that has grown in scope, of course, with race events, a number of participants, ecologic attention, and effects on the local community as well. So each year the teams work with local charities and continue to build on this very prestigious event. Has turned into quite a happening, and we're proud to be part of it.
And it's known for rough water, and it's given it just that this weekend.
Yeah, we welcome you here into the booth. As you can see back behind us, just a beautiful day here if you come out to enjoy the beach for sure. Beach located right behind us. We're in the parking lot of the pier back there as well. And, of course, we watch all the action much like you do on a monitor. But we welcome you to the booth on a day where it's breezy and 85 degrees.
Now, I keep waiting for that yellow tint that you're going to see in our background just like take off. We see the volleyball going back and forth, and, man, those feathers on the pier just keep whipping. So it is a windy one, guys. I'll tell you what, you'd feel it.
What's great about this is you watch the fans out there enjoying the beach and the warm water here on the east coast of Florida. We're just a little bit south of Daytona. To put it in perspective, I'd say about an hour or so south of Daytona. So it's just a gorgeous area if you ever want to vacation and come down and visit. And, of course, the Space Center right here. What a beautiful place to spend a day as well, to go through and look at some of the history from all of the heroes that have been part of that program.
Yeah, what an awesome experience, being lucky enough to be here when they're doing some launching a rocket. So it's pretty sweet to see.
There's the unsung heroes right there. When everything goes wrong, you don't hear from them. pretty much all weekend long, but when you need them, suddenly they are there. Of course, our safety and rescue team, and they are second to none, and we appreciate everything that they do.
I'll tell you what, those guys are getting bobbed around. Everybody out there, all our teams, our crews, from corner boats to patrol boats, the safety teams, these guys are absolutely just sitting out there bobbing around all weekend. I know we had some really light stomachs yesterday with a lot of our crew.
Yeah,
so
and
thank you to them.
We took a chance to introduce our safety team to everybody, so let's enjoy a nice feature on them.
This is David Harshfield. We're at the Aquatic Center here in St. Petersburg, Florida, doing the capsule training for the race teams at the St. Petersburg IHRA Offshore event.
This is super crucial to the racing. If they don't pass, they're not racing. Everyone has to go through the Dunker. With 70 boats out there on the race course and the prize being so enticing, I think the guys are going to push their limits a lot. There's inherent dangers to this. This is a completely different animal. My name is Todd Graham. I am the lead diver. I've been doing this for 16 years, so everyone's pretty seasoned as far as goes into all the guys are pros.
We basically run race teams through a simulation of their boat getting into an accident, and we teach them a BRACE acronym on how to escape comfortably. So they have a plan. We let them escape on their own. We have 3 or 4 divers inside and on top helping them through the process. 1 minute you're racing, probably doing anywhere from 100 to 150 miles an hour, and you catch some wind and the boat's overturned. These guys have seconds to react.
The shock and awe of being flipped upside down, getting disoriented, and have to realize what they need to do, which is, release their harnesses. Stay calm, get a regulator in their mouth, and then swim out the bottom.
Usually the first race of the year is the most important because that's when they all get certified, and then periodically throughout the year we'll do it again just as a refresher because this escape training is critical.
We have a 15-man team as far as the rescue on this particular incident.
I'm Fabrizio and Fabio, coming from Italy, joining the rescue team. We have a very long specific experience. We have the most complete experience in all the championship, all the different typology of boats. There is some possibility to improve or some suggestion. This is the reason why we are here.
We have almost an instant reaction time, and then the response time is only seconds after that. We have boats stationed around the course and an aircraft with divers in each boat and in the aircraft to deploy if there's an accident.
I think it just builds confidence in the racers just to get them through the scenario, because first time when you flip around upside down, everything gets kind of disoriented. If it doesn't happen right away, you start to get that panic mode, and that's where we go down and we make sure we get them out.
And we are very thankful for them. When everything gets bad and everybody wants to go the other direction, they drive directly into it as quickly as they can, put themselves in harm's way to make sure that the drivers, throttle people that are on board are okay.
Yeah, they've done a really, really good job for us. They're teaching everybody through training. We've got some good feedback from some of our newer teams, and the time that they spend with them to make sure that they're super, super comfortable and get through that training properly. But they've learned what they need to do in case the situation goes bad. These guys are absolutely professionals.
Yeah, it's just like climbing out of a car, out of a race car. If it's on fire, you want to make sure that you can do all that stuff with your eyes shut in a really terrible situation, a smoke-filled cockpit. And I'm glad that they make them do that more than one time a year, because it's all about a system. If you do it enough times, you just start to react, and every second counts.
Absolutely. These guys are definitely Johnny on it. We've got them in the air. We've got them on patrol boats. We've even got guys out here on jet skis right now, as a new addition to the team. So, we just don't cut any corners when it comes to safety.
Okay, once again, we're going to take a quick break here as we continue on second race day here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
It's that no holding back feeling.
that it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique three-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all three events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Should have 4 boats according to my roster for this race, correct? I received.
Welcome back, everybody, to Thunder on Cocoa Beach, Florida. Brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats, smart coverage, progressive insurance. And VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Right here, we got a beautiful look at the pier here. Everybody's getting out here, getting ready for the next race coming up soon. All right, guys, I'm going to take you guys home to the winners of our Mod V race with Taylor Snyder back in the pits. Taylor, take it.
Another dub back in Louisiana.
Well, the Louisiana guys have done it again. Dustin, we saw you take it in Louisiana. You've made your way down to Florida, and the luck follows. Tell me about it.
Oh, man, it was rough out there. You know, initially we were supposed to do, I think, 9 laps. They bumped it down to 7, and they bumped it down to 3. I thought we were going to have to paper, rock, scissors for the winner before it was over with. But, no, man, that was a blast. It's rough as hell out there. Owen kicked ass, man. We're so glad to bring this one back to the state of Louisiana. Bingle Crane, Relief Windows, Sea Web's Cajun Food, and the whole crew, man. Statement Marine did a great job keeping the boat ready. Santa Maria CB on the communications for us. You know, Mr. Jamie, Nick, Owen killed it today on the throttles, man. So it's a good day. It's a good day for Louisiana, a good day for the sport.
It is definitely a team effort. Owen, tell me about the work you've got going on there. You're not just doing throttles, right? You're predicting the waves. You're making sure that that wheel stays where it should be going, right?
Yeah, I mean, my job as a throttleman is I got to keep the boat flying straight and level instead of flying up and down. So, I definitely had a lot going on inside the cockpit today, but it was rough as shit out there, and we're just happy the boat held together, and we're here in Cocoa Beach with a checkered flag.
Hey, babe, we had Scorpion Power, and we got to thank Steve Miklos for a little help here. So appreciate you there, Miklos. El Bandito helped us, even though he sat on the sidelines for today's race. So,
well, congratulations, guys. You got it done again.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats, man. What a great day for them, and a very, very tough conditions. I think we're going to bring you some highlights if you were not able to catch the Mod V race. Man, that beach is packed today. People enjoying the weather.
Yes, it is, and it is beautiful out here.
And this is how we got things going. Relentless in there in the middle. And, of course, as you see there, the Kluwat Cartel boat right there on the inside.
Watch this start. You know, you see the Red Rocket took a wave crest wrong. Boy, it just dove and into a bad spin. So luckily they didn't hurt anything. They were able to get it back underway and kind of keep grinding for some points as the race continued. Look at the air, Ken.
Massive air here out of the boats in the Mod B category. We went on board with Dustin and Owen, who we just interviewed a moment ago, and then the Fuel 1 team out here with that beautiful boat ended up with some issues along the way. Rick Rabb had a good run.
And Mr. Jobin, those guys did a great job. I'll tell you, Owen said there just a second ago, you know, his job's to keep the boat flat, and he did a really good job of that. You know, a lot of these other boats you see with coming up real nose high, you know, a little late on the throttle, but he did a fantastic job, and it showed today as their top podium spot. So,
yeah, that young man has a lot of seat time, and it certainly shows. Of course, his father, one of the best, is in that same position as you take a look at the unofficial results in the Mod B category.
Yeah, the Speed Marine guys, they were right in the mix. They kept making runs for it. And, you know, trying to take those turns a little faster on the outside, and it just didn't quite get it done. But a 9-second differential between first and second, man, that's just crazy close, guys.
Yeah, and worth a mention down there in 6th place, the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort boat did make it back. They got back under power, and they finished under power.
Yes.
So hats off to them, along with the Relentless boat that had some issues in the middle of the race.
Yeah, it looks like
they got going again as well.
It looks like he might have had the same type of issue not long after the North Myrtle Beach guys with Kirk and Mark there as far as some type of spin out, but they were able to get it back.
Is that Ray Lee?
That's Ray Lee from
What's Ray Lee doing?
Boat Magazine.
Pops up right in the middle of our show.
I feel like he just took a swim.
He must have been up on the front, and they ate a big wave, and he's like, I'm going in the back.
Oh, man. He's waving. He's like, man, settle me down. I wonder if he lost his shades on that deal.
He's a great guy, man. He's a very good friend, and of course, the magazine is absolutely second to none. We appreciate everything that they do.
Yeah, the new magazine has Jackhammer on the cover, so that's kind of cool to see a race boat flying from a previous race. So, awesome publication.
Speedboat Magazine there, and Ray Lee's the man. He gets to test drive some pretty cool boats. I'm jealous when he makes those posts.
Oh, I know it, man. All these, I tell him if they ever need another tester, somebody come in there and write something good, man, just call me. I'd love to go for a ride. Beautiful coastline here in Cocoa Beach. Look at all that perfect viewing locations.
Yeah, they're endless. There's also an intercoastal as well that's just as beautiful. Went up and had some breakfast at a place called Grills, which is very close to where the pits are. There's a couple of restaurants over there. But, yeah, you sit right out by the water and have a great breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever the case may be.
I haven't found bad food here yet. You know what I mean? Everything's good.
So once again, race day number 2. We qualified. Nobody was in the water on Friday. A little bit of testing, I believe, went on Friday. We had qualifying. We had qualifying on Saturday. We actually had a test, then qualifying in this rough water, and then our bracket boats raced one day ago with the first race of Pro Class 1. And then, of course, this is race day number 2.
Yeah, as you can see, we mentioned earlier some of our new PWC safety personnel. You can see those there off the bow of the boat.
And I believe we're going to send it back over to Tristan Garvin. Tristan, who do you have?
Hey, I'm down here with the boat floater team. This is one of our Mod V teams. You guys have been racing 42 years, 19 years, so you're no rookies to this. But Cocoa Beach is a whole nother game. What happened today?
Yeah, you know, definitely tucking our tail between our legs, not even making the start today. Honestly, that's a first in my career, and a little bit embarrassing on my part, honestly. You know, it's such a long way out to the start, and it's big water out there, and my body just got the best of me and got a little seasick. I tried to hang on the best I could, and there was a little bit of delay with some of the other teams getting out there, so we were out there milling, and, you know, 4 to 6 footers for probably solid 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and once your stomach starts going, it starts going, and I held on as long as I could, and then it just got to a point where my body said no, and we just made the call to come on in, and it was just I mentally wasn't there to be out there, so we just made that call to come in.
You know, that's something that a lot of our fans might not realize. When you guys crane or go into the water, then it can be a pretty long drive out to the course, and then you're milling, and then you're waiting for other teams who might have had something, delay them. So it sounds like you guys got out there, you were ready to race, but just some other things held you up. And, big water, 15 minutes, just rollers. Like you said, it got the best of you. But that's racing sometimes. Never happened to you before? You said you've had something similar happen once before?
Once happened in my rookie year, and like I said, luckily I was a navigator at that point, so I got pitched onto a med boat. My dad and Bob, who actually races the Ride Legal boat now, they went out racing. I was chucking it on the side, and then they picked me up on the way back in, and I was hoping I never had to relive that. Didn't get that bad today, but yeah, it happens. I'm embarrassed by it, but it is what it is. We made the call safety-wise, and we'll get ready for Lotto, hometown race for our sponsors, and we'll give it hell there.
That's one good way to look at it. Let's look at the next race. Everything's still in one piece. Not every boat here can say that. So I'm so sorry about that for you guys today, but we'll see you at the lake, okay? Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tristan. Yeah, we appreciate them and the effort that it takes to come out here and do what they do.
I'll tell you what, just what he said in the effort of safety, rather than trying to continue to push that race, maybe make some mistakes that could either hurt themselves or hurt someone else. That was a really, really good call for the team, albeit a tough call. That is not something that's probably uncommon on conditions like this. I'm telling you, I spoke with all of our staff yesterday, and I didn't really want to say it, but now that he did it, we had several of our guys that got sick yesterday. We had to pull some of our crews off the water and swap them with fresh bodies because the amount of bobbing that those guys are going through is just crazy. It just takes their toll on them.
Yeah, and nobody wanted to race any worse than them. I mean, the effort that they go through and sign up and come out here, and sometimes you just got to make a tough call. It is what it is.
Yep, we had a lot of sick people yesterday, but I'll tell you what, they went home and recuperated, and they're back out there giving it hell.
Not counting us.
So, yeah, no joke. Yeah, we're in a tent getting sandblasted by the beach.
All right, this is the third event of the 2026 season. If you missed the first couple of events, well, we're going to put together a nice video for you and get you up to speed.
St. Pete brought chaos. New Orleans brought strategy. Now the series heads to Cocoa Beach, where survival, setup, and consistency may define the championship. The 2026 IHRA Offshore Racing season didn't ease into anything. It exploded. In St. Petersburg, the Gulf reminded everyone exactly how unforgiving offshore racing can be. Boats launched airborne through massive chop. Veterans fought to keep control. Rookies got their first taste of survival at over 140 miles per hour. And for some teams, the weekend ended before the checkered flag ever came into sight. One missed buoy, one bad landing, one mechanical failure. That's all it takes. But in offshore racing, chaos is only part of the equation. Because in New Orleans, the game changed. The battle moved from survival to strategy. Teams fought through traffic, dirty water, and split-second decisions as short-course tactics reshaped the race entirely. Suddenly, this wasn't just about raw speed anymore. It became a chess match on open water. Every prop selection, every setup adjustment, every throttle decision, a gamble. And no team adapted faster than MCON. Finding speed where others found problems, the early championship contenders are already beginning to separate themselves from the pack. But 2 races into the season, the toll is already showing. Broken gearboxes, damaged hulls, sleepless nights in the pits. Crews rebuilding boats between race weekends just to stay alive in the championship fight. Because offshore racing doesn't reward perfection, it rewards resilience. Now, the series arrives at Cocoa Beach, a course known for rough water, changing conditions, and exposing weaknesses fast. For veterans, it's another test. For rookies, another lesson. And for everyone chasing a championship, the margin for error is disappearing. 2 races down, a season beginning to take shape. And in Cocoa Beach, the water is waiting.
Wow, there's a look at one of our extreme boats, and that is the owner of the IHRA. Daryl Cuttle will be doing the driving in that boat alongside legendary Steve Curtis. Of course, this same duo just set the speed record at Lotto 1 year ago at 242 miles per hour, but they'll be in an extreme boat. I think they wanted to run in the Class 1 category just to not get the engines at times, so this one actually has a little more power than what the Class 1 boats will have.
Yeah, this boat's going to be boasting 1,350 horsepower on pump fuel, so a little bit more horsepower than the Class 1 boats that you've been used to seeing and what we watched last night. This boat also is just on the fuzz bigger side. I think this is one of the biggest MTIs ever built, and if memory serves me correct, I think they only built 2 of the boats of this size. So this is just a massive boat, but you know, that rough water we're seeing out there, this boat's just absolutely going to chew it up.
Yeah, 2018 MTI BPMs with a rudder back behind that one. As you can see, top speed up there on 170 miles an hour. Doubt that they will see that with this chop here today, but it is a gorgeous boat. Glad to see it out there on the water. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, hopefully they'll throw the green flag, and we can take a good look at this thing as it flies out through there. They're going to line up alongside our Super Vs, and we have a couple of the Super Vs as well. The big 572s in the back of these. So a couple of engines inside of these boats. They are very capable.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we've got, we just saw Team Knucklehead. We've got Team Twisted here. We had a little bit of a change up here in our Twisted team as far as our driver goes. The boat owner said, man, I've had some back issues in the past, and I don't think I'm fit for today. So, you know, hats off to him for giving that up. And we've got Billy Shipley, who we saw yesterday in that orange Class 300 bracket boat. He's stepping into the Super V here today as a driver. So we're excited to see what that team has to hold with the recent job.
And we're going to take a break. We'll be back on the other side, and we'll turn these boats loose as they compete.
This coming Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is in Shreveport, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. It's the third event of the 2026 season. At Port Neches Riverfest, fourth-generation boat racer Andrew Tate entered the event as the point leader. That advantage dissipated as he found trouble in the third heat race.
Oh, 3 wide down there.
Tate almost goes over, puts it on its side.
Oh no, the 14 of Andrew Tate is absolutely decimated.
Veteran racer Spencer Love was the eventual winner. The point standings after round 2 has Jared Jensen at the top, with Spencer Love just 9 points behind. After Andrew Tate's misfortune, he now sits in 8. Saturday's coverage of the Red River Rumble will start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. On Sunday, we'll be live on Speed Sport 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, and then on Speed Sport 1 starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock.
Ew. Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And a beautiful shot of the coastline here in Cocoa Beach. This is Thunder on Cocoa Beach. You're watching the IHRA Powerboat Racing Series, and it is all brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boat. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. And VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. And looking at the Super Vs that are out here on the water, we will also have one extreme boat as well. Looking out here, of course, we thought the chop might lay down just a little bit, but it has not as of yet. As we take a look at that boat, that is the number 20 of Knucklehead Racing, Ed Smith and Jay Woltman. Of course, we heard Jay a little bit earlier also competing today as a throttleman. The boat out of St. Clair, Michigan. 31 years of experience there. That is a beautiful piece. An SB4. Crew Chief Ed Smith. I'm sorry, owner SB4S. And the boat is a 2008 Fountain. Big twin Chevy engines, 800 horsepower each inside of that thing. So a monster boat, very, very capable. They got some help from Beer Lumber, Murphy Inn, CK Performance Marine. A whole host of people that have jumped on board to help out the Knucklehead Racing team. Appropriate name as well. You got to be a knucklehead to come out here and spend the money that they spend to have the fun that they have, but I understand how they think, and I love it. Great stuff. Over 31 years of competing out here, so a lot of experience. And they gladly share that with other competitors. There's a look at one of the extreme boats, so two completely different classes here. As we talked about before, Daryl Cuttle, the owner of the IHRA, and everything underneath that umbrella, which is extreme at this point. Of course, asphalt drag racing. As you can see, the offshore powerboat racing out here. Also tractor pulling, oval track racing, drag boat racing, a little bit of everything. And a little bit earlier today, as it looks like the boats are starting to form up here, Taylor was able to catch up and speak to the Knucklehead Racing team.
Heading into Super V Racing, and I'm here with Ed. Ed, you are all smiles this morning. It's calm here in the pits, but I feel like it's going to get a little less calm out on the water today.
Well, when I woke up this morning and looked out on the balcony, I seen the water from yesterday, and it's about the same, a little bit bigger. It's going to be a challenging race. I don't think this is going to be any big speed run. I think it's going to be more attrition, and who can hang on and keep it together. I think that's how the race is going to go today.
And your teammate here, he's pulling double duty, so he's really going to be feeling it. How do you think that wears on not only the mental but the physical?
Well, he's a lot younger than I am, but I'm going to tell you what. I don't care how young you are. You go on out in one of these boats, especially he's running in Mod V, which is a lot smaller than this one. He's going to get beat up in there. It's going to be like being in a boxing ring. So he's going to get hammered on here for probably a half hour to 45 minutes. He's going to get out. He's going to have a little breather for about an hour, and then he's going to get into this big boat, and then we're going to end up getting beat up again. So it's going to be like two boxing fights in one day.
Hey, sometimes that's worth it. You guys are Knucklehead Racing, so there's something up there, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, everybody's got a grandparent that's called them a knucklehead one time or another. So
I think anybody that's into racing's got a little bit of that going on, right?
That's right. That is true. So, but Jay, he's young. I'm sure that he will make it through this. He's a lot younger than I am. I wouldn't be able to do 2 races today. One's going to be about enough for me. But the boat's all set up. It's good. Water's big. Hopefully we'll cut through it. and we can get a rhythm going and prevail today and turn around and come out on top. That's our plan.
Thanks so much, Ed. Best of luck.
Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, and I like what he said there. It is about getting a rhythm going, even out here in this chop. But I'm sure there's something to it as they get out there and get up to speed, get a feel for what is actually happening, and then, as he said, get into a rhythm and try to carry some momentum around this course. The Super Vs are scheduled to run 4 laps. The Extreme Boat is scheduled to run 5. In the milling formation here with the big boats. We will show you the Super V standings coming into this event. And my apologies, we do not have the standings for the Super Vs. But we will give you the start list. So the What's Up Racing team, Roland Smith and Anthony Smith, will line up on the inside. Twisted outside them, Bill Shipley and I believe Jackson Muller will be inside of that one. Knucklehead Racing, as we just talked to, Ed Smith and Jay Woltman. And then the DSK entry of Tim Linden and Gary Aldington. A bit of a change up there on the Twisted boat. Initially it was going to be Brian Klinick and Billy Schlipley inside of that one. Jay Muller was going to be the throttleman, but Jax Muller is going to jump in there. Look at the Twisted boat. We'll also have the 52 boat, the DSK entry of Tim Linden, Gary Aldington, Tim from East Haddam, Connecticut. Tim been racing for 3 years, and Kirk's been racing for 4 years. Crew chief on that boat, Charlie Williams, 2007 Outer Limits, SV40. And some info on the boats here in the Super V category. As you can see, they're pretty big boats. V bottoms, 35 to 46 foot long, weighing in at a hefty 9,000 pounds. And twin 572 cubic inch big block power plants. Total output there, as you can see, 1,700 horsepower and speeds upwards of 125 plus. With some calm water, it will be a challenge here to get to that sort of speed today. It will be about dealing with the chop and the heavy water, as we've talked about the entire weekend, but you just cannot not focus on that because it's such a huge part of the challenge. Beautiful boat there, though, for DSK. Hard to believe that thing was born back in 2007.
Yeah, and they broke that boat out last year and got everything back going and got it back together, and it's had some great performances since.
And I believe we're going to bring you some highlights from our Pro Class 1 battle one day ago. It was crazy exciting here.
Oh, man, this is wild. I mean, you can just hear things stressing and breaking after we know what happened, following the race.
That was an onboard shot there of the Monster Energy M-Con entry. That was Myrick Coyle behind the wheel. And, of course, Tyler Miller running the sticks, the 03 DMR entry. And they had a great run.
Fantastic run, and that was Britt taking one heck of a ride. This was an awesome battle. We had a first-second battle that was just insane, and then a battle for third, fourth. We had multiple races going on at the course at the exact same time. Just fantastic action.
Yeah, this was the battle for third place here, and it went on. They were side by side for a couple of laps. It was incredible. Billy Moff, the plumber, he was out there with the WHM boat. Did not have the results that they were hoping for in the rough water. And then, of course, the 10 boat was up here and eventually put that thing up in the front. They had a great run throughout the entire race as they went side by side with the 03. We know that Britt Lilly had that stinger. Actually, hands fell off the steering wheel at one point. So It was crazy for sure, but a very exciting race for both the lead and for third place between the 4 boats.
Yeah, you bet. You can't beat that action we had yesterday. That was offshore racing at its absolute finest.
And one more time, let's go back to Taylor Snyder.
Well, I have found the gentleman yesterday that unfortunately won the race, and then they went to tech, and things were reversed. Tell the fans at home what happened.
So we ordered a second set of props. Hopefully we didn't have to use them. They got delivered to our hotel on Friday, direct from Mercury. We never even opened the box until Saturday when we threw a blade on a set. Just threw them on, and evidently they were the wrong props, direct from Mercury. So really bad blow. We had no idea. We just threw them on. We asked the guys at Mercury to send us, a set as a backup, and they just did not meet the specs.
Well, you know what? Moving forward, the good news is we know that you can make it happen, right? You finished in first place provisionally if it weren't for tech, so we know you have the speed. We know you guys have the drive. What is it going to take to do that again today, Billy?
Oh, we'll have to push hard again. The competition's pretty tough, and go out there yesterday was a little bit of a bummer for those pesky tech guys, but that's part of the job here, so for them. But it is what it is. It's a bad move that kind of cost us some points, valuable points, and a win. But we'll just go out today and push and hope for the best and see if we can repeat it.
Thanks, guys. I'll leave you down here to mentally prepare, but for now, we're going to go Super V racing.
Okay, they have thrown the green flag, and they have put the throttles down, so we are racing in Super Vs.
All right, you got the Team Knucklehead Racing. These guys are out of Michigan. Ed Smith, long-time racer, super advocate. I mean, probably one of the longest guys in Super V that's been out there. 31 years, I think, is what Ed's been racing.
Slowly getting up to speed there. I didn't think that thing was at full song when we first went to him, but it looks like they're picking up some speed.
You can tell the water's rough. These big V-bottoms, they eat this stuff up. I was talking to Ed the other day. He goes, man, you get some good 3 to 4s. He goes, these boats are absolutely fast. He goes, you get anything a little bit bigger. He goes, we really, really got to pay attention and back off the throttle, keep the boat level, and keep the prop in the water.
That does seem to be the point, doesn't it? And when you watch them out here and the 3s and 4s, like you were talking about, oh my goodness, are they spectacular? People that are watching on the shoreline are like, how is that even possible? But then you finally do find that line where it becomes pretty sketchy.
Absolutely, especially when you're rolling over the top of those big wave crests or trying to turn into that. You saw that with the smaller mod Vs. If they get on the wrong side of that wave crest, it can definitely throw them for a loop and push the boat around.
As we talked about before, we believe that this should be a 4-lap contest for the Super Vs. That one extreme boat that is out there should run 5 laps. That is a former Spirit of a Guitar boat that Steve Curtis raced with the Sheik whenever we get a chance to take a look at that big, long red boat. But a very, very fast and capable boat. There's a look at the IHRA entry as we go back to the Super V race.
Looks like we've got DSK out there stretching it out early.
And keeping an eye on all of the boats here is we are just as confused as everybody else at this point.
Yep. We're trying to pay some attention to some timing and scoring, trying to figure out what's going on here, guys.
Looks like a couple of boats at speed out there.
I wonder if we lost the camera potentially in some of this wave or some of this wind.
So yeah, not sure what's going on, but it doesn't look like the boats are on the course there. So we will try to get things sorted here, and we'll fill you in on the information as we hear about it. Couple of I was talking about that intercoastal before. That's where the big cruise liners are parked, and whenever I said I had breakfast at Grills, that's back there in that area. Just a beautiful area to go back and relax. And, of course, back out here on the coast now on Cocoa Beach. So the east coast of Florida, and everybody loves to come down here. We should have the Pro Class 1 boats coming up here. A number of categories yet to go before this day is over with. We hope you will stay with us. You are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series, stop number 3 on the 2026 tour.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worship, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Once again, a good look at the pier and the VIP area here at the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. Stop number 3. Ken Stout, Shane Landis, Taylor Snyder, and Tristan Garvin all covering the action for you. While we were away at break, we were inquiring on what the issue was, and apparently there's an issue with the pace boat. So everything was on hold, or is on hold until they get that sorted.
I think the boat itself's probably fine. I think they had. I mean, we saw Ray Lee just a little bit get absolutely soaked. So I don't know if they had to, swap some personnel or something out on the boat. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I don't think anything's wrong with our pretty Nortec though.
And a good look at one of the boats that'll be racing here a little bit later on as they continue to put these gorgeous things in the water. In the meantime, let's check in with Taylor as she has some updates. Not yet. Hold on there just a minute. A little antsy. See the X Insurance team down there as well. Cover on top of the capsule there to try and keep it somewhat cool inside there before the gang gets in.
You know, those guys were just like they did in St. Pete, man. They were trudging for second, trying to go for first position early on in that race, and then had this, crazy weird deal. Who would have thought with, I guess with the rough conditions, you could think about it, but, the helm to come apart. I mean, of all things.
Right. Absolutely wild. But, of course, they did get it fixed up. Well, as you might imagine, the support equipment that it takes to get these boats here and then, of course, get them out on the water, the entire team, and, of course, the equipment as well is nothing short of spectacular, and nobody does it better than Offshore Powerboat Racing Team. So we had a chance to walk through one of the trailers with one of the top teams and Monster Energy MCon. Enjoy.
Tyler Miller, owner, throttleman of the Monster Energy MCon 438 Pro Class 1 skater. Myrick Coyle, driver of the Monster Energy MCon Pro Class 1 skater. Right now we're standing inside of the nice shaded tent, which is a valuable commodity here in boat racing. We pride ourselves in keeping things nice, tight, clean, well organized, and open to anyone. So they can walk through the pits and just really, really feel like they're at home. It's a lot of camaraderie and a lot of friendships out there. We always talk about family, and I don't know, we kind of feel the team is the same thing, family oriented. There's so many guys that we talk to that, will ask us, what we did that on that day that we did good, and we'll try to help them out. Here at MCon Racing, we race the Class 1. Basically, the back quarter of the boat is engines, drives, and everything that makes it go forward. Everything else is there to give us that ride or make us go fast. From St. Pete to now, we've made minimal adjustments. Prior to St. Petersburg, through the off-season, we made some pretty radical changes. Actually, the biggest changes are the courses and the water conditions, and we just have to adjust to it as good as we can. So finding that perfect center of gravity on the boat, you got to move it forward a little bit for Cocoa Beach, and you move it back on the transom for the fast flat. So this is the hauler, and basically between upstairs and what you see down low, we can completely rebuild the boat from a catastrophic failure to back racing within pretty much a day if everything goes right. You're looking at $1 million in spare parts, just because the engine packages and the drives and the transom assemblies, basically everything that could break. You don't want to spend all this money and all this time to come here and then go, oh man, we're screwed because we don't have that part. It's a group effort. We can't lose anybody. The target on the back is huge. And, everybody's just waiting for that one hiccup, one mistake so they can capitalize and take over. This is a super competitive class, and all these guys are here to win. But so are we, put our best foot forward, put Monster Energy on top of the podium, and that's what we're here to do.
Top-notch team, and it'll give you a good idea what it takes to come out here and play at the highest level. It is definitely an expensive sport. It takes a village, if you will. But you don't have to start there. You don't have to go there. You can come out here and run a Thundercat and have a blast.
That's what I'm talking about. You might see me in one of those at a future event. I'm here to tell you.
The Thundercats weigh 150 pounds. So, I mean, you can put those about anywhere and put it in the back of your pickup truck, come out here and have some fun.
I think you and I, we could even grab those and handle them ourselves, man.
Yeah, we could drag one out. I'm certain of it.
You and I, we'd probably need a little bit of a performance upgrade, just to help offset our ballast.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yeah, balance of performance.
I always tell everybody I'm built for speed, or built for comfort, not for speed anyway. So.
Yeah, the big teams and what they show up with you. We saw a quick glimpse of it there where we showed you the street party that we had. When you see these boats, I mean, it is very difficult to describe to somebody how large they are. They are massive pieces of equipment. So when you get up close and personal, it is super cool to see one.
Now we're looking at the pace boat headed back out.
There we go. And the plumber is out here with us as always. Great to have Billy Moff with us. And I believe Taylor Snyder has caught up with him.
Billy, the WHM boat is here. It's in the water, and I hear it running, but I heard that wasn't the case earlier. It almost missed the race. Tell me what's going on.
So, we got back yesterday. They started washing the motor down. They found out one of the tippets on one of the valves, their 4-valve cylinders, had damage. Mercury jumped in there. They went, listen, I hate to tell you, you're not making it tomorrow. I called them late. I said, listen, guys, 4-valve motors. Can't we do something with one of the valves, possibly take it out of commission? They did some research. They said this morning, hey, guess what? You're golden. We went to the boat last night. We relieved the tension off the one valve. It can't do any damage. Go out there and run the hell out of it.
That's what you're going to do. Yesterday, I know you guys are one of the smaller boats in the pro class, but I know from a fact that you're still here to fight for it. What's it going to take?
Well, you know what? Listen, I was willing to go out there with one motor earlier and switch it to take it from my tilt, put it on my dunker, put it in down at the ramp, and just idle out on one. So, and it is. When you're the smallest boat in the class, you're fighting harder than you are against these bigger guys. But then again, it's about points. You never know who can break. And listen, I've been doing it 49 years, won 18 titles. It ain't about winning every race. It's about coming up with the points at the end of the year. So we're in it. We're gonna work hard.
That's right. Never count out Billy Moth in Pro Class 1, guys.
Yeah, we talked about that before, Shane. I mean, it's a long season, and it's about making the best of your bad days. And if you're having a bad day, maybe you can't fight for the win. But if you can get out there and pick up some points, you just never know, man.
Yep. I talked to Billy myself last night. I said, hey, everything went. He's like, I went good. Smaller boat in the class. Try to take it easy, not tear up equipment. I think at that point in time, they didn't realize or find that they had an issue yet. And he said, hey, he goes, on a race like this with conditions like that, on the smaller boat side, he goes, I'm just out here trying to gain some points.
Yeah, and to follow up, I did say we thought there was an issue with the Pace boat. As Shane reflected, it was not the boat itself. They needed to change some personnel out there, and you talked about this a day ago. People getting a little seasick out there with this chop, so they had to go back in and make a couple of changes. Probably had to get a towel for Ray Lee. Ray probably like, you know what, let me hop off of this thing while we're here.
He looked like a drowned rat, man, I tell you.
So the cranes are a huge part of what we do out here. As we saw, or maybe you saw a little bit earlier, they were setting some of the boats down in the water, but it's a big part of the program to get the boats in and back out of the water. And my buddy Shane Landis had a chance to do a nice feature on it. Let's check in with Shane.
All right, guys, so what you're seeing behind me here is the crane. So the crane is a real integral part of the infrastructure of an offshore boat race. We typically have 2 cranes in every race. The boat that's going on behind me, that is a Pro Class 1 boat. These boats are over 12,000 pounds. And part of the reason why we're using a crane is they want to know their weight, and they want to be able to calculate the fuel burn. So that way they can come out of the water on race day and meet that minimum requirement on the weight. And that's another reason why we have 2 cranes and we split the boats is every crane, if you go in on one crane, you will also come out on that same crane. So that way the same scale is hitting you on both ends. These guys come in here and they'll pull up. They already have the straps on their boat. They're ready to go. Sometimes they have ropes that hang off the edge of the boat. They use that as tethers because a lot of times they'll pick the boat up and it won't be in the correct orientation. So they'll use those ropes to turn the boat while the crane's in the air, but they'll also use that to help keep the boat calm while it's on the crane and doesn't get to whipping or swinging. Typically on race day, they're going to be dunking a boat that's coming up for a race, and they're probably going to, on the same pull out, take another boat and pull them out at the same time. So that way the crane's more efficient. So we want to try to make that as quick of a process as possible. The logistics side is just, there's so many moving parts all at once. To show up to a race and be a racer, or to just show up and be a fan, it's great. But the behind the scenes stuff is what takes a lot. And that's one of the main reasons why we built a tech team that we have. Everybody wants an equal opportunity on race day to be on the podium. And in order to ensure that, you have to have good tech.
I'm good. I won't have time.
I'll take water.
And thank you very much. And yeah, it's some of what it takes to get boats in and out of the water here. It's a big deal. And as you talked about, Shane, it's also very important to get that weight, to find out what that fuel burn is, so those guys know how to load up. We actually heard Bob Teague talk about in the drivers' meeting on Saturday morning. Hey, it's a 3-mile trip. make sure you fuel up. You're going to have to pass tech, but make sure you fuel up. They said if you're going to test, make sure you fuel up for the test and for qualifying if you're one of the qualifying classes. And remember, you're going to have to pass minimum weight whenever you get back from qualifying, and there was going to be no chance to refuel between the two. So that's all an integral part of what they have to deal with.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to calculate that idle fuel burn, because they have about a 15-20 minute from the crane spot out to the milling area where they get picked up. So those guys, that's a lot of extra calculation. It's easier to calculate fuel flow at wide open throttle or at higher rates of speed like that. But sitting there at idle, that's a little more difficult. And these guys do not want to come in light. I promise you, though, the conditions they are today, if anything, they're going to move some ballast around. As you heard Tyler Miller say, they're going to move some of that around for Coco here, get some weight a little more forward, change that center of gravity a bit. But I bet they're all going to go a little heavy on fuel.
Yeah, maybe it even helps them out in a day like today, right?
Yes, hopefully.
Carry a little more weight. Well, again, just one day ago with some great racing action out here. All the bracket boats came out here, so they are finished up for the weekend. But the bracket boat's putting on a good show, and they run anywhere between a 60 mile per hour class up to a 100 mile per hour class. Well, they have to maintain that speed, and you cannot go quicker than what the class designation speed is. If you do so for more than 3 seconds, you get penalized. It is quite a tap dance to stay as close to it as possible and not break out, as you say, and take on that penalty.
Yep, that's a difficult thing. I couldn't imagine, especially in conditions like this, to have to try to hold to a certain mile-an-hour mark. Regardless whether it's a slower speed or a faster speed, you've got your boat set up to run that best number, and it's everything you have to try to keep it right there at the line.
We'll take a look at the coastline here, and the fans having a great time. We are rolling the pace boat back out there onto the course. Hopefully we can get things going here in just a couple of moments. So stay with us, and we look forward to bringing you some more action here with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series.
GSMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people to death.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog here, right?
Hey, Deegan wins. For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Super West #1 plate.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
I know I got what it takes, and I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving slow on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
We welcome you back here to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. And it's brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive Fast Boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. And by BP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water. That flag flying proudly here, but it is standing straight out to give you an idea of just how windy it is here.
I don't know how what the wind gusts look like, but we've got to be feeling this 18, 20 mile an hour. It's got to be similar to yesterday.
It's very close, I would say. That one umbrella, that yellow and white one down there is sticking it out. The front half folded in. The rest of it is still standing. They have theirs angled properly. Here's a look at the pace boat making its way back out.
Getting a little bit of spray out there on that big, beautiful Nortec.
And we'll show you the conditions here that we're working with today. I believe it is right in the middle of the 80s, out on the lower side, actually, water temperature. So air temp 83 to 85, somewhere in there. Water temp just an absolute perfect 82 degrees. Wave height 3 to 5 foot, probably closer to that 5 foot
I was going to
number.
say, that seems real conservative if I had to guess, especially just watching that pretty Nortec. So.
There are some nice soft clouds up there floating along that keeps some of the sun from beating down on you. And then, of course, as you can see there, the wind somewhere between 17 and probably 20, 23 miles an hour, somewhere in there. It's pretty steady, again, like it was yesterday. We can see the walls here on our booth are soft walls, tarps, if you will, and it keeps them, they don't buffer back and forth really, they just stay out. Yep. So it's a steady wind.
Things are definitely consistent, but it still doesn't make it very readable. You know what I mean?
Right.
They have their work cut out for them from a feel to a visual standpoint, trying to catch these waves when they're out there running at speed. That's a lot of work, and the rougher conditions just make it that much more of an impaired situation for them. We got Jackhammer, we got Reese and Julian getting ready to be dropped in for the Factory 500 race coming up soon.
Yeah, I saw that Montlick boat last night. They were working intently on that. The entire cradle was damaged. They had the cutoff, the death wheel, I call it, the cutoff wheel out, and we're making some pretty serious adjustments to that thing. Again, I'm just amazed at what the crews are capable of doing here in the middle of the pits to solve some of these issues, but that entire right rear engine, our starboard side engine, completely off the boat, as they had to make adjustments to that cradle and then get it back on there. But it looks like they are ready to race.
Yeah, I had no idea that they had even broken anything, and I walked around the corner of the trailer and I'm like, well, I'll be darned. I mean, it was just sitting there swinging. So, yeah, they have some work cut out for them.
And once again, we're going to go to a nice feature with one of the crew chiefs. Let's check in and find out what they're thinking.
My name is Michael Shomek. We're here in Cocoa Beach this weekend. Race with the IHRA Racing team. Number is 08. I'm the crew chief for the race team. Everything kind of goes through me. We kind of decide as far as propellers, the weight and stuff, engine aspect and stuff. I just checking things over, making sure everything's nice and tight, servicing the engines, doing a valve lash on the engines, and then I got other guys and stuff. They get the fenders, ropes, the straps ready and stuff. So during the race, when the guys are out there racing, qualifying or on the course, I have a headset. I'm on the phone conversation with them the whole time, relay information that they're seeing on the dashes, and then I just kind of communicate with them, let them know everything's good. And sometimes, they want to know how far ahead of boats in front of them or behind them. We are located out of Lake the Ozarks. Is at my facility at Go Fast Boat Service. I do all the maintenance and service on the boat, rebuilding all the drives, the transom assemblies. Usually, if we have an engine issue and stuff, engines come out, they get sent to Sterling, Cade Wilson, and Jason Mast. They've been pretty good help this year and stuff. And we've been, holding together. So that's the main thing, is going out there, finishing races, and keep podium. I pretty much, we run Motec system and stuff. I have a laptop so I can watch all the parameters on the engines. If I see we're having a water pressure issue, or if the engine's getting hot, or we have an oil pressure issue, I can tell the guys to just shut it down, pull off before we do anything catastrophic to the engines. And, then sometimes when they go out and they test and stuff, they say, oh, we're a little light, in the nose, and we may have to add a little bit of weight to it, or if we need, just a little bit more fuel, just to get the balance of the boat right and stuff. Sometimes I'll, sit in the truck and whatnot, but I usually come back to the hauler, and I'll sit here in the hauler and stuff. This is where I have my, have the computer set up, and, I can communicate with them here. It's going to be bumpy, but this boat loves the rough water, so there's no issues there. We got second in qualifying today. Grady Hill got pole. Dirty Money's in third, so it'll be a battle. It'll be a battle out there.
Some of the action, and always good to hear from the brilliant minds behind these teams and the adjustments that they're able to make as the drivers and throttlemen come back there and report what they're feeling and what they think they might like to have. And those guys go in there and ponder over the options, and they're brilliant at what they do.
Yep, those are some of the guys that I always like to talk to and usually have on the old speed dial with my text, so I can figure out what happened, what's wrong, like what's going on, and they'll usually give me a lot of feedback and stuff. I just try to stay vague with my questions, don't like to talk super details, but just to get an update and a condition of what's going on. And Michael with Go Fast Services out of Lake Ozarks, awesome shop. They also take care of a couple of our super stock boats that are out here in the field as well. So they are no stranger to everything, all high performance boats. Great group of guys.
Looking out over the coastline here on the east coast of Florida, or the Space Coast as they refer to this particular area of the beach. Cocoa Beach, as we talked about before, about an hour, I believe it's about an hour south of world famous Daytona International Speedway. Home of the Daytona 500, of course.
How far are we from Daytona? I guess I didn't look at the map.
So, yeah, I mean, without pulling the map up, I think we're about an hour or so.
I was say we're pretty darn close.
Not too far away.
My childhood, I grew up every February coming to the 500 with my parents.
It's a little less than an hour from Orlando Airport to Daytona, and it's about 50 minutes here. So,
was that old boy looking for nickels or rings? Which was he?
I don't know.
What was he finding?
We got a race right here.
Yeah, we got our two-man crew.
Dual engines in one and single power adder in the other.
Man, it looks like our mixed bracket class right there. And we even have our throttle person in the rear checking over their shoulder to make sure we see what the pass is looking like.
Look at that. Making a move. Oh, ran her wide. Ran her wide for a second.
Wouldn't it be great if one of them just biffed it just right here on camera?
Looks like they're working pretty hard, man.
I think it'd be hard to pedal a bike like that, especially in that wet sand. But you can see all the debris getting blown in because the waves and the wind are so rough. It's just kicking up all that trash and putting all that vegetation on the shoreline.
You bring up a good point there, Shane. I was going to go down that road as well. You look at all that seaweed. They actually have 2 strainers per side on the Class 1 boats. One to pick up initial stuff like this because there's big seaweed beds that are out there. Yep. And then they have another one that is much finer that gets the smaller particulates out before they go into the intercoolers for the turbos. So, yeah, that is actually a really good point of how much seaweed is out here. Yeah. Well, earlier today, they did a nice feature on another one of the categories that we will see in competition here later on today. So let's check in and see if we can learn a little something.
Hi, my name is Caleb Mead. I'm part of MF Racing number 5, and we're in the factory stock 500 race class. This is my 4th year racing. I started the year I turned 16. Now I just turned 19. My dad has been buying MTI powerboats since 2008, and I ended up growing up with the owner of the company, and he got me into racing and told me when I turned 16 he'd help me get started. So coming from Lubbock, Texas, there's nothing but dirt and ranch land. We have to go to Miami or Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri to practice, and we get to do that 3 or 4 times a year. This year, we had a blowover in Key West, first week in November. It was my first time ever going. We made it out the first turn, headed to the straightaway, and got jammed between 2 other boats and I think we were running 120 just about, and the air came off the side of both boats in front of us and straight down our tunnel, and it sent us into a backflip. I just remember starting to go up, and then one of the worst feelings that I've had to go through. That's a 3-day race, and it was on the first day. We didn't get our boat back till spring break, so I had 1 day of testing previous to this race. I think it was just a little south of 500,000 for the new motors, and then we had to redo the decking because the carbon fiber got torn into pieces and hatches blew off. We've done pretty well for ourselves in the past year. I'm in the boat with one of the best throttlemen, if not the best in the world, and knowing that I have him in the boat, I have all the confidence to get back to the dock safely. Last year was a good season, and I'm hoping we can do that again. I would say we are probably one of the hunted boats this year. I hope y'all are ready, because there's nothing coming between me and a checkered flag.
What a crazy situation, man. But it's packing all that air. We've talked about it before, and how much air these boats move. And he got caught in the middle, catching air off of both sides, and it packed his tunnel with twice the amount, and he went for a ride.
That's why in the rules they want to keep like one boat length between these guys, especially in the cat classes, because they can take the air off of each other or force air under one of another boat, and they can both go over together. I've seen side-by-side blowovers at the exact same time, and it's because they're robbing air from one another, and it creates definitely a big problem. Kind of a funny story, since everything resulted well from that. But Caleb said, he goes, the only time I've ever heard Johnny say a cuss word was that one time. And I said, man, that's a man of a lot of words. He gets out there and just focuses and gets it done. And I'm thinking, if I'm sitting there driving like Caleb and I heard that, you better hold on.
Yeah, if memory serves, and I could be wrong on this one, but I believe it was 2024 at Sheboygan, one of those boats went for a big ride like that, nose way up, and had great onboard of throttlemen doing everything they could do to save it, and actually did kind of prop walked it, if you will, for a little bit, and they were able to set it back down and continue on in the race. But it's a crazy thing when you see one of those massive boats go up.
Yeah,
try to blow over.
Yeah, you definitely are the first thing you can think of when we see it. Just like in New Orleans. I don't know if we have any feedback or playback from our Lake Wiley racing team that blew it over in New Orleans here a few weeks back. It just creates a lot of work. First and foremost, you want to make sure everybody's okay, but then after that, the work starts.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break here once again, and hopefully getting things sorted here and a little bit closer to the drop of a green flag. Stay with us. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series.
SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's the time to show that I got that dog here, right? Hey, dig and win. For the 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Midwest #1 plate.
This coming Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is in Shreveport, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. It's the third event of the 2026 season. At Port Neches Riverfest, fourth-generation boat racer Andrew Tate entered the event as the point leader. That advantage dissipated as he found trouble in the third heat race.
Three wide down there.
Tate almost goes over, puts it on its side.
Oh no, the 14 of Andrew Tate is absolutely decimated.
Veteran racer Spencer Love was the eventual winner. The point standings after round 2 has Jared Jensen at the top, with Spencer Love just 9 points behind. After Andrew Tate's misfortune, he now sits in 8th. Saturday's coverage of the Red River Rumble will start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. On Sunday, we'll be live on Speed Sport 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, and then on Speed Sport 1 starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
And another beautiful long shot here of the coastline at Cocoa Beach for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. Day number 2 here of racing. The first couple of races in, and had a little bit of issues with some personnel that were on the boat that needed to be swapped out. It is choppy out there, so caution for everybody. Make sure we take care of people. That is one of our Super V boats. The Was Up, and we had them out here before and had to send everybody back while some personnel changes were made onto the Pace boat. So it looks like we're bringing them back out here for our next race. Smitty and Anthony Smith, Roland Smith and Anthony Smith. Roland, affectionately known as Smitty, will be doing the driving in the Was Up boat. Those guys were out here a little bit earlier and milling for a pretty long time. So, as we talked about, there's minimum weights here. It wouldn't surprise me that they eventually had to go back and possibly refuel.
Yeah, I was worried about fueling myself. You know, that was definitely something I was considering. You kind of beat me to that, but you know, that's something they have to contend with. Maybe the shorter laps will help them out too.
So looking at that, I've got to say we were treated to a great surprise here at the booth just one day ago as the two-time champion Top Fuel joined us, one Miss Brittany Force. Here's a look back at the interview.
I'm Brittany Force, driver of the Monster Energy Top Fuel Dragster for John Force Racing. And I'm out here at Cocoa Beach. It's my first time I've ever been. I've never experienced anything like this, so I'm excited to be out here with Monster. I grew up in the sport of NHRA drag racing. I remember watching my dad go down racetrack, set records, catch on fire, flip over, win championships. I watched him do it all. But I was always a fan in the stands. I loved watching from there. When you're sitting up in those stands and you watch those cars go by at 300 less miles per hour, I mean, the ground shakes. You feel it in your chest. There's absolutely nothing like it. Once I got in one, there was no getting me out. So I spent 6 years in sports and divisions, driving Super Comp, driving APL, and then I went to the Pro Division, Top Fuel. 2013 was my rookie season. It's always been a male-dominated sport. That's always kind of how it's been. But honestly, the courtesy over male or female. The guy in the lane next to you, they don't care who's in the lane. They're looking to do the same thing that I'm looking to do, and that's turn on wind lights all day long. I give my dad all the credit. He taught me everything in the sport of NHRA drag racing, from driving the cars to interviews to stage shows to sponsor events. But really, I didn't feel like I paved my own path. He was 20 car guy. We were always 20 car guys. So I kind of went a different route. I wanted to get into a Top Fuel dragster. I wanted to give the fans a Top Fuel car to root for rather than a 20 car driver. It was definitely a challenge on its own. We've never had a Top Fuel car in our pits, and it was a big adjustment. And it wasn't until 2017 that we got our first championship for John John Force Racing in a top. Honestly, I'm excited to be here. I don't know what to expect. These guys are crazy. People say we're crazy. No. When you're on the freaking water, that's a whole different animal. I'll be cheering on Team Empire, so really excited about it. Excited to be here and see what's in store.
Yeah, and she joined us here in the booth as well. It's great to have her out here and get that perspective, and of course, legendary family name and all the success that they've had all along the way. So it was great to have her out here.
And absolutely a pleasure to talk with and deal with. You know what I mean? Like what you saw right there, that is her. She is genuine. She's real. She's just an amazing person, extreme competitor, and we were just fortunate enough to have her with us for a little while yesterday.
Yeah, all three of the girls have been were just incredibly talented. And of course, father, legendary name for many, many, many years.
Yeah, he was one of my heroes in funny car growing up in the growing up in the 80s.
Everybody's hero, man. Everybody loved John Force.
Yeah, John Force, and then I liked Bob Glidden. So I'm all, even to this day, I'm a door car guy, right? I love Pro Stock, love Mountain Motor Pro Stock. I love Pro Mods. And what IHRA is doing for the Pro Mod Series is just, it's fantastic to see all those cars come together for a race. I'm super pumped about what next weekend holds.
Yeah, Maple Grove coming up here.
Man, you can't beat that. It's going to be awesome.
The Triple Crown, it'll be the first stop of the Triple Crown. If you can win all three in your respective class, it's a bonus $1 million. If you can win the race, it's $150,000. That's a pretty good hit.
Absolutely.
And, of course, we will have the best of the business coming out there. It's going to be a lot of fun, no doubt.
I'll tell you what, Ken, I'm really, really pumped about the Super V race. We've not had Super Vs with us yet this year. This is the first event, so race 3. We've had some Super Vs kind of get together and show up, and this is going to be an awesome, thundering show. For the fans at home, if you're ever on a beach, these guys are loud. I think they trump Super Cats as far as noise.
A pair of 572s back there, that'll help out.
Bigger cubic inch motors, just absolutely laying it down.
See the two fresh air intakes on either side of that one, the Was Up boat.
Yep, so what you're seeing there for some of the fans at home that, might be gearheads or might not know a lot about how these boats are set up, these boats are going to be a staggered configuration. So in a lot of, twin engine performance boats, the engines are sitting side by side, Ken. But when you look at a Super V like this, they want the weight centered in the middle of the boats. They try to bring both engines close together. They accomplish that by staggering their setup inside the boat. That's why the engine hatches look extremely long, and you have those air inlet scoops here on What's Up. As you had mentioned, they're in a different staggered configuration. That's to keep that center of gravity better.
Great information. Out there in the milling formation once again, waiting for all the other boats to get out here. And then that beautiful Nortec Pace boat will get everybody up on plane and throw them the green flag.
With the big, with the big 572s that you just mentioned, these are going to be mated to a big 6 drive out back, and then there's a few Super V teams out there that do run some of the surface drives. Some of my buddies up in Michigan, Michael Knobloch, they've got American Custom Marine. They run the Extreme Series, and I believe they're going to be with us next month at Lake of the Ozarks. I think that's going to be their first showing for Extreme, but it's essentially this boat on steroids. That boat has the big 1350s in it, I believe is what he has in that boat. So just fantastic engine package, and that boat is just absolutely screams.
Look at the DSK boat. That is the number 52 boat with Tim Linden and Gary Aldington.
That boat is a 2007 Outer Limits SV40, and that boat has Sterling power in it as well. It's a good-looking boat. That big flat deck on it, it's that big swept canopy. That's a really sharp-looking boat.
And Discreet Racing is one of our Pro Class 1 boats that will be out here a little bit later today, and I believe Taylor is down there with them. Taylor?
I sure am down here at Discreet. You are one of our newer boats here in the Class 1. You were a little nervous talking to me, but we're just down here having a good time. Obviously, the docks are a little calmer than what we see out on the race course. What kind of mental preparation do you go through? Are you a listen to calm music? Are you a pump yourself up? What gets you going before race day?
Oh, I like being pumped up a lot more than maybe calm down. It's with everything always changing in boat racing, it's it always keeps you on the edge. So I like being pumped up and ready to go.
I was just asking what your favorite karaoke song was.
I don't know if I have one, honestly, but I love all the boat songs, like Pontoon. I know Reese's, that's one of Reese's favorites. So,
are you guys ever in the boat singing? Are you guys focused?
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. It's pretty focused. He's telling me what to do, and I'm trying to tell him where to go, and he tells me he can drive, so...
Oh, this is a fun dynamic.
Kind of fun, yeah, for sure.
Because I was saying to somebody earlier, at speeds like this, hesitation and bad communication, you can't fake that chemistry between the driver and the throttleman. That can cost races, right, if that communication isn't on point. So does it get heated in there sometimes?
Not really heated. It's more, laughing and joking, and we have a good time. It's all about having fun. And then I always sound like, I never know when to take you serious. And he's like, you'll figure it out.
When things get serious, you can take them serious.
Definitely, 100%.
All right, well, best of luck out there today.
Thanks a lot.
Guys.
Yeah, you got to have a good time, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's great to have them out here, part of that field, of course, in that Pro Class 1 category, and had a career best finish one day ago as they were one spot off of the podium. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, happy for those guys in that race yesterday. I mean, to complete it after having the struggles they did for the first two races, I mean, that's a win.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and especially given the conditions. I mean, they just survived a big one. I'll be honest with you, man. I went out looking for them last night. I just could not find the pit. They're in a big boat, though. That's a 50-foot Mystic.
Yep. Yeah, no, there's a different section. So similar to where they're doing the awards area, if you just continue following that little that little waterway back around, they're kind of tucked in behind there by the big tower.
Wanted to go back and check on them, see how they were, see if they heard any parts or pieces. Just was never able to really locate them. So Myra Croyo filled me in a little bit on the boat, a boat that he used to race. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's any boats out here that Myrick hasn't raced, to be honest.
I'll tell you, Myrick's he's had his hands on a lot of those boats, and that was one that he used to be in quite a bit. So. I am ready for these guys to get lined up and get after it.
Yeah, I'm ready for anybody to get up here and line up and get after it. I was kind of happy to see two bicycles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something.
Maybe we'll get some joggers that start taking edge here before too long. Look at the conditions, guys. I just don't know if it's laid down much. They said that it might this afternoon. Maybe that's better than yesterday, but that is brutal. Because that is a big, heavy, awesome riding center console, and that thing is just out there trudging around.
Couple of boats out here. We should have, I believe, a total of 4 in the Super V category. And there's 3 of them that I can see out there. And one more time, we're going to go back over to Taylor.
I found the place to hang out. All the drivers and the throttlemen are coming down here to chat with me. I caught a word with Logan from Team Montlick. Logan, you were heading somewhere, but let's talk about your boat a little bit because you had a motor cradle go out. How's the repair going?
Team got it done last night. They were up until 2 in the morning fixing everything. Ended up taking the motor off the boat, and we're back here. We're back in business.
That's how racing goes sometimes. Obviously, it's a team sport. They don't call it a team sport for nothing, right? It's not just you two in the boat. Everybody kind of pitches in. How does that feel once you're able to get that boat on the water for the whole team to revel in their success?
Feels pretty good. Doesn't really feel too good if you're not first place, but we're aiming for first today, so look for us out there.
All right. Well, thanks for chatting with me, Logan.
Nicely done, and yeah, congrats to that team with a lot of hard work to have handled. I believe what we were just updated with is that the helicopter is on its way back, so that is what's holding us up here. But hopefully we are just moments away from the helicopter being back, and we can get them formed up and give them a green flag, turn them loose. The twisted boat out there, saw the exhaust popping out of that one, and we talked about the driver and throttleman being updated on that particular boat with Billy Schlipley doing the driving and Jackson Muller on the sticks.
I'm pretty excited actually for Billy Shipley to get in that Super V because like his fountain is a little bit smaller. I mean, it's a 38, but I keep hitting around. I'm like, man, are we ever going to see some transition into Super V or what? So I just think this is an awesome opportunity for him to get behind the wheel.
We're going to see a super stock race a little bit later on. It will be a large category, a number of boats, and no doubt exciting racing on that as well. We did a feature on one of our competitors earlier today.
Greg Reichman, I'm the owner and throttleman of the X Insurance Jones Soda Wright Trailer Superstock 88 racing team. First race was in 1992, actually in Marina Del Rey, California. I raced a class, at that time they referred to it as A class. 2025 for me, and we have a high level team. So we have a lot of haulers, we have a lot of equipment. I had to go buy all this stuff. Our pit is very detailed. It takes a lot to put it all together. So I threw it all together really fast. And then I had to get a crew that was capable of keeping up with us. I don't think there's any slow boats. Look at the guys at the front, right? The guys at the front are professional. If he's not racing his super stock boat, he's racing Formula One boats in Dubai. He's doing this, he's doing that. He's on the water every weekend. Tough guy to beat just because time in the boat is what matters, right? Experience matters. They're not going to make mistakes. I think it's the most difficult class to win. They're not focused necessarily on being your buddy. They're focused on kicking your ass. I expect by the end of the year I'll be running with them, maybe sooner. In our class, there's so many boats. There's actually a lot of passing. Like if I had had 2 more laps, I had been fighting with the guys at the front that I probably don't have the skill set to fight with yet, but I've been fighting with them anyway. I don't take anybody lightly. It's possible that you could be in 5th place and 4 guys break on the last lap. I've seen it. I like it when people underestimate me. I got pitched out of a boat in Dana Point, California. We tripped and stuffed in an open cockpit A boat, 28 foot. I got sucked out. And I actually got back in my boat, bleeding and halfway dead, and finished the race, which you're not allowed to do anymore. If you're pitched out of your boat, your race is over. So I call it the Greg Reichman rule because they created the rule because of me. I would never say there's no way you're going to win this weekend to anybody because I don't believe that. I'm showing up here to win. I'm showing up here to beat all of these guys. And if you're in front of me, I'm going to try to run you down. So.
And as you can see, it helps if you're just a little bit crazy.
Man, I think if I took that ride he was just talking about and I got tossed out, I'd hit that water so hard, I'd probably be about done on that deal.
Yeah, I'm with you. Once again, waiting for the helicopter to get back here so we can get the Super V race fired up.
We had a conversation about the helicopter. We were talking about the water and the conditions there. Could you imagine just flying that chopper? I would think, I'm not a pilot or anything, but I would think it'd be difficult to, hold steady and fly a chopper in this type of condition, with the wind the way it is.
Yeah,
it'd be difficult.
I know nothing about it either, but I would have to agree with you. I would think that the fact that it's a steady wind rather than an extremely gusty one would be some sort of benefit anyways. But, yep, definitely out of my world. I am not familiar with that one at all, but glad they are capable of coming out here and certainly providing some oversight and some safety. So we have to wait for them to get back here to do that. And once again, just a gorgeous shot here of the Cocoa Beach coastline. So we will take a break. We'll give the helicopter a little more time to get back up here. And we'll go racing, hopefully, when we come back. Thank you.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
that it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is at the legendary Maple Grove Raceway for the IHRA Triple Crown. Names like Dale Worsham, Ron Katz, Sean Reed, Spencer Massey, and many more will be there for a shot at $1 million. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, watch the action on Speed Sport 1. Friday's coverage will start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Saturday will be back starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details of viewing options.
Once again, we welcome you back here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. I believe all of our boats have made their way out here in the Super V category, and including the Extreme Boat, the 07 there of Daryl Cuddle and Steve Curtis. Be out here making some laps. Here's a great lineup, and the Was Up Racing number 3 boat of Roland Smith, Anthony Smith, and Twisted Boat 71 of Bill Shipley and Jay Muller. Actually, I think that's Jax Muller in there.
Muller, yep.
And DSK with Tim Lind and Gary Aldington, and Knucklehead Racing. Looks like they might not make the call here.
That is that's just terribly upsetting for those guys. Yep. I mean, they were out there, they were running around. I don't know if they had a mechanical or heat issue or something might have happened, but that is very disheartening for those guys to travel all the way down from Michigan. And I absolutely just love those guys. So hopefully they can get their stuff figured out and get it ready for the next one.
Pace boat on plane here, getting the boats up to speed. The twin 572 Super V's ready to make some noise. It'll be exciting to hear them. Caution flag out here. We'll look for the green flag when they throw it. Keep your eyes on that guy down there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Took us a little bit to get here, but we're ready to go racing once again.
We got a boat coming in there from the back trying to trudge up and get lined up.
Look at that line. I love that camera shot. It is beautiful.
Got the helicopter there hanging right with them.
It's like one more boat catching up here. That is there it is on the DSK boat up there on the inside, and green flag. We are racing here with the Super V's, and way on the outside is that Extreme Boat. That is a different category. We'll find out how things go. Big power inside of that one. Big boat.
These boats are so evenly matched. I think you're going to see a pretty tight race, for the remainder of the laps here. They're making their way down to the first corner, so they need to hold a position through the first pin.
Good look up in the distance of the boats. Everybody doing what they do. Nice clean start here so far. big advantage already. I believe that's the What's Up boat. That is way out there, the number 3 boat.
That's going to be Schmitty and Anthony Smith trying to take that early command.
And a look at the Extreme boat out there as well. Legendary Steve Curtis on the sticks here. Daryl Cuddle in his first race out here in the Extreme boat. Of course, that duo going to Lotto a year ago, setting the speed record. You can see a good, I mean, that's a...
Did you see that?
That What's Up boat is a big boat, and look at it compared to that Extreme boat.
Yeah, that Extreme boat, I think that's a 50 MTI. Like I said, I believe they only ever glassed or built 2 of those boats, saying there's only 2 in existence ever. That thing is an absolute tank.
It is a monster.
Big power.
Steve Curtis, of course, a multi-time champion, 7-time UIM world champ in Class 1. Just countless championships if you go down the entire list of everything that he has done. Spent his entire life in this industry, and Daryl Cuddle able to purchase that boat and put Curtis in there beside him. He will learn from one of the absolute best to ever do it. And like I said, that duo was titles. Yeah, and that duo was very good at Lotto. So 242 miles an hour. Clearly, Daryl not afraid to get inside of one of these things. The 3 boat of What's Up, hanging right in there. Smitty doing a great job.
Anthony's doing an awesome job keeping that boat flat with the throttle. He must just have found the trim setting that's just perfect, because that boat looks like it's just stretching its legs.
Oh, man. That Extreme boat was almost completely up in the air.
Just
and the What's Up boat having some issues.
Oh, no. I wonder, it looks like they're off plane.
Man, everything was going great for that boat. It looked perfect. And now, unfortunately, sitting there not moving at all. Don't see anything churning. No, I do see a little. Yep, I think he just put it back in gear or put the throttles back down.
And he had stretched himself out a nice lead, too. So now he's going to have to dig back from the rear. I'm not sure what position change or where that put him right yet.
I'm curious if anybody got around him.
I saw a wake on the other side of him, but
well, that was the Extreme boat was back there, and I know he went around him, but I'm not sure if a class boat got around him or not. We'll see if we can figure that out. It does look like somebody's up there in front of him, right? That's not the Extreme boat.
No,
it's
not.
Think.
That's why I wasn't sure who it was and who went by, but I believe that's probably twisted. If I had to guess here, looking from the distance that we are in. There's our Extreme boat up there just eating up the waves.
Yeah, and some great seat time there for Daryl. I'm sure big communication from Steve Curtis there as well.
There's probably not a better boat out here equipped to handle water like this. That is a massive boat.
Daryl doing a nice job aiming that thing back in towards the buoy, towards the pin. Leaving a wide lane there. Don't know if they have a spotter or not, but might be leaving plenty of room there if they're not certain if there's a Super V boat still underneath there.
Yeah, they're probably trying to make sure in case there is somebody there, they kind of keep it wide so that way they don't have to worry about trying to cut somebody else off that's in the middle of the class race.
You see the buoy right there, so nicely done, man. I think that really opened up the entry, was able to carry some good momentum, and then a late apex, if you will, on the turn. It's a great way to go.
There's our twisted entry. That's Billy Shipley and Jax Muller. I believe they were the ones that squeaked by What's Up when they had some kind of power failure there. Yeah, but see, they're still right in the mix.
Yeah, and there's What's Up right there, closing up. So this is going to be a good battle.
After that mishap, this just turned into a race.
Yeah, the DSK boat right there behind the What's Up. So all 3 of the boats separated by just a few seconds at this point. This is a long race, so they need to take care of the equipment. I say a long race; it's 4 laps.
But in conditions like this, it seems like it's forever to get around the course in conditions like you said.
Better part of 24 miles, just a tick less. And the What's Up boat making a run here. on the outside. That boat that's in second place, as you see, chasing the Twisted boat down.
Yeah, I bet you, I don't know what timing his scoring has officially as far as the differential there, but
we've
got to be a
here.
second and a half. It looks like we're making a pass position, or an attempt to make a pass.
It certainly looked that way, unless it was a strange camera angle, but here they come.
Look at that hard charge.
Smitty and Anthony Smith doing a great job, and it looks like they will get back up on point as the Twisted boat takes air. But that number 3 boat definitely flexing some muscle and showing some speed once again.
I'd be interested to know what happened there, just a little bit ago when we saw him, come off power and come off plane. But whatever it was, they must have plugged it back in, started it, whatever they did, they shook it off, and they are back.
We can hear them running up the shore back behind us. Those big 572s in full song. The Twisted boat eating some water right there.
He dropped her right down in the bottom of a wave.
See how much more of that boat's in the water versus the one's up is a little bit, it's up on top of the water a little bit better.
He has it dancing for sure. You can hear the difference, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, to the viewers at home, the Super Cats are loud, but these big 572s just crank. Oh, looks like we're making a pass position here from the DSK team. Looks like Tim and Gary are trying to go around Twisted.
One more look at our leader up here that had a moment there on lap number 1, came to a complete stop. Only sat there for a few seconds and was able to, as Shane just said, able to fix whatever the issue was, get it fired back up and put it in gear, take off, and then a scrap back to get up front.
I've seen weird stuff happen, like you hit a wave wrong, it jostles something, a ground comes loose, who knows what. They pull it off plane, restart it, and it's fine, like it's something never happened. So those are the kind of issues technicians hate to chase.
Back there from the DSK boat, beautiful shot there. You were talking about that one before. That 2007 Outer Limits SV40 Sterling power in the back of that one, so good power. DSK Marine helping them out. Patriot Marine helping them out as well. Tim Linden and Gary Aldington. Good looking boat. And Twisted might be in some trouble there and headed back to the pits, which would leave us with a 2-boat race here in the Super V category.
And I hate to see that if they've, especially for Billy to try to have that good opportunity to hop in that boat today.
And there we go. Another look at that Extreme boat. The back of that one using BPM drives. It's also a rudder boat, as you were talking about before. It is huge in size, and the BPMs, as we talked about before, you can run 6. I think there's 6 approved sets of props for the BPMs. They move about 8 degrees in comparison to an M6, which will move the better part of 30 degrees, but it's just 2 completely different ways to go about it. They can change the gear. There's a quick change, effectively a quick change at the back of those boats, where they can make a quick gear change. They might not have a whole bunch of props, but they do have a whole bunch of gears. So they just need to dial that in, come back and get the gear and prop choice right, and then come out here and deal with that rough water.
They can change those gears almost as quick as they can change a prop.
I think 4 or 5 minutes, honestly. I did it when I was a young man. I used to change. Matter of fact, I blame that on the reason I never had any girlfriends in school, because my hands always smelled like rear end grease, because I would change the gears on a sprint car every weekend, and you can't get rid of that smell on your hands. Now they're smart enough to use gloves.
Yep, now that's something that does stay with you. I can smell that now that you mentioned that. I used to help crew on a dirt car a long time ago, and we'd always change the third members out, and I had the same kind of job.
I'm here for you.
Boy, what a beautiful boat that thing is.
Oh, man.
And clearly very fast. Very capable people inside as well. You can't extract all that speed unless you have them. They have the right people as we go back. And speaking of the right people, Steve Curtis is certainly one of those guys. Numerous American champions. Doesn't matter where it is. He has certainly proven his worth over time.
That is a good-looking MTI. I know it's the biggest one they ever built. We've said it before, but, dude, the boat is just beautiful. The lines on that thing are amazing. Even though that boat's big and it's going to handle well, Steve's still in there earning it.
Well, yeah, you don't put that guy on the sticks if you don't want to go fast. I mean, he's been at this more than 40 years. Famed United Kingdom-based Cougar Powerboats founder, Clive Curtis, son of Clive. I mean, he just grew up with this stuff in his blood. Claimed his first Class 1 World Championship down in Key West when he was 21 years old. He is far from 21 now. Became a throttle man for the infamous Lamborghini team a few years later. Joined Bjorn and had a huge success in the Spirit of Norway. Also competed with the Sheikh Hassan. Took over the team there. So, I mean, he's been at the highest levels of the game and succeeded in a big way.
Yep, he's definitely somebody you want to put in the boat with you if you're looking for you're looking for excellence.
Speaking of excellence, in the Super V category, What's Up is showing everybody some of that.
Smitty and Anthony Smith are throwing down.
Lap 3 of the 4-lap contest.
Doing their best to absolutely tame the rough waters here in Cocoa Beach. And they look like they're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I thought that was great information coming from Owen Buis that he was able to keep the boat level. And as you can see, these people with a lot of experience on the throttles, and you wouldn't typically think a lot of experience looking at a young Owen Buis, but as I said before, the seat time that young man has had growing up on the west coast of Florida, where he's in one of these boats all the time. But listen to him say, it was about keeping the boat level, and we can see that these people that are good with the throttles are able to do so. Get that ballast right, run the sticks right. Yep. Sounds easy.
Oh, man, but definitely not. And you wouldn't think, but, a few inches off on your weight placement can make the world of difference. Adjusted drive heights or spacers, a half a pitch off on the prop, man, that can just ruin your day if you miss the mark.
Boy, that was a beautiful sight right there, that DSK boat. Full flight. Love the colors on it. And if you get a chance to come to one of our events and you can come out to one of the street parties, I promise you will be impressed. The tow vehicles match the boats.
Oh, yeah.
It's obviously the team uniforms. I mean, everything in sync.
Beautiful trucks, sport chassis. Some of these guys are even getting towed around with big semis.
Wicked sound systems. When they go on those parades, you got to see the stereos and sound systems.
Oh, I know.
On them.
Yeah, you got those Rockford Fosgate backed, DMR and Performance and Dirty Money guys. Those guys are absolutely the center of attention on some street parties.
There's a look at the big boat out there doing what it loves to do here in the rough water.
Eat it up, just taking it over. Lap 3 of 5.
Big, massive MTI. Daryl Cuttle, man. I mean, nothing like jumping in the deep end.
Oh, no joke.
And that's kind of what he
extreme all the way.
Yeah, he's not afraid, no question. I mean, well, he proved that last year at Lotto, right, at 242 miles an hour. He also has a crazy drag race snowmobile that produces 1,000 horsepower. We saw him in competition a little bit earlier this year with the Snow Outlaws.
Big Pro Mod car. He's got all kinds of good stuff.
Loves his horsepower. And the What's Up boat, keeping it clean, man, keeping it straight. Whatever that issue was early on, they stopped. They came to a complete stop. They were able to get it sorted, and it has not reared its ugly head since. We'll see if they can finish things up here on lap 3 of 4. The extreme boat out here, last lap 427.7 in comparison to the Super V's at the Was Up boat at a last lap at a 512.9.
That tells me I feel like, they said it was going to lay down on conditions, but we're seeing some rough stuff out there. As far as the speeds that these boats are capable of in comparison to some of the times we were seeing earlier today, I just don't think it's laying down out there, Ken. Which is going to pose some interesting racing when we come to Pro Class 1, factory stock. We have super stock left. It's a wild afternoon.
The DSK boat hanging in there as well. And coming back up the coastline, once again, we can hear them back behind us with headphones on.
Yeah, you're not canceling that noise out. Not today.
That's the one that makes everybody turn around and look, and we're hearing the checkered flag is coming out.
That could, I don't know what lap count the extreme entry is on, but that could be an extreme checkered flag.
And they say the checkered flag is flying here for the number 3 Was Up boat. And it looks like time of scoring just updated right there to lap 4, so they're going to call that race good. Congratulations to the 3 boat DSK. Still charging hard there to get to the stripe.
You got to think, since we haven't had a Super V race yet this year, this is the start of the points for the season.
Right. Yep, finished strong. Learn what you can learn. That boat pretty planted in the water.
Yes, it is. Gary's doing an awesome job.
So, and pick their setup, and like you said, man, it's, maybe it is a come out here, let's learn, let's not destroy the boat. We're going to bring this one home in second place. We'll get some good points out of it. Good, smart racing.
Yes. Save your equipment. Make it work. Make it last. Save your tech team a little efforts on the backside.
Scan back just a bit and let you take an eye at that beautiful machine. Driver negotiating his way back. So it's back a little ways. There was a time there once that Was Up boat got going once again, where all 3 of them were pretty close. And unfortunately, we lost the Twisted boat early on.
And I hate to see the Twisted boat break, and I hate to see the Knucklehead Racing could make it back out, because I'll tell you what, those guys were champions last year. That in my opinion was the boat to watch, and that was going to be one awesome battle with Smitty. So, that's just it's just unfortunate for those guys. You bring a great boat, a great competitor to the table, and then have some kind of issue. Gosh, I hate that for those guys.
And the Extreme boat on their final lap as well, lap 5 of 5. Daryl Cuttle flying the IHRA colors as they'll come across here and grab the checkered flag as well. Steve Curtis back inside of the cockpit, doing what he loves to do. And I have to make a correction here. I said that Daryl Cuttle will purchase this boat. This is actually owned by Steve Curtis, crew chief Herb Stotler. So I believe that will wrap things up here for the Super Bs and the Extreme boat, as it looks like they are headed back to the pits as well. Make short work of that in that one. I just leave the throttles down and let's rip.
Yeah.
Give all the fans along the coastline something to look at.
Yep, look at, listen to, and they're going to get back to the pits pretty quick in that monster.
And here's a look at the results. Congratulations to number 3 boat, surviving whatever the issues were there on lap number 1. But Spain Anthony doing a nice job there as they were able to keep that one out in front of DSK. And Tim Linden and Gary Aldington doing a good job as well as they were able to finish under power. I'm sure bring home a lot of data. And of course, in our extreme category, as we documented, Daryl Cuttle and Steve Curtis. And if we are following the schedule that we are given, the big dogs are ready to make some noise. We know they put them in the water just a little bit ago. It'll be race number 2 of the Pro Class number 1 category. Looks like maybe they change it up on us again. Oh, Mod V, Super V, we're done. Yeah, so Pro Class 1
all right.
Coming up here next. It'll be a good time for sure. If it's anything like yesterday's race, I promise you, you do not want to miss that. It'll be a lot of fun to watch them come out here as they chase the championship, continue to chase the championship in 2026. Everybody having a good time out there. There's a pilot. All right.
There's my kite. I'm getting ready to go get flown.
There you go. We'll be back in just a moment.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
Let's get moving, please. Let's get moving.
Look at that coastline, man. Everybody enjoying the warm water. Right around 82, 83 degrees here to jump into the Atlantic today. The pier full of fans as well, as everybody is enjoying some great racing courtesy of the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
I can tell you I'm fortunate enough for our production tent here because the sun intense is super intense today.
Good look at the 32 boat. There is the WHM legendary livery on the side of that boat. Jay Muller will be running the sticks on that one. Of course, the legendary plumber.
Man, look at the props on the back of that.
Yeah.
It just looks like jewelry.
Yeah, and we had that video before of showing that. That's pretty much those top two props up there are out of the water, and the bottom 2.5 in the water. It's just digging all the way through. It's wild.
There, boss. Don't get in the way, dude. Please, don't get in the way.
Trying to move that thing around, getting the attitude correct on it as well on a windy day like today is no easy task.
You see that block that they just used as a stop for that prop? The guy used to work for Bob Morgan, famous world champion boat racer.
Oh, so they're making a prop change here, it looks like. Last second prop change.
Yeah, he always called that Homer's prop tool. I still have my 2x4 from 20 years ago that he wrote Homer's prop tool on. I still have that same scrap piece of 2x4 today.
And there are the new ones. Those things pretty pricey as well.
It makes you wonder, I think, are they thinking it's laid down? Are they thinking it's worse than yesterday? I mean, they're second-guessing some decision here, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them.
I have my coffee in my hand.
Yeah, and if you thought for a second, because they're using the Supercat boat that they used, the past couple of years, that they're not going to go out there and swing at this thing for a win or a podium, you'd be incorrect in that. They're not going out there to just participate. They want to bring everything they've got.
Absolutely.
So maybe some intel from the people that were just out there a moment ago. They might have radioed in, talked to some of their crew members, and said, hey, man, this is something you might want to take a look at. And just that quickly, prop change is made.
Ready to go. Let's get that boat dropped. Let's get her out to milling.
See if you have flash forward.
Gotta love those tracking pipes coming out the top of the deck.
Slowly setting that thing back in.
I just wonder what Billy's going to do with that boat when his new 46 gets done.
Yeah, it'd be cool to watch that thing come out here and get after it. Well, let's go down to Taylor. I believe she's standing right there watching the magic.
I am right in the middle of this. I am in the middle of it, and what a thrash that was. That was like being at a drag race right there, watching that prop change go down. Do you have a quick word? Tell me what's going on.
We decided to change props at the last minute because it got rougher out there. So now we're ready to go.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's some good racing right there. Things going to work out.
Yep, I hope so. Maybe it's good luck.
Well, hopefully good luck indeed. I'll let you get back in the boat, but that's what racing's like, guys. Things can change on the fly, and WHM has a new prop. They're ready to go racing.
Well, that confirmed my suspicions that they also believe it's getting a little bit rougher out there. The commentary from earlier of laying down, I just don't think it's there. So that right there proves it. So we'll see what happens once they come out and they hit the course and they take that green flag.
Billy's sitting there behind the wheel. Jay over there will be running the throttles. And we heard Billy a little bit before. I mean, what did he say? Like 48 years of racing. I mean, some incredible amount of time that he's had out here. Not too much that guy hasn't done or accomplished either. And just a great guy to talk to, man. So much personality.
He's a good one to interview, too, because you just never know what Billy's going to say. I love it.
He's one of the best interviews out there.
Man, he's awesome. That's a guy that just loves the sport. You know what I'm saying? He's done it all. He's been a multiple-time champion. What did he say, 18 times over?
Yeah, I mean, and
in different classes? the love you have for a sport just doesn't get any greater than what he has for boat racing.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, he literally has a building in the back. They call it Billy's secret building there at Skater. And you can go to Skater, and they'll say, "Man, I'd like to walk around and take a look inside of Billy's shop back there." And they're like, "Nah, that ain't happening. You can't get in."
Yeah, it's like top secret.
I mean, unless you have Billy with you, you're probably not going through there. And he's got a bunch of boats. I mean, we talked about him building a boat a little bit ago, and he told me, he said, we got it out here, they measured it, just wasn't legal. He said, so we put it in the shop, we'll have another one made. Don't worry about it.
That would probably be somebody, if they're looking for a new Supercat, that would probably be an amazing new Supercat boat.
Right.
If he's sitting on a brand new skater build, because that's something that's a hard thing to get. So if you're looking for one, I bet you could call Billy. I don't know if you can talk him out of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, and trying to get an idea of the scope of the building and how big it was, and they're in there and fired up and ready to make their way out to the race course. But, man, it sounded to me like he had the better part of 30 boats inside there.
Wow.
I mean, this isn't a small shop. Now he's got present boats, past boats, friends' boats. Business still going well for him, as you might imagine.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of footage you're talking about inside of his shop, because I think they keep. I thought I saw Chris Hopgood's Super Stock in there. I thought I saw the Wicked Supercat in there. What else was in there? It's like a top secret laboratory.
I can tell you right now, the wind is picking up. I mean, it just started picking up here in the booth. I'm guessing that's our microphones where you hear the wind noise coming off of. Not for sure on that, but we talked about how exciting that race was in Pro Class 1 one day ago. We're going to bring you some highlights from it and give you an idea of what was throwing down, because the Out of Pocket Racing team and the Dirty Money Racing team put on a show, as did the 32 boats of the MTI GC Racing X alongside the MCON team. They were side by side as well. So there's a look at the DMR car, DMR boat. The discreet boat back there ended up with a career best finish, or season best finish, I should say. There's a look at how close they were. And they battled it out for third place. Eventually, the 32 GC Racing boat would end up in second place. MCON boat would end up in third place, as everybody was flying high up out of the water. Billy Moff and Jay Muller there. And another look at the MCON boat, the X Insurance boat.
Those guys absolutely run strong. They've had good starts, good showings all year. They had some mechanical issues early. They showed up yesterday. They got it done. Post-tech race issue. Fast forward today. These guys have something to prove today.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll find out how things go. I'll tell you another boat that was really fast, the X Insurance North boat down there at the bottom that says out. They lost the helm, their steering in the first lap, but they had shot from the back to the lead about the time they lost it. So we look forward to all of these boats as you see how they finished up here. Now keep in mind the Out of Pocket Racing boat up at the top was DQ'd, so they fall down to the bottom of the fleet. But as Shane just indicated, they will be out here to show that that boat was fast, and they want to prove that it wasn't an illegal prop that got them that win.
No, these guys, now they have something extra to gun for and something extra to prove. And I think they've got what it takes to get it done today. They've got to get yesterday out of their head, show up today, take the green flag, and push that boat to the front. We saw yesterday that those big victories, they have the ability to run up front. They like this rough water, so I don't suspect we're going to see much different today. The question is who else is going to get back in that mix?
And I believe our Taylor Snyder had a chance to talk to the X Insurance number 11 boat when they retired early on just one day ago.
Well, this is not the way you wanted to end the race day. X Insurance boat, tell me what happened out there.
We got out there, race started out good. We had a decent start, got out in front a little bit, and it just hit a couple of waves, and the entire steering helm landed in JJ's lap. And I was bitching to him, like, put it on your knees and let's keep going. And then the quick release popped off, and it just wasn't in the cards for us.
That's unfortunately how racing goes, but things can change. We still have another day of racing. What's it going to take to get back out there and find that top spot?
We got a top-notch team. They'll get it back running, and with this kind of weather, anything can go. So congrats to the other teams that pulled it off, and look forward to battling again tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. J.J. Turk is the driver there. The last gentleman that was speaking, Nick Buis, runs the throttles, also owns Statement Marine, builds some beautiful boats over there on the west coast of Florida. I've had the opportunity to get in a couple of those, and it is quite a ride. They are special machines for sure, but both are extremely talented. Both are national champions, world champions. They know how to win races. They dug up out of the Mod V, the V-bottoms of the 500 class as well. As we look at the MCON boat, that is Myra Coyle doing the driving there. Talk about accomplished drivers. I mean, there is nothing that guy doesn't know about a boat or how to drive one. And, of course, the man that owns the MCON team is Tyler Miller, sitting right alongside. They look very calm and collected as they come out here for their second race of the weekend. Of course, off to a great start here in terms of chasing points. They started off in St. Pete in second place and then followed that up with 3 consecutive wins. It looked like they were going to be the first race of the season where they were not on the podium as they crossed the stripe in fourth place. But now that we know, after that DQ, they did end up on the podium. So with that said, 5 consecutive podiums working for the Monster Energy MCON team.
I'll tell you what, they're just still bobbing and bouncing right now.
It opened up the opened up the door for.
Look at the intensity there, kid.
Bill Pyburn's team, boat, I should say, with the DMR team to step up and claim that win. So congratulations to them. And I had a chance to go over there and shake hands with Bill's son one night ago. He'll be playing outside linebacker for the Bucks this coming year. Pretty cool that he was just drafted in the NFL.
That kid had one awesome career at LSU too.
Tell you what, dude, he's got some legs on him. Those things are tree trunks he's walking around on.
Dude, Bill's a big dude and he's tall, but man, his kid just dwarfs him. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
a big dude.
We had a chance to talk to the MCON team after racing one day ago.
Hey guys, I'm down here with the MCON Racing Monster Energy team. These are the team engineers. Yesterday, the boys completely, they went out there and they did what they needed to do. And after a DQ in first place, they ended up with third, which is amazing. Not what they were wanting, but when they got back to the dock, what did you guys find?
Well, for one, you're like, okay, there's going to be some serious things damaged because, telling them out there, it's like, hey, you got to be alive on Sunday. Keep it alive. The boat is even more capable of sometimes than Myrick and Tyler want it to be. But we know we're going to find something. So after looking around a little bit, a serious damaged motor mount caused some pretty good troubles for us last night. But it's the way to be proactive. Damaged, yes. Broken enough to finish the race, yes. But, it certainly wouldn't make it today without a necessary repair. So it was a late night last night, but we're very confident everything's right. It's trained in what we do every single day for quite a few years, and it's what we do every single day, and we're confident in it. And then we're going to go out and do the same thing today, put on a good show for the fans, 1, and then 2, try to be on the podium, and then that'll put us in a good standing for the race this weekend.
So Craig, you guys are up till like 3 a.m., which is not really your favorite, that's not the best schedule. Usually you're not in the pits till 3 a.m. So what was it that you guys had to deal with last night that was your hardest challenge of all of this?
It's been the whole race. The last 2 nights been, 2, 3 a.m. days. We had a bad drive Friday night. We had to swap all the studs over and then just pulling the engine and making sure everything was good. And Jake and I didn't want to leave last night without everything being hooked up and ready to go for today, so...
You guys are true professionals. Myrick and Tyler have the best crew, the best team. You guys really make it look easy. I mean, good spirits this morning. You guys got your race moved up 2 hours, which, that kind of throws a wrench in things for you. But you guys got out here, getting fuel, about to go in the water, feeling good about today's race. I can't wait to see how you guys finish. Thank you for everything you do, and good luck out there.
Yeah, that's what you do. We talked about that before. That's when I owned my race team. I wasn't in boats. It was in off-road, and I just in sports cars. You just don't sleep good unless you have everything done. You'd rather work till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and have everything done. You also don't know what it's going to throw you a curveball. If you wait to the last minute, you think, oh, we got enough time to do it in the morning. It'll throw you a curveball. And speaking of curveballs, this is not good. Engine hatch up here on the WHM team. We saw them just drive away. Now, we heard Billy Moff talking about disconnecting one of the valves, taking the pressure off of one of the valves so that they could come out here and hopefully compete. But engine hatch up on this as they are back at the dock.
I can't remember which engine he made the comment or if he alluded to which one, but I thought it was the other engine. So hopefully this is not something unrelated. Issue. Yeah.
And plenty of hand signals going on right there as they communicate. Hatch coming down. It's either good or they're done. One of the two.
I'm hoping for good. That's what I'm going for at this point.
We'll see if they climb back in here. That is very difficult to see, but it looks like Billy taking his life jacket off, and that is not a good sign.
IMCON's team said it well, though. I mean, you have to stand the test of time. You got to get it done. You got to stay late. You just have to make sure everything's ready as much as it can be before the next day. I don't even know what time those guys got home, but I've been to previous races where, everybody's starting to show up for driver's meeting, and technicians, they're leaving at 6:30 in the morning to go home.
Yeah.
Catch a nap before the day.
Yeah, and you come out here and they know they're going to race around 1 or 2 o'clock, something like that, so you can push it late, go back and maybe take a nap, but at least rest and relax because you know that the job is complete. And that wasn't just one engine. Like, they had to fix the motor mount. It completely broke the tab off, so that was a cut, grind, weld fix.
Yeah.
Let's get down to Taylor. I believe Taylor once again is standing right there with this boat. Let's get an update.
Yeah, guys, I'm finding out it's possible that the actuator might be the problem that's keeping them from putting the port side into gear, and it looks like they may not be able to get it done today. So right now the discussion between Jay and Billy is, do they go out, run on one and get the points, or do they just call it a day? So I'm curious to learn what the problem is. You can see the guys from Mercury Racing right here trying to still work on the problem, but right now the discussion between driver and throttle is, do you go out for points or do you not? What do you think? Oh, we're going to fire it up one more time, see if we can get it done. I know Billy wants to go out for points, I'm thinking. Right, Billy? Billy would like to go out for points. Let's see if it starts up right now. They're telling him to put it in gear. Oh, we're good.
All right, let's go.
This is what we wanted to see from WHM. The Mercury Racing guys got it done. You can see them running. They're going to push this Class 1 boat back, and these guys will be able to go out with both sides in gear. So this is what we wanted to see. This is going to be a good race for them.
What a mad thrash. Great job, Taylor, and thanks for the updates. Cool to have you standing right there. I know she's on the backside. She's not been able to watch any racing here, but she keeps us up to date with all these last-minute stories and thrashes like this and what the teams go through to make it happen. And he must have had a sense that this was an issue before, because in that interview earlier, he talked about going out on one motor, one engine, and just gaining some points. So they must have had a suspicion that this was a potential problem, and it looks like they were able to get it alleviated, at least for now.
Well, hopefully that repair stays and stands the test for this race, so they can go out there and run at a higher speed for points versus idling around, so they can at least take the green flag to get start points. Billy, he's looking for that championship at the end of the season, so he wants to gain every single point he can. So as you heard him in the background, he's like, yeah, I want to run for points. So he's going to do whatever it takes. And I love a guy like that. His determination is there. That's all those years of experience. He knows that sometimes this is a long-term run and not just a quick sprint.
Look at the Monteluk boat sitting in the background, waiting for their opportunity to race a little bit later on. In the meantime, of course, race officials allowing them a decent amount of time to come back in here and get a fix to this boat and head back out there and get in line. Yeah, the idle speed's about as fast as my pontoon wide open. So,
yeah, no joke. And these things idle so quickly with these 1100s in it. like I said yesterday, I was in a 48 MTI with 1100s in it just a couple weeks ago, and I mean it cruises at idle with the way these things are propped. So you still got to pay attention. There's nothing about these things that are slow. Pair of X Insurance boats right here. Billy Moore, Kevin Burrell, and Out of Pocket, number 10.
And the number 11 of J.J. Turk, Nick Buis. Everybody waiting patiently. It looks like the MCON boat over there waiting as well as they give Billy Moff a chance to come back out here. I believe we're going to show you the course here as well. Take you for a lap around here. We will be running all standard laps here in the heavy chop.
Yep, no long lap today because of the weather, but as we round our first and second corner, that big long back stretch, that was what claimed some victims and some carnage yesterday. That's going to be the rougher end. And as they pull around, coming back towards the beach to try to make it back to that start-finish line, I think you're going to see a little bit calmer on that end of the course. I think you're going to have to pay special attention to maybe turn 2 and turn 4 with the way the wind's blowing right now.
So they'll be headed back north, running clockwise. Of course, they'll be heading back north, right against the shoreline and up the Monster Mile. So we believe what we're hearing is they are going to get everybody in formation and get them started here while WHM is making their way back out. So the WHM boat will not make the start is what we're hearing, the initial start, but can fall in line, start running some laps, and if somebody breaks early on, they can still pick up some points.
Well, hopefully you can get it on plane quickly and maybe catch up with it before the green flag flies. You just never know, but gosh, that's a tough way to start the boat race.
The DMR boat up there at the top of the screen right there in the middle. Also saw the discreet boat back to the bottom right-hand side in that previous shot. The two X-Insurance boats there, as you talked about before, the number 10 and the number 11. The MCON boat was sitting back in there, so should be a great battle here with some very capable boats inside of this category. That discreet offshore racing boat, by the way, a 50-foot Mystic as well. Trimax drives with that, and SCS gearbox. Another one of it's a surface drive boat, so effectively a quick change in that one.
WHM, if you're receiving, I need you out here ASAP, on plane ASAP. Otherwise, my helicopter is going to have to refuel.
And earlier today, Taylor had a chance to speak with the players from the DMR team.
What an incredible race that was. Supercat has come to a close and DMR has pulled it off. Bill, you made that change up last second. It didn't seem to matter, though, because you guys pulled it off today. What was that like?
No, I mean, look, it was tough this morning. Britt took a good hit yesterday, and, we sat back and looked at the situation, felt like for his safety that it was best that, he sit this one out at the last minute. Sean's name was brought up. He's got Supercat experience and made the call. Sean had his dunker test already done, his physical, and so he was clear to race, and it was a perfect situation for us.
Sean, you were obviously no stranger to Supercat racing. You got in there, you got the job done. But at these speeds with the wind, chemistry can't be faked in offshore racing, right? Hesitation costs races, but you made it happen.
Yeah, Bill and the boys are incredible with this boat. The boat handle's amazing. Bill and I just hit it right off the bat. We were getting the turns done. We had a good talk before going out. So I know Bill knows what he was doing. I was super comfortable in the boat. The boys made me feel good, and we got it done. So first Supercat win for me.
Well, teamwork made it happen. Congratulations, guys. Great Supercat finish, number 1.
Yeah, and of course, that same duo are sitting inside of that boat right now as we speak. We heard about what happened there to Britt Lilly, and Britt, just an outstanding individual. Of course, also the man behind Lilly Sports Boats as well. But he had a stinger, had a chance to talk to him last night. He was fine, but everything tingling up around the neck and the shoulder blade area. So better be cautious here, yes. rather than to push it. But he just got a stinger. It was vicious out here. It was brutal, as we talked about, and it snapped his neck, or didn't snap it, but slapped his head, and unfortunately got that stinger. So decided to sit today out, and my guess is a very wise choice.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. I mean, at the end of the day, we want to be safe out here. And, you want to make sure that you have long-term health in the back of your mind when you're doing this. So that's probably a good call for him. Just heal up, get ready for Lotto.
All right, caution flag is out as the pace boat gets everybody going here. They'll all come up on plane. We'll keep an eye on this as well. 2 different shots. You can keep an eye on the flagman down on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And, of course, you can look at this massive lineup of Pro Class 1 boats getting ready to go for race number 2 of the weekend, race number 6 of the season. Lined up on the inside will be that DMR team, and green flag flies. Here we go, and on the throttles quickly is the 32 boat shooting right up to the lead. Here comes the DMR entry. We are racing with the Pro Class 1s. It is on.
Look at this.
The 11 boat says, I got something for you guys. I showed it yesterday, just couldn't finish it off. And look at JJ Turk and Nick Buis launched to the front of this fleet.
I'll tell you what, everybody's charging for the front. We've got Monster right there on the inside, and we've got DMR still holding that first line. So I'll tell you what, this is anybody's game. Look at this, guys. We're going to have a repeat of yesterday.
A big launch right there out of that 2014 48-foot MTI as they are going at a DMR boat right down in there as well. Another big boat.
Ex-Insurance number 11, JJ and Nick, they were hometown boys. They're one to go to the front, and right now looks like they're doing it.
How about that, man? A 45-foot victory also down in there. So 2 big boats that love this heavy chop. We'll find out how they sort out the MCON boat back there as well. Keeping pace so far.
This first corner is going to be pretty tricky as they turn into that big long backstretch on the rougher section.
Big hips on that MTI boat you can see on the back. Will help you designate that hull design.
They take some air like that. They want to keep that rudder straight when they land so it doesn't do anything funny or it doesn't hook on them.
That DMR boat down there on the bottom. They are side by side going out of the DMR boat with the preferred line down there on the bottom. And it looked like the 11 boat had to check up just a little bit, but here they go. In the throttles now, and look at that boat launch.
These guys are not giving up. This is a heavyweight battle.
Oh, a big moment right there. Really flew the nose with that 11 boat.
Just like yesterday, we have a tight battle for first and second, and third and fourth is no different.
That might give DMR the advantage here early on. So if the 11 boat is still in contention over there.
You cannot count those guys out. Look at them running.
That is unbelievable to see. That huge boat with all of that hull up in the air.
They must be finding some pretty comfort on that outside line. I don't know if it's a momentum thing. They don't have to turn it as hard in the surf.
And how tough that boat is. So the 11 boat right there, but looks like they're falling back a bit. They might have had some issues after really airing that thing out. The 06 MCON boat drives by underneath.
Wow. Those guys just have stone cold eyes, man. They are just focused and locked in.
See the pumps doing their job, pumping all of that water out from underneath. They scoop the water up on the bottom, run it through the engines to keep them cool, and then pump it all right back out. It is a massive volume of water.
Looks like they're stretching a little bit out there on the front. But again, we're looking at our timing and scoring. What are we, like 4 or 5 seconds apart, maybe?
Yeah, not too far apart.
No.
It looks like the MCON boat working its way up into second. Might be driving underneath the 10 boat as well. The DMR boat, nice lead for them right now. Had to scrap for it. And once again, Sean Connor doing the driving inside of that one with boat owner Bill Pyburn running the sticks. And this one
looks like we're
just
falling off
stopped,
plane.
and that's it. They have an issue.
No.
They're going to run into him. Oh, my goodness, that was close.
That was splitting it now.
And look at that. That's the 11 boat coming right back up on everybody. So the 03 DMR boat with issues there out of the throttle.
Looks like they're back on plane. I wonder if they had a similar issue like we saw earlier. Something happened, something got knocked loose, and they had to pull it back into neutral.
And from this shot, it looks like the MCON boat, and the MCON boat does have the lead, and the 11 boat has stepped up into second place.
Wow.
Out-of-pocket racing right there, the number 10 just outside, hanging on here, Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore.
They have something to prove from yesterday, and they are here right now.
Scrapping back up here, and another exciting Pro Class 1 race, and these guys are leading it.
Yep, they were forced to start on the outside, so they had a little bit longer track around for the first lap, but they are back in the hunt on the inside.
Yeah, we were talking about them. They broke that motor mount 1 day ago.
Look at them fly.
Had to cut, grind, and weld to get that thing back in there. Engine completely out, down on the inside. And here comes the 10 boat, it looks like, in the back. And here comes DMR once again.
Yep.
Back to the throttle.
You cannot count them out. I've seen them have some issues before and come from the back. You got to keep an eye on them.
What an exciting race once again. So the DMR boat's going to have to dig hard. The 11 boat still on the outside with JJ Turk and Nick Buis inside. Sean Connor trying to get that one driven back up to the front for DMR and the 03 boat. Look at these guys side by side again. That's the MCON boat and the Out of Pocket Racing. That number 10 boat was something to prove here today.
Look at how close these are, guys. You can feel them.
Flying that boat, you can see that 10 boat definitely has some speed.
Yes,
An 04 44-foot victory. Another one. This one does have a tab on its BPMs, and oh my goodness! Completely over. And they will red flag this one, would be my guess, immediately to get safety over there, and you can see safety headed that way. Wow. What an incredible category.
These guys are all directed. Once an incident happens and they see this red flag, they're trying to pull it off plane as quickly as possible in a safe fashion. They're trying to get to the center of the field so they can stay out of the way of all the safety personnel.
Everybody just absolutely going for it. I mean, these guys are on the ragged edge, getting everything out of these boats they can, and there's proof of it right there.
Right now we're seeing the red flag. We've got a situation that they're dealing with.
Man,
divers in the water.
Just terrible
orange
for
helmets.
These guys, yeah. Make sure our drivers are okay. Driver and throttleman okay. And both, we're being told both are out. That is JJ Turk and Nick Buis once again. And man, oh man.
What a
have they been through a couple of tough rides in this category.
The hometown heroes. Gosh, those guys were digging. They wanted to put the best show possible, best foot forward for their hometown fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we got? 5 divers here, right here? 6.
Yeah, and everybody there to make sure they are okay. And obviously trying to walk. They all have the fins on there, and very difficult to navigate once they get up on there. But glad that Nick and JJ are okay. That's first and foremost.
That's the most important part.
As they have already proven they can fix that boat. But
that's a terrible, terrible happening for that X Insurance number 11. Gosh.
Man, look at the damage done to the front of that boat.
Sponson just barely hanging on. Few fibers, that's it.
Let's watch this again and see if we can find out what happens here. It looked like it had already happened at that point.
Here it is. Looks like they landed the boat, and I don't know if it hooked.
Again, it just looked like it slapped the nose of it back down, like it flew up high, landed on the back, and slapped the front back down. A very quick sequence there for us to try and gather it all up. It slapped the nose of that thing back down and stuffed it in the water, and it busted it off. It grabbed it, broke it off.
Man, you can't. Disheartening doesn't even describe it.
I mean, just think about what they went through for it to have enough force to break off the front of that boat. What did the throttleman and driver go through?
Gosh dang. Hats off to the safety team for doing a fantastic job there. That was fast.
Yeah, and as we talked about at the top of this day, the silent heroes, when everything goes wrong, they are the first ones on the scene there to get in the middle of the mix and make sure everybody's okay. And these guys just cannot buy a break. That boat is fast, no question. They certainly proved it out here. They've proven it a couple of times.
Yes.
They could get that thing to the finish line. They're going to be a force. They've just not had any luck. They've had luck, just not the right kind.
Just not the right kind. You've got that right.
We can't say it enough, too, about the experience that they have and how much success they've had. But, boy, are they paying their dues in this class.
They are. That just shows you the testament of the battle and the conditions that are out there.
Pretty wild for sure. So the X Insurance number 11, no question, done here for the day. But we are certainly happy that JJ Turk, the driver, and Nick Buis on the throttles are both out of the boat as you see them standing there, and they are A-OK. they'll give them a ride back, and we'll get the boat towed back into the dock and lifted up out of the way.
That is all that matters at this point, is we've got healthy, safe driver and throttle.
So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll get everything cleaned up and out of the way, and stay with us. We'll be back with more exciting action.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series will have the first of 3 events. It's called the IHRA Triple Crown, and it starts at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania. Legendary names in drag racing will be there for a shot at $1 million. Here's how it works. 3 races. Maple Grove Raceway, Durana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio in June, and Durana Memphis Motorsports Park will be the 3rd and final event in September. 5 classes: Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. If a driver can win in their respective class in all 3 events, they'll walk away with a cool $1 million. Expect to see big names in drag racing. Names like Dale Warsham, Ron Capps, Sean Reed, Scott Palmer, Dan Hicks, and many more. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, Speed Sport 1 has got you covered on Friday and Saturday morning. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. And VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Welcome back to a crazy day here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Right now they're trying to get the unfortunate carnage out of the way. So just such a tough, heartbreaking day. I mean, like I said, heartbreaking doesn't even begin to touch what just happened and what we just watched in this Pro Class 1 race.
So apparently, from what we're hearing, I think they're going to call this race.
That's what I heard. They come out and just said that to me a second ago, and I was trying to get a confirmation if we could go ahead and call that information. They got 1 lap in the books. So the way everybody came across the start-finish line on that to complete that first lap is how they're going to finalize the standings for today. So just a tough, heartbreaking day for the hometown heroes here with J.J. Turk and Nick Buis. that X Insurance boat has been through the ringer this year.
Absolutely. I believe our replay team is working on some video again to see if we can give you an idea of what happened here. It was vicious, though. I mean, the entire fleet here. I mean, I think Discreet was laying in the back and kind of watching everybody, and probably a smart move, too, had they continued on and run some more laps, because they might have picked up a couple more spots. But the top boats, man, they were throwing down. And again, I think whenever you talk about a 5-lap race, you're going to come out here and do it. This is a sprint race for these guys, and so they were after it. I think the 11 team had something to prove here, too. We go back out and watch this.
Here, JJ Nick kind of
and there it is. Yeah, it just, man, that was the second time we saw them hit a wave that flew the nose, and, man, it just slapped that front end back down, and I think it dug in. Watch it right here. Slapped it down, and it digs that nose in.
Just tossed that sponson right off the boat. It just hooked
and
it.
It just ripped that nose right off. And I almost wonder, we saw them do that on the very first lap, too. I mean, it flew way nose high on one of those hits and back down, and I wondered if he had stuffed it then. Yeah. I do wonder if he stuffed it to some degree, and then this second time it happened, if it finished it off.
Yeah, I don't know if there was some kind of damage from that previous incident, but all these boats are just getting absolutely hammered today. So, I mean, you know, it's a tough thing to know. Man, you hear something crack and pop, you're sitting there in the boat thinking, man, is this going to hold together for the remainder of this race?
And these guys won't stop. I mean, I think a good indication of that was the interview that they did with them. And Nick's looking over. He's like, hold the steering in your lap, dude. We're racing here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if it'll go, they're going to go.
Yeah, we talked to one of the teams last night. This is going to be our unofficial results, as you can see. But we were talking to one of those teams last night, and they said, look, you give us the chance to race, even if the conditions are absolutely trash, they're going to race.
Yeah, I mean, with Britt Lilly, I mean, his hand's falling off the steering wheel, and Britt looked over at Bill and said, don't stop. You know, it's like, never mind the fact that I don't have my hands on the steering wheel. So it just goes to show you the train of thought that's in their minds.
Well, that was probably a smart move for Billy. He knew he was going to get out there late, and he was having some mechanicals, but I believe he would be able to get some start points for that potentially. So hopefully that program worked out for him. He didn't get to make many laps, but hopefully he got the points for it.
Yeah, exactly right. At least get something here for being out here and get some start points and hang in there. On board as they head back to the dock. Jim Muller, they're sitting there to the left. Billy Moff to the right. Running the steering wheel. Out for a nice cruise. See the air conditioning vents up there in the front. Some of the data down there in front of Jay's feet, or by Jay's feet, I should say. Right hand on the sticks. A lot of things to take care of there for the throttleman.
Yes. There's a lot going on, especially under conditions like that. I mean, you can tell the wind's picked up. We've said that. They changed props for it.
It's definitely
look at
way
the surf.
worse than it was.
Yeah. I mean, this is awful. Just rough, nasty condition. Terrible way to win it to end an amazing weekend, you know, for these guys, right? Gosh.
Slowly dragging this one back. It's going to be a long tow ride. And, of course, safety equipment and boats are needed for our next races as well, so we have to get this taken care of first. And the birds having a wonderful day. You don't have to flap too much.
Yeah. I bet you they could probably stay stationary if they point the beak in the right direction.
It has been a crazy up and down weekend, to put it mildly. Hats off to the entire staff here for persevering as you take a look at a small cat. This one run by Wind Power. Plenty of that out here today.
Yeah, those guys are sailing. Kind of looks like a Thundercat with a sail on it.
was on a large catamaran down in the islands one time on an excursion, and boy, it was a thing of beauty for sure. Probably 30 or 40 of us on there, but they put the sails up, shut the engines off, and we went cruising. It was incredible.
You get the right crew that knows how to run one, that could be fun. I just don't want to be part of that crew.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. They did it pretty quickly. It was a massive sail.
Still looks like a lot of work. We should have some factory stock, Factory 500 races coming up next. As the conditions, we keep talking about that, guys, and we're beating that out there. But, as our races are going to continue to go throughout the day, we're going back to smaller boats. So, that's going to leave those guys really, really left scratching their head to wonder what's to come after watching this.
And that does say Turk on the back of that shirt. So, J.J. Turk fan or family member.
Yeah.
TFR is part of the logo, which is
Turk Family Racing.
Turk Family Racing, that is correct. And as you talked about here, right here in Cocoa Beach, they own a hotel here and a bar and grill as well.
So you're sitting here. We're looking at. That
is one of the super stock boats.
Yeah, that's one of our super stock boats. But that's going to be Cameron and Owen, right?
Yeah.
So they're just sitting there watching what happened to both dads and scratching their heads. Man,
that is exactly right. The two boys are the guys that just went for a big ride. And let's get it down to Taylor. She is with one tough, Sean Torrente. And one more time, let's get it over to Taylor Snyder with Sean Torrente.
There we go. Can you hear me, guys? Perfect. I'm down here with Sean. Sean, you're hanging out on your boat, but we just watched what happened on the live stream. What does a moment like that feel like?
Oh, things happen quick when you're in those kind of water, and these boats just in general. So saw they took a flyer in the corner. They probably still had to turn, and the boat don't like that. They don't like turning in the air. So they ended upside down. But honestly, the response from the rescue looked really good. Safety real good. I saw there was a bunch of guys on the boat right away. So that makes us feel good going out because, if it's big seas for a 47-foot MTI, we're going down to 32 STR. So we're going to have some fun.
Do you think that mentally changes anybody's mind when they're sitting here watching something like that happen? It's capable. It could happen at any point. Does that affect your mentality of when you're about to get in the boat?
It doesn't affect ours because I've been doing this a long time. It's part of the deal. We build the boat so that when we crash 99.9% of the time, we're going to be okay. However, they're kids. That's a different story. Owen and Cameron, they're new. They pulled right over here, and they're pulling it out of the water, and I respect that. You know what I mean? Everybody has to make their own decision. For us, we're in a fight for a championship, so we're going to go out there and do what we can to get as many points as we can and hopefully a win.
Yeah, let's switch gears over to Super Stock. You guys are coming up after the factory stock racing. Obviously, you're no stranger to racing. I've seen you all over. What do you need to do today to make that happen?
We need to be there at the end. That's what it is. This is one of the few boat races that the first corner doesn't mean as much as it normally does. It's about getting a good pace, being in striking distance for the lead or in the lead, and then being able to really go for it at the end and like I said, try to go for a win. We're in a really tight championship battle with ourselves, Rosencraft, and GL. We're all in the top three. We've been in the top three both races. So, we're excited. Obviously, you get the butterflies going out there, but I got to qualify with my daughter yesterday, which was awesome. So we had really a lot of fun doing that, and I thought I would handle it better. I was a mess. She was fine. I was a mess. So I have a resting heart rate every morning when we do our thing of 70 for the last 3 races in the last 5 years. Yesterday, just doing the physical with her, my resting heart rate was 90. So I was like, I can't do this. So anyways, we're gonna go out today. Matt, the good thing about Matt is he's an awesome guy, and I love racing with him, but he ain't my daughter. I don't really care about him. We'll be fine.
So special to share racing with your family. That's what it's all about. But best of luck out there today, Sean.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Yeah, great story and a great update, too. We did not realize that that Owen and Cameron were going to bail out of this.
You got to respect that, though. I mean, with what their dad just went through.
I respect it for sure, but I'll be honest with you. If I'm sitting here and I'm completely honest with you right now, I wonder if when the dads get back, they look at the boys and say, hey, man, we're good. Go do what you do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once they get back to the dock, I guess. I'm sure they're going to go get checked out, but, that'll probably be an intense conversation. And, there's definitely a lot of emotions that are really, really high in that camp right now.
It's part of it. I mean, this is all part of the game. and you've got to grab it, dismiss it, and go do your job. There's sponsorship on the side of that boat, and that comes with a responsibility. And we'll find out what the ultimate decision is. Big surf here because the wind is huffing. 2 more races yet to go. Factory 500s will be out here in just a little bit, and we've got Superstock as well, which is our largest class on the docket. So a couple of exciting races that should take place here towards the end of the day. Waiting for safety to take care of the 11 boat, and then as soon as they're available to get back out here, we'll get everybody lined up. It's going to be a bit of a tow back to the dock, but they are working on it intently. While they're doing that, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action out here. Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Is the SMX 250 World Champion.
He's going to destroy those people that doubt him.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. It's a good time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win. The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Series US #1 plate.
The first exciting leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
And once again, welcome back to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. A wild one-lap shootout for the Pro Class 1s, which resulted in the 11 boat being completely inverted. Both driver and throttleman okay out of the boat. Safety there immediately. Did a wonderful job, and they are in the process of towing the 11 boat back. They called the rest of the race under red flag conditions there to get that one handled. So we're waiting for safety to get that boat back there, and then hopefully we can bring our next category out here, which we will believe the Factory 500, and we'll show you the season standings here. Jack Hammer having a great season so far, followed up by Sayles MF. Jack Hammer, by the way, with back-to-back podiums here. Won the season opener, finished up third at New Orleans. And then Sayles MF following them with back-to-back podiums as well, but is yet to stand on top of the box. The 151 Express, fresh off of a win at New Orleans, our last event. And then the Lake Wiley Racing entry there had a podium at the season opener. As you find them down at 4th place. And the points had some issues last night. They came out and qualified one day ago and went back, and I happened to walk by their pit last night, and they had to take an engine completely off. Just noticed a little trickle of oil off the back of the drive there, and started snooping around and figured out one of the bolts was loose, and something in the internals was in the process of cracking. So late in the evening, they discovered that they had a lot of work to do and got after that one. So hopefully they were able to get everything taken care of, and we'll be able to field the boat. And that's the one we talked about, that all the fans had literally signed the side of the boat or the top of the boat or whatever they could reach. A look at the Riki Tiki Tavern. Part of the Leaky Tiki. But that is the Riki Tiki. So we're going to get it back down to Taylor Snyder, who is with our provisional winners of that quick one-lap shootout there in the Pro Class 1 race, the MCon team. Taylor?
Down here on the docks, and these guys are backing in this absolute monster, but this is not the way that you guys wanted to win this race, but it is a provisional win so far. I'll let Tyler get out of the boat there. Tell me about, did you have any visibility of what happened out there?
No, actually, just heard red flag, looked over, and X Insurance was right beside us. Actually, the X Insurance South, Bill and Moore and Kevin. And so at that point, we knew we'd crossed the start line, so it was an official race because of the lap and a half or whatever. But, yeah, it was bumpy out there, but the boat felt way better than yesterday. Tyler was on top of his game, and, yeah, rock and roll.
Tyler, I know your team put in a lot of work yesterday to make this happen, and you guys kind of just came out of nowhere. There was lots of battles going out, and then all of a sudden, here came that monster boat. You just really stuck that in there.
Yeah, we had a really good start, and as we were approaching turn one, kind of got a little bit chaotic. So I said, let's just ease back, get through the turn, and come out of this thing on top. And we came out of the far turn, pin 3, and just laid this thing on the dash. And I tell you what, we passed X North, heading down towards the south turn, and come into Dirty Money where they had some issues, come around the corner, and yeah, we were setting sail at that point. The boat was so much better. Hats off to this crew, man. They poured their hearts in this. I'd say 40 plus hours of work into this thing to keep it going. So hats off to this team.
Racing's definitely not a team. Sorry, it's not a pair sport. It's a team sport. Your team made it happen. I can see them all along the docks right here.
Yeah, they deserve the applause. That's for sure. I mean, 145 the first night, three something last night, and I mean, it's not like they're sitting there waiting. They're working their ass off the whole time. So congratulations to the team. Thank you, Monster. All that. IHRA did a great job.
Well, it paid off. Congratulations, guys. These are your winners in Pro Class 1.
Nice job, Taylor. And, of course, another great update there down talking to those guys. Unfortunately, just one lap there. We wanted to see that one shake out a little bit more. But hats off to the entire crew doing what they do. As he talked about, the late hours, getting everything put back together. And crossing their T's, dotting their I's, checking out everything on that boat to make sure it was good to go here today, no matter how long it took.
Yeah, I feel for the team. Like I said, we were talking about that earlier, how late they were staying, and that wasn't just that one team. That was everybody. So, at least they tipped their hats to them and gave them a little bit of credit. That was a lot of work to go out for one lap. But, from a points perspective, from a finish perspective, you still have to be happy with the finish, even if that's not the way you wanted to earn it.
Yeah, highs and lows of the sport, man. You got to come out here and dig deep, and they did what they needed to do, and they'll be rewarded with a win as we take a look at our factory stock from qualifying. So the 151 Express doing a great job as they qualified number 1. And you can see down there the Monlick boat first outing out here with us in the IHRA, and they came out here on Saturday morning and qualified that thing number 2. They were one of the last boats out there as well, but ran a good lap time, put it number 2. Jackhammer number 3, Say Less MF, and MF Racing to round out the top 5. Jackhammer number 3 spot there is your points leader. Say Less MF second in the points, so.
They still have Jackhammer still got a pretty good start position in third. I mean, they're going to be able to trudge to the front, but it's good to see the 151 with top qualifier. I'll tell you that, because they've had some impressive starts, had a few mechanical issues earlier in the season, but they have been absolutely on fire. And that boat hard charges out of the gate once that green flag drops, so that will be the boat to watch.
Factory 500s up in horsepower. As you take a look at the out-of-pocket racing entry, Kevin Burrell, and thought they had their first win. Kevin, no racing experience at all. I said, what'd you start off in? He said, I didn't. So it was pretty cool.
He's been around powerboats forever, though, so he's not. This is not something new for him. He's had a lot of big boats and fast boats, so I'm just glad that he's in the sport, and this team has come together and formed, because I think he's going to be an awesome one to continue to watch, especially after that performance yesterday, Ken. I mean, good Lord, those guys were just flying.
They were getting it done. Of course, Billy Moore, another legendary throttleman, working there for them and finished up there in second today. I know 1.5 laps, but they'll still take home a second-place finish here today.
Well, as they continue to dig for points for the season, that puts them with a pretty good finish. So, again, some mechanicals early in the season kind of hurt that a little bit for them, but everything counts, and we still have a lot of season left.
Big, beautiful boat. As our 500s will, factory 500s are waiting for them to make their way back out here. Taylor down there as well. Looks like maybe we'll be able to check in with Kevin or Billy and or both. Give her a little bit of time to catch up with them.
There's the Moxie team, X Insurance, Super Stock. They're sitting there ready to go. One of their teammates just a little bit ago had some unfortunate sadness, so they might be scratching their head as well. I think if I'm any Super Stock right now, I'm going to sit there and try to rethink my plan.
Yeah, so many boats in that category, man. I mean, it's crazy when it's calm.
Yeah.
How about some Thundercat action?
Yeah, look at him fly it in this serve.
And this, I believe, is this our third race or our fourth race of the day for the Thundercat? Or of the weekend, I should say.
I think this is race 4 right now. Look at him airing it out.
Learned a little bit about these things a bit ago. The boats will come in at a mere 150 pounds. The 23 boat was really fast one day ago.
Yeah, it was fine. I would think that little tiller outboard is at least half of that weight.
Oh yeah, you make a great point there.
You don't even need a pickup to have one of these. You can toss it on top of your sedan, throw the engine in the trunk.
They heard us talking about getting inside of one of these things, so they gave us advice. If you're going to do it, make sure you're in the tiller position.
Yeah, I guess the guy at the back, if he's on the motor, he's got the better ride. He's got a little more control. So
yeah, don't get up in the front. You could easily fly out of this thing, but you can see. Oh man, in a big moment right there. They do have a plywood floor on the bottom. Just. A quick FYI.
I think I'd have to upgrade my floor to at least another 1/4 of an inch if I was up there bouncing around like that.
And look at that little body action there, leaning to the left, and they'll get out of the throttle, try to set that nose if you can, and then get right back in the throttle. Pull, I forget what he said, 2-3 G's, maybe more in the turns.
Yeah, I mean if they can sit that boat down and carve it up, I think the co-captain. That's an integral part of making that boat turn because they really have to physically move themselves around to constantly move the bow. So you'll see them as they hard corner to the left. The person that's in the front is going to almost hang out off the left side of the front of that sponson.
Yeah, I see the co-pilots are not hanging out like they were one day ago. With that said, we've not seen the foreboat of John and Lola Grimm. Lola was all over the place on the front of that boat, hanging off the front, left side, right side. I mean, whatever it was that she needed to do.
And she knew right where to go.
That is the 904 there. The team called Holland of Hayden Harris and Captain Mark Goodwin. And the 23 boat zips down underneath. Warren Racing has been a rocket ship all weekend. And keep an eye on this co-pilot here. Leaning out over the front, but center in the boat right now.
Look at him go.
Lean hard to the left.
That's a hairpin right there. They just really did a quick switch back and back to the next pin they run.
And as we watch these here, we're going to go back over, check in with Taylor, and she is with the players from the Out of Pocket Racing team.
Well, that was quite a race. Obviously, a lot of hurry up and wait for a shorter race than you guys would have wanted out there. But Kevin, I saw you come out and you said, who won? You're asking me, which, by the way, I just work for TV, okay? I don't have the race results, but you guys have a different result than I think I have.
We're not sure. We were right there neck and neck at the starting line. So, again, I'm new at it, so I don't know how they're going to count it. But it was fun. We were having fun racing with MCon, and it was a lot of fun. We wish we could have gone the 4 laps.
Okay, and Billy, you got some other things to say?
I mean, we kind of got a weird start on the outside. Everybody got pushed out kind of wide in the first turn, but it was like, all right, let's settle in after the first lap. Started going down the beach, pushing hard. Kind of felt like we could have a good momentum going through the last turn, or the north turn, so to speak. And as we started into the turn, we got around MCon, and then we heard red flag. Depending on how they score it, most time it's usually at the start-finish line. If that's the case, we're probably second, but it is what it is. It's part of racing. Glad our teammates are okay. The boat's probably a little banged up, but that's part of racing, and just glad to be here.
That's definitely racing. And from the troubles that you guys had yesterday, it's good to show that you have the pace heading into Lotto.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been testing hard. The boys at the shop, we've all been working hard. Kevin's been down testing. I mean, we're just trying to push forward.
Well, congratulations still on a very successful run out there today in Class 1.
Thank
you. So the Thundercats out there having a good time. We're going to take a break, and we will be back with more action on the other side. Hopefully we'll be able to get our Factory 500s out here in just a little bit as well. Be good racing now for sure. As they come out here and try to tackle this big rough water. We will wrap the day up with the extremely large class of Superstock racing, which will also be a lot of fun to call. Good look at the coastline here. The Space Coast, as it's referred to. And there goes one of the Thundercats. Thundercats headed to the beach there. All part of the fun here as they wrap things up.
Talk about a photo bomb opportunity right there, kid. That's the deal. That was the shot of the weekend.
Where's the camera aimed at? Watch this. All right, stay with us, fans. We'll be back in just a moment.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
When it counts, I'll make it happen. Let's go. Come on. This is the time to show that I got that dog in here, right?
Hey, dig and win! The 2025 Monster Energy AMA Supercross Cup US #1 plate.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Thunder on Cocoa Beach. 2 races yet to go here on the docket. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. Ken Stout, Shane Landis calling the action for you. Also have the ladies helping us out, Taylor Snyder and Tristan Garvin. This telecast brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. And by Progressive Fast Boat, Smart Coverage, Progressive Insurance. And by VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Just a quick little heads up here, and we'll let you know just before we switch over, but we will be wrapping things up here on Speed Sport 1, and you'll be able to continue watching all of the action on Speed Sport 2. We would love for you to follow us over there as well. It has been a crazy day.
Oh, absolutely nuts, man! I'll tell you. I mean, had some struggles in the middle of the day there, but now we're back trucking, and then we had a absolute horrible collision there, but they're towing that off and trying to get us ready for Factory 500.
Yeah, it's just been an up and down day, man. A lot of curveballs for sure as we take a look at our factory stock qualifying results. They'll be out here to compete next. As we documented this just a little bit ago, 151 Express, and Shane was talking about very fast boat there, so congratulations to them and the very rough water to come out and get it done. Montlick Injury Attorneys, first time we've seen them compete with us here so far this year. Did a great job in qualifying. Our points leader, Jack Hammer, with Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado, they're in the number 3 spot. And a little bit earlier today, Taylor Snyder was able to speak with the people that qualified on the pole.
All right.
Well, this is factory stock, and there's about to be some battling going down. I'm going to start with you guys. I've kind of brought 2 teams together. I'm hoping you guys don't fight. If so, just let me get out of the way first. But how's the boat feeling? How are you guys feeling heading into this race?
We're feeling good. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a very short race, unfortunately. We like it rough, and we have good competitors. So, yes, we fight, but we just fight on the water, never on the dock.
Never on the docks. How are you guys feeling?
I'm happy to see these guys here because we love racing against them. They have a great team. They have a great boat, and they do really well on the boat. So we're really happy to go against them. We'll do our best, and they know we're going to do our best.
This is like just hitting on fighting words, but you guys are being so kind. How does it feel to be here in Cocoa Beach? Obviously, you're not just battling competitors, but you're battling the water. You're battling their wash as well. What's it like finding that balance of competition?
Well, when I'm not hungry like I am now because we got a delay, it's usually good. But I like this rough water, so I can't wait to get out there.
You guys are hungry for food and probably for a little bit more than that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're all going out for a win. There's no other team that I'd want to go fight against other than these guys, and it's going to be fun.
And he's always hungry anyway, so nothing's different.
Nothing's different. We're hungry for food, and we're hungry for competitions and win. Can't wait to see this class, how it all shakes out.
Should be a good time. That 151 Express team, always good. Some of the guys that work for Sean Torrente.
Yeah, I'll tell you, those guys are always they're awesome out of the gate. The boat's a hard charger. You know, I don't know what they do different with their prop setup or how they do it, but they seem to always get a good jump off the green flag. Looks like we've got our pace boat out here. Look at that big old cruise ship in the background. Heck, we've got a pair of them there, Kent.
Yeah, it looks like, I noticed that. And they're pretty much all day long. Those things are enormous. You walk up to the side of them. And that is leaving the dock in the back. So they're making their way back around to the race course, and it looks like race boats following them. That is great news.
That will put us underway real soon. They're getting let out by the pace boat, so hopefully they can get them, cut the milling pretty short, and let's get after it.
And one more time, let's go back and check in with Taylor.
Well, I'm just here to kind of get an update, get my thoughts on the day so far. What a day it has been. I honestly haven't stopped running around. I got a moment to get a bit of food, and that's what I've noticed here with some of the crews as well. It's just been
And it looks like we lost Taylor, unfortunately. Try to get it back over there to her in just a moment.
It's probably our gale force hurricane style winds. Something's going on there.
Yeah, maybe. And another good look there off the back of the pace boat.
.151 Express, our pole position, top qualifier, ready to go. That's an awesome color on that boat. You know what I'm saying? It's real striking. You can see it. It stands out.
Yeah,
There's no other color on the course like it.
It pops.
That is an easy one to be a fan of.
All right, and we'll show you some highlights here. Some of the big cats coming out here doing what they do. And some highlights here from the Mod V race as well, a little bit earlier.
Had a little bit of carnage early for a couple teams, had some spin outs.
Yeah, that North Myrtle Beach boat unfortunately went for a spinner. All said and done, the team out of Louisiana, the Cajuns, ended up on top of that category. Was Up boat doing a great job there.
Super V.
Super V, yep.
Look at the hang time. That is the biggest boat on the course. That was a pretty awesome start with an unfortunate end to our Pro Class 1 race here today.
Yeah, tough moment there. Good news is both JJ and Nick were okay. Another look at it right there as it blew the nose and then stuffed it, broke the nose of that sponson off, and safety there immediately. Both driver and throttleman get out. Ego's probably hurt a bit, but they are okay. All righty, more racing yet to come. All right, so once again, we are back here on Speed Sport 2. And hopefully you have made the transition and stay with us as we have a couple more races to go. The Factory 5's stepping up the horsepower here a bit this year as they were 450s.
Yes. Yeah, a couple years ago they had the factory stock class started with the 450s. They went to 500 last year. They made some changes. They've got some rules where they can still run a 450 lower unit. So, there's some guys running some mixes between them. But, yeah, this new 500 power plant is really locked down and really has these boats handling very, very well. The speeds are fantastic. Now, this weekend, we're not going to see the speeds, but, they're definitely going to be propped to try to keep that boat flat and just dance right across the top of all the waves that we're going to see here today.
It's pretty wild. New construction going on there, by the way, as they build another hotel here. It looks like some great amenities all around it as well, but pretty amazing that you can walk in and buy a 500 horsepower power plant, put on the back of your boat,
yep,
and warranty package, everything you would want to go out and have fun, and it makes a ton of steam.
Oh, I tell you. Well, and then you look at like our pace boat, that Nortec. I didn't exactly see which engine package was on that, but there's a lot of center consoles like that. Then they'll run up to 4 and 5 500s all in one time. Like, can you imagine what a pleasure boat's like when you see a race boat do this with 2 500 outboards?
And I think they have Taylor fixed back up for us, so let's get it back over to her.
Yes, hopefully you can hear me now. We're having some technical difficulties. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to see the racing. So just like the viewers at home, I've watched pretty much the live stream with you to see all the action. Where I've been is here at the crane. So this is where all the crews kind of hang out before the racing, after the racing. Right now I'm standing here with X Insurance. We're waiting for that boat to come back in. Our driver and throttleman are in medical, so they will also stop in here after so we can kind of hopefully get a word with them. But racing so far today has really been a spectacle out there. We've had some big moments, we've had some scary moments, and we've had some great racing. We still have 2 more to go, factory stock and super stock. These are 2 incredible classes. I know as you guys spoke earlier, these super stock guys are maybe going to have to rethink, but I again think that if you're in racing, there's something up there in your brain that tells you got to go fast and you got to send it. So you cannot hesitate out here, especially in water like this. Hesitation is what costs races. So I'm excited to see how things shake out and hope for a rest of the day to be safe and fun for all involved.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Taylor. Yeah, you've got to make a commitment here as you take a look at the jackhammer team as they're making their way out here to get ready for this next race. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch the Factory 500s go at it.
There's HBS. That's our new rookie for the weekend, and that's their first time in the boat. For their first race. So they've got a veteran, Ryan Beckley, there on the throttle. So he should be in good hands. He'll probably listen to Ryan. Ryan will tell him where to point it, and hopefully they'll have some good success for their rookie run. Here's Caleb Mead and Johnny Tomlinson in the Mead family racing entry. It's a beautiful 390 MTI. The paint scheme on that boat is absolutely striking.
It is a gorgeous boat. And, of course, Caleb alongside one of the best in the business ever.
Yep.
But he's been doing it since he was 16 years old. I think 4 or 5 years back behind the wheel, getting seasoned as we take a look at the points here. Jackhammer up top, as we talked about before, and Say Less MF followed up by the 151 Express. And 151 Express fresh off of a win at our last event.
I'll tell you, we're seeing Lake Wiley drop down there in 4th with the blowover in New Orleans, but the second place finish really helped them stay in the ranks or stay in the points hunt for that first rate St. Pete. So I know those guys were running and gunning. They want to come back to the top. They want to let everybody know. They told me to tell everybody, all their fans, that they are going to the front.
And Mead Family Racing, I know they didn't have the result they wanted, but it's worth mentioning that they did qualify number 1 at New Orleans. So we know it's a fast boat.
Oh no, that boat's on lockdown. And I think, it's going to come down a lot to a throttle person in this type of conditions. And, Johnny Tomlinson's one of the best. Caleb is in great hands with Johnny.
Couldn't agree more. There's a look at the Lake Wiley boat. So they were able to get that one fixed up.
Yeah, they were working late last night and had a few issues. I think all the factory stock, or pretty much everybody was fixing stuff. Stuff cracked, broken cradles, whatever. Engine mounts, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of carnage from yesterday's qualifying. And that was just a 1 hero lap, Ken. That's what our viewers at home need to know.
Right.
Now we're out here, we're going to run multiple laps, and we're going to see if these boats can take it. It's a good-looking DWR right there, Doug Wright. Real pretty boat.
Was that port side engine is one that they saw just a little trickle of oil, so they started to inspect and found out they had an issue. So clearly went to work on it, got it fixed up one night ago. With that said, we have a great feature that we did with Lake Wiley a little bit earlier in the weekend. Let's listen in.
Joe Spaloric, Lake Wiley Racing, owner-driver.
Garrett Coonrod, Lake Wiley Racing, 44, factory stock, throttle. The boat was set up great. We came in fast. We exited fast. Took a big wind chop on the front. It wasn't as bad as it looked online as far as the impact and everything went. It was pretty light.
This is why I didn't want to get a race boat. I know you're fine. You promised me you wouldn't F.
Well, no, we were in the air. I was like, oh, they're going to be pissed.
It changes constantly. The water, the wind, everything else. Some of the guys out there that have been racing 10, 20 years, it still happens to them.
Once it starts packing air under that tunnel and underneath the boat, there was really nothing we could do. So as soon as we got up in the air, Joe said a few choice words, and then next thing I know, we were smacking the water. And
I knew at that point our race was over. And that's what really just, got to me. Even before we hit the water, I'm like, we have this.
We told you guys we came here, we were going to push it, and we pushed it, and maybe, the breeze caught us, but we're still good. We're good.
Yeah, well, to me, yeah, it was disappointing, but it was more so that we were okay, health-wise, safety-wise. You know, the rescue crews did their job. You know, our training kicked in. We got out of the boat quickly. You know, we were perfectly fine. So you have to prepare yourself mentally for that when you get into the sport. So when it happens,
you better have a nest egg set aside.
Yeah, you better be prepared, you know, with your checkbook to be able to keep on going with the big boys.
You know, hats off to the other teams, and I'll go ahead and say, Good Boy Vodka, Dirty Money, we didn't ask for help. They showed up. Their crew guys were there to just immediately start tearing down the boat. They had that boat back in the water and running within 2 hours. You know, we really appreciate that. And, you know, we needed it.
Yeah, and that shows you the family environment, you know, for this sport.
I think they definitely know who we are now. I think Key West, people really didn't know who we were. You know, we placed fourth, you know, which is we were very happy with that. But nobody really paid attention. And then we came into Key West, or to St. Pete, and you know, we were obviously there to run up front. And now we're getting a lot more credit.
We're going to do everything we can to get there. So we're going to get them.
It means a lot to me that we're still here, that we're still able to run and be up front, you know, at such an early stage in our career.
You guys already know. You better get ready, because we're going to be running out front again. We're going to be competitive. I can promise you that.
Throwing it down.
They are. I'm telling you, these boys are no joke. They want to come, and they're here, and they're ready to play. I just love their enthusiasm. I love their energy. I mean, the fans love them. I mean, the signatures on the boat. You know, these guys these guys have definitely become a fan favorite pretty quick, and you know, they're easy to get along with. So I really hope that they can show up and come back from what they had happen and the adversity they had in New Orleans. So I really am excited for them to just, you know, see them complete and finish a race, and hopefully try to make their way up in the stack.
Okay, and Tristan, I believe, has a quick sound bite from the Montlick boat, who has shown up with us for the first time there this year. Tristan?
I'm down here with Montlick Racing. You guys qualified and tested yesterday. How did that go for the team?
Well, as you know, it was rough out there, so we blew the lower unit, propeller, bracket, all sorts of stuff.
What all did you break? Tell me.
Apart from the prop shaft and the propeller, we broke the can, we broke the cradle, pop-up valve went out on us, 2 cowlings broke, all the motor mounts, and thanks to some of the other teams that helped us out, got us some parts we needed, and we're back up and ready to go for today.
You're ready to race today, right? Stayed up till midnight, got it all done?
But yeah, it was done by midnight, so we're good. We're good to go now.
Sounds like you got some sleep. How did the boys in the boat feel for today's race?
They're always confident. They're ready to go.
This is a professional team. You guys are down here. He was taking a nap. I had to wake him up. I said, you guys, let's get up. We're racing today. So good luck. Get out there today. I'm so happy to have you guys here with us in Cocoa Beach. Can't wait to see how your race is today.
And a good look at the 22 boat. On the Montlick boat up there, as you can see, the blue and green boat. Legendary, again, just name, and has been part of this for so many years. Very, very successful team.
Yeah, we're happy to see them. This is their first IHRA run, and, you know, we hope that they're going to complete the season with us. I mean, there's just there's not a better organization to try to run for. We've got a pretty even split on the field as far as manufacturers. We've got DWR, Doug Wright Powerboats. We've got MTI, and we've got a Valor in there. And right now, that Valor is the one that I think is sitting first in points, if I'm right, Ken, with the Team Jackhammer.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And all the boats looks like they're pretty much ready to get going here, which is great news.
It's a good-looking fleet. Everybody's ready, strapped in. I'm sure the conversations have been had. There goes our yellow flag. Let's get them on plane, boys.
Let's get them going here as we get ready to start our Factory 500s. Factory stock. Should be a great race here. Boats are going to be a little bit smaller, as we documented before. They'll still have to deal with this big water. Find out how things sort out.
The lineup's looking pretty good right now. Right off the stern of that boat.
Green flag,
baby. Green flag.
We are going. Here comes the 151 Express up there on the inside. Looks like they'll have a good run.
I told you I told you to watch them. They're going to make a hard charge. But look, we've got Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado right up front, where it's a real comfortable spot for them. And man, they're charging down to the first pin.
Yeah, that 42 of the jackhammer proving why they are leading in the points, as it looks like they are off to a great start. Possibly trying to close down just a little bit as well. Looks like they wanted to take that lane. They did definitely move over to the right, and that's going to close out Montlick, who qualified second. From that angle there, it looks like they've stayed to the left still, but you can see Montlick, it looks like, is in their wake.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be, man. That's in the water rough like this, and you're in the middle of the dirty spray. That's a real tough spot. Maybe that's just our camera vantage point. Maybe he's got some clean water. I can't tell it. That's what I think is going to get some of these boats in trouble. It depends on the way the wind's blowing and the waves are blowing. If they come down even. That's one thing. But when we see them come down, just like you did in our Pro Class 1 race that ended the X Insurance 11th day, if you come down just a little wrong and you stick one of those sponsons, that could really be bad. Yeah, and I'm curious here if the Montlick boat doesn't just lay back to some degree to take care of that engine cradle. They had to do some extensive work to that and make some modifications to get that thing fixed. So we'll find out if, in fact, it was on the starboard side. We'll keep an eye on that. They might have to back off and just take care of that boat here for a little bit. It'll be interesting to see, but I'll tell you what, if somebody's going to sit back, they only have a few laps to do it. 4 laps, yeah. And as you saw what happened, oh, mercy. Oh, my goodness, completely sideways for jackhammer. And stuffed the nose right there. So they get on the backside. This is where they're going into the waves and into the wind. And as you can see, look at this. It has become dramatically different. This is going to be a race right here, guys. I'm telling you, the carnage. Everybody needs to watch out. The mix is nuts. Everybody's dicing for position and dicing for a lane right now. The 21 boat, say less MF than Chad Rudisil and Rusty Williams just sailing by there. The 22 as well. Al and Al. And it looks like the 151 Express has somehow survived. And when I said that they were going to lay back and take care of the boat, I don't think they're going to do it. Up. Montlick's like, yeah, okay, now let's go. If I'm those guys, I'm thinking I got 4 laps, which is not a lot of time. And if we get a lap completed and have an issue, the last thing these guys want to see is what happened in the previous race, and we get a race stoppage. So these guys are going to want to hunt for position early, and I think they're going to push it hard. And that's a great point, man. Just in case you have a race stoppage, you got to go. You want to get it done. You want to be where you're at. You want to get to the front. But look, we got another boat right here, right behind him. We've got our third place team sitting in the spray. I think we can safely say that is a lead change as they head towards this next buoy. I believe that's our Gladiator team right there sitting in third. Gladiator Canados, I believe the F-36 boat. That would have been Irvin Grant and Michael Crescenti. This is their first race with us for the season, but you know what? You heard it earlier, and they told me yesterday they love rough water, and they are excited about today. So far, the Montlick boat out front doing a good job here. First time with us here in the IHRA. One of the concerns I would have if I'm sitting here and I'm running an outboard boat is I'd be really, really concerned of going into a Guardian type, Guardian mode position, right? If they get hot and they go into Guardian, if they have a RPM problem, they're going to have to stop and slow that boat down to neutral and essentially put it into neutral before they can go again if they hit this Guardian mode. That is the 36 of Gladiator Canados, and it looks like they are getting around the 151 Express to take over second place behind the Montlick entry there, and maybe want to change lanes right here. The Montlick entry attorneys driven by Logan Aiden and Throttleman Giovanni Carpatella. Coming right on the outside, right through the wash. 151 just wants that outside line and wants a little clean water so they can try to keep some momentum up as they're hunting Montlick back down. Good stuff here as they fan out and look at it. Oh, man, the Montlick boat looks like they ate a wave to a degree, and down on the inside. Now looking to make a run for the lead is the 36 boat of Gladiator Canados. And the Montlick boat just that quickly gets back in the throttle and starts to drive away. And the 151 Express now making a charge back.
Look at the speed from that boat. So here on the happy side, as they head back north, kind of going with the wind, and that 151 Express boat comes to life.
That MTI is always on it. It's like they have just incredible amount of a run. I mean, they always do that. They do it at the start. These guys always have power on tap.
Boy, that is crazy.
No, it looks like we got Caleb Mead, some kind of mechanical. It looks like they're broke or something's happened here in the in our safety center of the race here.
Yep, completely out of the cockpit, so they are done.
That's a sad day for those guys. I know they were really wanting to stay in it for points. It looks like we've had a lead change here.
Unless
that's our camera angle. It looks like the 151 has passed Team Montlick back.
Yeah, and I don't see Gladiator Canados, who was right there with them.
Who am I seeing on the inside?
Oh, that's them down there. That is them.
That looks like they might have had that position there for a little bit. I don't know if after altering course as they trying to keep their eyes and focus on the next pin. They definitely don't want to get too inside and have to make a wide, weird swing to hit that corner buoy.
So the 151 boat seems to be very good in what you would think would be a little bit calmer water, and then the Montlick boat and the Gladiator Canados seems to be a little bit better in the rougher water when they turn around and head back south.
It's interesting how you point that out, because you've got two different sides to this course. One's going to be a little bit calmer and one's going to be rougher, and it's interesting to see the difference in how these boats are performing.
As they are making that turn to head back south, and they'll go back into the wind, and as we saw last time, boy, oh boy, was it an eye-opener.
It looks like we've got, in fourth spot, we've got Lake Wiley right there behind them, so they're not too far off.
Montlick going for a big ride, and the back had a bunch of air. Here comes the Gladiator Canados boat, and he's got to run on the outside. And this is where the 151 boat struggled a little bit in the previous lap. We'll see if they're able to negotiate this a little bit better in lap 2.
That previous lap, they took a real wide swing because they cut in behind Montlick, as they went to the outside. I don't know if they lost some visual there for a little bit once they were trying to get their line cleaned up, but, they look like they had a little bit better run coming off that corner this lap than versus last.
Grant and Carcente going at it here as they try to put that 36 boat out front. 2022 Doug Wright entry.
There's Alan Al here in our 22. Say less right there in front of them. Lake Wiley's right in front of them, and they're all just within contingency.
Out and around the pin. As they head back into the wind as well, deal with this big water. And the 151 Express still right there. Looks like they still have the point so far.
Man, these camera angles make that a little tough, but that is a battle right there.
Yeah, they really, those angles definitely change it up because it looked like.
Yeah, see, there's another angle. That's close.
Just maybe it was a change for the lead just there as we were watching this, but they are at best battling side by side, no doubt.
Wow.
This is what we love to see.
We love to hear these guys that say they love the rough water because, man, they are not afraid of it. And they're doing good, so they're confident in their ability and their position in this rough stuff.
And it's pretty cool that they push these boats to try and find the edge in what is the nastiest of waters. And another one with a hatch open down there.
That looks like our 22. That's Alan Al. I don't know what happened there, if they broke something, but that is a tough day. That's their first race with us this season, and I hate to see them have a mechanical like that.
What a really hard right-hand turn for the 151 Express.
Man, he's carved it. Uh-oh.
And he's coming back to the left.
Looks like he got a little lost on the buoy there.
Yep.
He needed to keep it back out. Good save for those guys.
It was a really hard right-hand turn. That was not the 151 Express, by the way. That was the Gladiator Canados. Yeah.
Oh.
And there makes a right-hand turn, and I believe it's good.
Boy,
and the 151, I think, missed it. Went way wide.
They went a little wider, but man, the Gladiators, they said, hey, we're going to pull in tight, make it happen.
I just saw a hatch fly open there on the port side of the 66 boat. Looks like it's down now. Thought I saw something fly up there on the port side, right around the number.
It could be a forward deck hatch or something. Maybe the latch, flexed or something, and it come undone. But it doesn't seem to be bothering them yet.
No. Back on the throttle, man.
Holy moly, these guys are just duking it out.
And from this angle, again, you can see that they have the lead, but Gladiator coming right back.
today has been nothing but just scrappy MMA fighting all day.
It is for sure. Both of these boats going for a big ride. Neither one wanting to give it up. And that boat is listing to the port side heavily. So the 22 is taking on some water.
That's not good. Oh, it looks like Montlick's down.
Out. Yep. So the rough water taking its toll out here.
That's I wonder if they've hit a guardian situation. Let's see if they take back off. That's what I was kind of calling for earlier. When these boats get a lot of hang time like that, man, they can get to that thermal point. They just don't get enough water and they get hot. And that's the fail-safe in the engine to try to save itself, is to put it in this guardian mode. So a lot of times they can reset that by just a matter of going down into an idle position and going back into neutral.
Ian Morgan and Nick Brescia doing a good job of the 151 Express, looking to get back up here again and stay up front.
I do have a rescue boat with you now.
They've been tough this year, looking to make it back-to-back wins. Came out here, qualified number 1. And I don't know if the water was this rough, but it certainly was rough.
They're sure looking good and pretty comfortable right now. But I'm saying, Team Gladiator is saying, no, man, we're not out yet.
Well, they're forcing them to risk it, right?
They're pushing them. They're pushing them.
You're going to win this thing. We're going to make you earn it. Spotters, no doubt, talking to them, giving them an idea of how far that boat is behind. And
now we're back in the wind here, so this is where things have been changing up. We've had a lot of position change right here coming off that corner.
This is where we felt like the Gladiator might have had a small advantage here. With that said, last time around, the 151 Express certainly proved worthy as they raced right beside them. Around that second pin there on the north side of the course.
Yeah, Ian and Nick, they're doing a darn good job up there staying up front. I wonder what their communication sounds like in a boat on today like today. I bet there's a lot of grunting and groaning from all of these guys.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a smart move, right? I mean, tighten everything up and breathe whenever you land.
Yep.
They're landing hard. Lap 3 of 4 here in this race.
We got Sayles coming around the pin right here. Got Chad and Rusty. These guys are no stranger to rough water. Well, shoot, we got Jackhammer right there kind of pinching him there and said, hey, if you want to earn it, you're going to have to take it.
Yeah, Rudisill and Williams in that 21 boat. Another great battle going on here, but the 42 boat able to drive around them and drive away here, it would appear, for the points leader in the category coming in. Jackhammer Machine. And the 151 Express setting sail.
I wonder what their spotters are telling them right now. Like, do you back it off just a little bit? Do you, save the equipment? And they'll keep an eye on our second place team Gladiator, or are they just going to just send it anyway? I don't think they have that much ground gain. They've got 5-6 seconds, but it looks like last time through the start finish, it was about 6.7 seconds is all they had on second place.
Certainly the message would be you don't need to, what you would take out of it, you don't need to push it any harder, right?
No, definitely not.
You're there. Let's just keep doing what we're doing.
Let's not tear up our equipment. Let's make sure it lives. We've got one more lap to go because we're sitting here on lap 304. They're probably holding their breath between the waves and trying to get back to that start-finish line.
Heritage sponsors for the Gladiator Canados, big on the side. Canados, Gladiator, OPEC Mar, and Full Ford. 6 world titles, 6 national titles for that team. So Grant and Carcenti, very, very accomplished for sure. Crew Chief Troy Hannon on that boat. As we go back to the 151 Express out of Ocala, Florida, racing together for 9 years.
Yeah, these guys have definitely got to had some time to gel together, and it's showing out there for their first race of the season.
2025 UIM National and World Champion winners and factory stock 2022 UIM World Champions and Mod V. So very accomplished, this beautiful MTI Mercury 500R.
Man, those 500s are really, really dancing around. You can see some flex. It's no wonder these guys are breaking cradles and engine mounts. I mean, man, that's the pressure on those engines.
And they do move a lot.
Yes,
You're right,
do.
man. It's the one thing that catches my eye when you get really close-up shots is how much those engines move back there. There's a look at the 36.
Looks like they've fallen up maybe a little bit off pace. I see some water coming off the boat in a real funny fashion. I don't know.
There's different modes of Guardian, too. I mean, not every Guardian shuts them all the way down. It could pull it back, 20 or 30%.
Yeah.
And the 151 Express looks like is it out? It's off throttle. It is off throttle. Here comes the Gladiator coming after him.
Yeah.
In the back.
Maybe
now they just got so they were in Guardian for a moment.
Yeah, maybe that
they were able to clear it and get back in the throttle.
Yep, either that's what happened or the spotter said, hey, I think you're good, but then said, wait a minute, you better put the throttles back down.
I just did not see much spray coming out of the back of that boat.
Yeah, it looked like we were dragging an engine.
And now in the back, it looked like Gladiator kind of slowed down and was doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, this this water is putting a toll on these boats. It's testing the equipment to the max. If I'm a Mercury technician and I'm watching this right now, I'd be taking notes on what...
They're getting some data, aren't
they? Are taking some notes on what we need to tweak or change.
There's a good look at the Gladiator. Once again, looks like they are at full steam here.
Man, you can just tell these boats, they're a little bit smaller than our Super Cats and our Pro Class 1 boats, but you can see the waves just pushing them around, left to right as they're trying to navigate down the course. Looks like Lake Wiley from our leaderboard there on the left, looks like they've popped up into maybe a potential podium position sitting on third. So maybe they're doing good by sitting back and kind of wait to see if something happens to these guys mechanically up front.
Right down there at the buoy. I think the course is short as absolutely possible.
I'd want to run the finest line I could, especially in this type of condition, to save my equipment.
No farther than I need to go. Heading back
Jackhammer.
out.
Wait a minute. Jackhammer's right there pushing up into, is that potentially third? Yeah, it looks like it just changed. So we've got Jackhammer resent Julie and said, wait a minute, guys. There's a reason why we're up top in points.
That is exactly right.
Do they have enough time with the remainder of this lap to at least gain one position?
Fourth and final lap.
That's going to be something to watch right there. Now they're going into that rough stop. They're turning into the nose into the wind right now.
Jackhammer not far behind that Gladiator boat. 42 digging hard.
Julian doing a great job on the throttles.
Yeah, Maldonado definitely getting it done.
Looks like Chad Rusty just took a heck of a leap.
Still digging hard though. Good job for the 21 boat. From Hammond, Louisiana, Lake of the Ozarks as well.
And it looks like Lake Wiley slipped down a little bit, so I don't know if they might have had some kind of mechanical. Looks like we've got our rookie, Hampton, with HBS Motorsports, and Ryan Beckley in that machine. They're up in fifth right now.
Back to our leaders. And a good solid run there. There's a look at the Lake Wiley machine.
It really makes you wonder. They were up late trying to fix something that they caught last minute. Did something not hold together? What's going on there?
Yeah, whatever the case is, they are still under power. We'll see if they can pick up any more positions here in this fourth and final lap. Back out here for the 151 Express, boat number 66, getting to the end of the back straightaway here. We'll start aiming that thing back towards the right to get around the buoy. There's the first one.
Ian and Nick, they've got to be extremely excited right now with the performance that they've given right now. They're praying to get back to that finish line in one piece.
Get to this next buoy here, and they'll be able to work with the water instead of against the water. There it is. They'll turn in here. Last time was really wide around this buoy.
Yep.
And this time much, much tighter.
Fantastic corner. Man, look at that.
Yeah, spotter telling them, man, you guys are good. Just keep doing what you're doing here. Matter of fact, you could probably back off a little bit if you need to take care of the boat. No pressure, no threat from behind. Just get it to the finish line. There's that deck hatch coming open once again.
It makes me wonder back there in second, third place, do we have a battle yet? Because it looks like they've stretched the lead out quite a bit.
Saw one running up the back. There's Canados. Looks like it might have been out of power. And
they might have. That's going to change everything from the previous position. Does that mean Jackhammer got around him? I believe I saw them ahead of him.
I definitely saw a boat in front of them. There is Jackhammer.
Man, look at that boat just get pushed left to right.
almost looks like the wind coming in from the side as well. And is that Jackhammer and Gladiator? Gladiator on the outside, Jackhammer down on the inside, and
that's Gladiators there, and then we've got HBS Motorsports right here coming around. That's our rookies. So it looks like you said Gladiator probably fall off pace. I don't know if they had some kind of mechanical Guardian issue. I'm not sure what, but that's a tough day for them, especially with a good strong run up front early on in this race.
Yeah, for almost the entire race coming to the end of that fourth lap as we take a look at the 151 Express looking for the checkered flag coming up here towards the finish line. Things changing up back behind them. They won't be concerned with that. They just want to find the stripe here and bring home this win. Everything looking pretty good so far.
Those guys have had a really, really strong showing this year. Like I said, a few mechanical issues in St. Pete, but these guys are in the hunt. And this is really, really going to change up their points position after race 3.
And the boat checkered flag. There you go. 151 Express will go with back-to-back wins, fresh off of New Orleans. So a great job for them. Here comes the points leader, the 42, the Jackhammer. Jackhammer winning the season opener, then put together a podium finish in third place at New Orleans, trying to make it 3 consecutive podiums. Currently in second place with just a little bit to go here to the stripe.
Probably not the finish that they wanted for, but definitely a better finish than what it could have been. So I'm excited for those guys.
I think in terms of points, they got to be happy with it, right?
Yeah, I would want to try to maintain as much as I can, especially when you're racing against the 151 Express with Ian and Nick. Those guys are players.
And there it is, man, across the stripe with them in second place. Nicely done. Nice recovery as well.
Who's going to take third here? Looks like we got Say Less. Is that Chad and Rusty coming across as third place? Yes, it is. That's another podium position for those guys.
How about that?
Still in the points hunt.
Yeah, there's
our rookies
coming
taking
in here.
fourth, right? HBS Motorsports, hats off to Hampton and Ryan Beckley. Good job, guys.
3 consecutive podiums for the Say Less team.
Yeah.
There's our boys right in the thick of things.
There's our boys from Lake Wiley.
Tenacity looking to finish this one strong. Not quite the speed they were hoping for out here today. See if they can get it to the end. And like you were talking about, that mechanical that they found last night, maybe that's playing a role here.
Oh, man, it looks like those guys are dead in the water right now.
Boat. Yeah, not able to make it to the finish line after having such a good run, being a threat to win this thing.
Yes, very domineering early on. Hope for those guys, they'll get back to the drawing board, make some corrections, and we'll see them at the next race.
Yeah, great boat, great looking boat. Lake Wiley boat making their way to the finish line. See the nose kind of setting down a bit, not at full steam, but making it to the stripe nonetheless. They'll pick up some valuable points, and congratulations to the 44 team.
Good job, boys. Way to keep it back together. You come off of a lot of repairs and a lot of adversity. Attitudes have been positive. They're still a fan favorite, and we're excited to see them in Lake of the Ozarks next month for some more Factory 500 action.
And it looks like they're getting a little bit of support there to the Gladiator Canados team. Might have to get a rope on them and tow them back. Tough break, man. Such a great run for that team there for the longest time. Really 3.5 laps. I mean, they were in the thick of it for sure. Irvin Grant, Michael Carcente need to be proud of their effort here today.
Yeah, hopefully they get those guys back to the crane pretty quick. I think they're going to take priority. Looks like they've got some kind of issue. They've been taking on some water, so hopefully they can get that out quick and get that engine out of the water.
We'll see you in just a minute. Stay back. Stay with us.
narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
This Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series will have the first of 3 events. It's called the IHRA Triple Crown, and it starts at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania. Legendary names in drag racing will be there for a shot at $1 million. Here's how it works. 3 races. Maple Grove Raceway, Durana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio in June, and Durana Memphis Motorsports Park will be the 3rd and final event in September. 5 classes: Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, Pro Stock, and Mountain Motor Pro Stock. If a driver can win in their respective class in all 3 events, they'll walk away with a cool $1 million. Expect to see big names in drag racing. Names like Dale Warsham, Ron Capps, Sean Reed, Scott Palmer, Dan Hicks, and many more. To get your tickets, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, Speed Sport 1 has got you covered on Friday and Saturday morning. Go to SpeedSport1.com for details and viewing options.
Just wrapping up the factory stock, factory 500 race here. It's great to watch the boats come out here. They perform so well. The Cats do a wonderful job here with those power plants on the back. I tell you, man, I wish I could afford one. they're super cool boats. This broadcast brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. And by Progressive. Fast Boat Smart Coverage and Progressive Insurance. And BP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. Busy day so far. No shortage of curveballs all along the way. The beauty of live television, live broadcasting. And there's a look at the Gladiator team. Gladiator Canados. Good look at those engines on the back as well. A really fast boat, man, and a great job by that team in the thick of it for the win for really about 3 laps. And I'd say, the last half or 3/4 of a lap fell back a bit. Clearly they were having some sort of issue and eventually not even able to make it to the finish line. What a shame after being such a threat and a front runner that entire race. The surf breaking there way out as looks like they're lifting up Billy Moff's boat to get it out of the water. Set that one back on the trailer.
Have to use that crane to get the
you might
boat
notice
flipped.
that other one, is inverted. That was a really bad day for J.J. Turk and Nick Buis. Almost looks like, I think that is Nick Buis. That looks like Nick standing right down there and J.J. Nick in the gray shirt, I think, walking away there, and Nick in the team shirt. I'm sorry, and JJ in the team shirt.
Yeah, it looks like they're standing there and scratching their heads, and I've seen some hugs a little bit ago, so,
Oh, that's Nick there in the black shirt, and I think JJ might have been standing alongside, so.
Obviously their checkout went well.
Yeah, that's great news. That team very capable. They will get that boat fixed back up again. That one looked like a lot of work, though. I don't know how they do that stuff, but that one looks like it will be very involved. As the WHM boat is up and out.
They're going to pull some straps from underneath it, so as they lift it up, they're going to be able to use the strap, the pressure on the boat against the strap. So as it starts to lift up, it'll want to push it over.
Oh, okay. Man, look at the damage on that boat. Woo. That is a hard hit. Yeah, Yeah, some of those beds out there, some of those seaweed beds that they run across as well. And we'll look at one of the big cruise liners making their way out towards the end of the day here. I'm sure they set sail over the course of the evening.
Yep.
Enjoy yourselves, have a nice dinner, sit out and watch the water go by. I'm sure there's shows and all kinds of opportunities. I've not been on a cruise, but
Nor
you cruise
have I.
all night long, and you wake up in the morning, and boom, you're somewhere else.
Hop off the boat, and find a beach somewhere for the day, and wait till your time's up and go get back on board and head to the next spot. I'm not claustrophobic, and I don't get seasick, or never have, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of people on a big boat like that.
Yeah. I have been seasick before. It's no fun.
We had a lot of guys yesterday that way, unfortunately. And today.
Billy Stroud there as he's assessing the damage. Been with JJ for many, many years. Auto Body Shop. He actually has a really cool, I believe it's a 68 Charger with Hemi in it.
Oh, wow.
He was cruising around here this weekend. Fun car, driver. But extremely talented individual.
Well, we've seen him do some great body work.
Yes, he has. And he and Neil, I mean, the boys got it all fixed up last night when that helm broke off. I walked over there, I think it was around 11 o'clock. I said, oh, yeah, it's fixed, man. We're good to go. And we're going to take you back a little bit earlier in the day and show you some highlights from our Mod V race.
That was an awesome event. What a great start. That is a fleet of boats right there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch them go at it. You see the Relentless boat in there. Brand new boat for them. They threw that green flag and they launched them, man.
Yeah, those the Fuel One team, boy, they made a hard charge for the front early.
The Blue Watt team there with Owen Bush doing a great job, man. They were tough competitors all day long. The 55 boat going for a big ride there, the Fuel One team. And there's a look at the Blue Watt Cartel entry from Louisiana. The Cajuns getting it done.
Yeah, boy.
Final look at the results there as you see Dustin and Owen doing a nice job. That is the son of Nick Buis and Kyle Miller, Jay Woltman. Great effort there out of the Speed Marine machine and the Safecash X Insurance, former monster truck driver, desert racer, all-around great racer, Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin doing a nice job to finish out the podium there in Mod V. And earlier today, Tristan had a chance to speak with the Speed Marine team.
Hey guys, I'm down here with one of our Mod V boats. This is Kyle and Kyle Jr. They just finished their race a little bit ago. How'd you guys do?
We took a second. We came here for the win. We didn't get it, unfortunately. Those Southern boys ran away with it, and we couldn't catch them. Really, really rough. We've raced in some rough stuff before. We're from New Jersey, so we're used to the Atlantic, and this was some of the biggest water I've ever seen.
It was really big water, and you guys raced 3 laps, is that right? 4? 3. And 3 laps in a boat like this. I mean, you said it's the biggest water you've ever seen. So you brought it all back. Hopefully you didn't break anything, but you guys are safe. That's what's most important.
Yeah, they were calling for 7 laps, and I was just praying that they were going to cut it short, and they did, thank God. I maybe had another 1 or 2 on me, but who knows if the boat could have handled it. Yeah.
Well, so you got your family here. You guys just finished up a race. You got 2nd place, and I heard you're going somewhere really cool tomorrow. Where are you guys headed?
Disney.
We're going to Disney. That's where we're going.
Disney World. That's such a cool way to come out of Cocoa Beach. Just had an hour over to Orlando, and you got Disney World right there. And you've been doing this how many years now?
6 years.
6 years, Cocoa Beach to Disney World. You guys are doing it right.
We got a whole pack. North Myrtle Beach goes with us. Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn, a whole bunch of us go together. It's a great time.
You know, this is what this sport's about. All these guys come out here, they come out to battle, and they're all their different classes, but these families, they get together, they go enjoy dinners together, they get on FaceTime calls in between races, and then they go to Disney World. That's awesome, you guys. I'm so happy to have you here. Congrats on second place today, and have a blast at Disney World. Thank you.
Yeah, good time. I didn't get the invite. Did you get your invite?
Well, I was actually just getting ready to make the point that they don't know I'm going yet, but guess what? I'm tagging along. Pack a bag, boys. Disney's calling my name.
We're turning things up.
I don't know if the likes of Disney could handle a guy like myself. Man, talk about putting that in perspective. We got our, 30, 34-foot super stock sitting out here next to a cruise liner.
It could be the dinghy on the back of that thing, man. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, those things are massive.
If I had a boat like that, a big ship, I'd have to have me a super stock as my safety boat.
Yeah. I just have one dangling off the back, no problem. Set my 45-footer down in there.
Pace boats there, getting ready to hopefully lead the super stocks out. Lead them through the gauntlet and turn them loose.
Yeah, it'll be our final race of the day, and you don't want to miss it because it is the largest fleet we will field here this weekend. Just a ton of boats. And it looks like everybody climbing inside of the boats, setting the boats in the water, and making their way out. There comes the 151 Express, fresh back from their win as they make their way back to the dock. So, being acknowledged by one of the other teams. We're going to take a break here in just a couple of moments. Take a break and then give these folks a chance to get back around out front. And hopefully we can get them lined up and turn them loose. Last race of the day here at the IHRA Powerboat Racing Series. Hot dogs. Get your hot dog.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
They need to wheel that bad boy right along here.
This coming Memorial Day weekend, the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is in Shreveport, Louisiana for the Red River Rumble. It's the third event of the 2026 season. At Port Neches Riverfest, fourth-generation boat racer Andrew Tate entered the event as the point leader. That advantage dissipated as he found trouble in the third heat race.
Three wide down there.
Tate almost goes over, puts it on its side.
Oh no, the 14 of Andrew Tate is absolutely decimated.
Veteran racer Spencer Love was the eventual winner. The point standings after round two has Jared Jensen at the top, with Spencer Love just 9 points behind. After Andrew Tate's misfortune, he now sits in 8th. Saturday's coverage of the Red River Rumble will start at 1 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. On Sunday, we'll be live on Speed Sport 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern, and then on Speed Sport 1 starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. As always, go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
And you are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. One race yet to go as the big cruise liners head out. That is a look at the Gladiator Canados boat. Looks like it is under its own power, which is good news, making their way back to the dock after having some sort of mechanical failure right at the very end of the race. But slowly cruising back there to the dock. I'm sure we'll get things sorted out before we get to Lotto for the next one. Hard charging boat. Great running team there as well. Looks like they have a fair distance to go as we saw that buoy. There's a look at the Digging Deep guys as they'll be making their way out here to the race course. They will be part of our final race of the day, the Super Stock category. And the Super Stock category will run a distance of 4 laps. Andy Miller and some guy named Billy Moore will be behind the wheel of the S28 Diggin' Deep category, our boat, and we had a chance to speak with them earlier today.
Billy Moore, Digging Deep, S28, throttleman for the team. Kind of born into it. My dad, he was actually the first throttleman way back in the 60s. And first race I ever went to where I was actually in a boat, I think it was 95 in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
So we placed 9th in St. Pete and we got 7th in New Orleans. Both races were completely different. St. Pete was 2-3 foot waves. New Orleans was like glass.
The last race was a lot calmer than what Cocoa Beach is normally known for.
The biggest thing is just the wind conditions. It looks like it's going to be blowing out of the east.
Racing here in Cocoa, it can be challenging. You can lock the boat in and destroy it in about 4 laps if you're not careful.
You have to run on the very edge of flipping backwards.
I mean, you got to go for it, and if you don't take a risk, there's never a reward.
Once my adrenaline starts pumping, it really takes your mind off everything else except for driving the boat. That's all you can think about during the whole race.
The weight balance is very critical on these boats. We're only 300 horse a side, and they weigh 4,900 pounds. So at the end of the day, if the boat's not balanced, it doesn't matter how fast you think you can go. It's how fast you can actually go and how consistent.
Our whole class is very experienced, so I think it's anybody's game. It's intimidating for sure because, you know, a couple inches right or left of the guy next to you, you know, and you're hitting.
Seeing crashes and growing up around it, it's just like riding a bike. What are you going to do as a kid? Never ride a bike again? You know, you got to get back on it and go. I mean, there's a lot of boats, a lot of good guys running these boats, a lot of teams, and they're all pushing. So I think you're going to see a lot of airtime, especially if it's kind of bumpy. People that aren't used to watching the boats, when they see the boats fly, they're all oohing and ahhing, like, oh my God, that was big. So there's a little bump to it. It adds a little spice.
We're shooting for a podium. You know, we're going to do everything that we can possibly do to get there.
We're going to go to the front, and if you don't like it, sorry. Just don't get in the way. We're going to go.
You saw it yesterday in Pro Class 1. He went straight to the front. That man is not joking around, is he, Ken?
No, not at all. So talented, as he talked about, you know, following in the footsteps of his legendary father, Bobby Moore, of course, and of course he will look forward to beating up on these guys. The Diggin' Deep boat that we were just talking to a moment ago, qualified number 3. So take a look at that list. North Wing Offshore up there at the top, followed up by Wozencraft, and Wozencraft having a great year so far, currently second in the points. So we'll find out how things go, but it looks like their boat's going to be fast out here again today, and it was rough whenever they qualified.
Makes you wonder, does anybody change the setup as the day went on? We saw it in Pro Class 1. Saw a little bit in factory stock. You think you guys are tweaking props or making changes?
I'm sure they're making whatever adjustments they can. As you take a look at the pace boat there leading some of the boats around. We had a chance to talk to our number 1 qualifiers a little bit earlier today. Let's check in. And giving them just a little more time to get set up there as the boats chase this pace boat here. What a beautiful piece. And I think it was Tristan that caught up with the team that qualified on the pole. Let's listen in.
Okay, so I'm down here at the pits with the Superstock team, Northwinds. I got Casey and Darren here. You guys got pole position for today's race. How do you feel going into that?
You know, it makes you feel pretty good. You don't want to get cocky though, because anything can happen. It's racing. You know what I mean? And it's rough out there, so it's anybody's game.
But, I mean, pole position's a pretty good place to start. How do you feel about it?
Oh, I mean, in conditions like these where it's so gnarly, obviously being P1 on the line is definitely helpful. it definitely gives you a little bit of a benefit for sure, just depending on, where everybody lines up and how it can get pretty crazy on the start too, with the waves pushing and it bow steering the boats and everything. So there's a lot to happen, in that start. It's going to be pretty exciting. And then during the race, once we start spreading out a little bit, I think the main thing is to try to just keep our pace as hard as we can. And it's really tough in some of those waves, but, we're just like everybody, race hard.
You guys have a target on your back. I heard a couple of other teams who were saying, hey, they were fast in qualifying, and your second, third lanes, they're coming for you. How are you going to stay out in front of those guys?
Well, hopefully Digging Deep gets out there in front of Wozencraft and slows them down. That'll help us out.
It's a wicked race with 16 teams in Superstock, and you guys have the best position to start in. Really, you want to get out front, stay out front, but anything can happen. Like you said, the water's huge, 16 teams, 16 boats, all flying in the air. I hope you guys have a safe race. Get out there, do what you did in qualifying, show us what the boat will do. Good luck today. Let her eat, boys.
It's a large fleet. Yeah, congratulations to them. First time we've seen them this season. They come out here and put it on the pole.
You know what? I was thinking about that last night. I was talking to Casey in the pits, and he's like, you know what? We just went out there and we just did our thing. We love rough water. But I'm almost curious if these guys, knowing that the fleet is so competitive for their first race, they didn't care if it was rough. They knew they had to go out there and throw down in qualifying to try to get in this mix. Everybody else maybe laid back a little bit because of the conditions. These guys didn't. What's that going to do for the day?
Yeah, on the size of this field, I would think the train of thought was, I know it's rough, but we got to go at least to a large degree because we do not want to be on the outside of a 16-boat field.
No, they do not. They want to definitely get in the middle or get
the boat
get up
sitting
front.
facing the wrong direction right there in the middle.
I'm not sure what we got going on right there, unless that's a boat that's idling back and they're getting them lined up as they're running to the race course. That kind of looked like Gladiator from the last race, maybe idling themselves back in. So I don't think they're on the race course yet. I think they're still getting led to the course right now.
Copy. So that was the boat making its way back. That looked
yes.
familiar. Yeah, I would agree with that. So
yeah.
A little bit earlier today, Tristan also caught up with the Digging Deep team. Let's check back in with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Andy and Billy, one of our super stock teams, Digging Deep. You guys got a pretty good starting position for today's race. What lane are you getting?
We're getting third today.
Third lane, that's a pretty good spot to be. Billy, what do you think a start with 16 super stock boats is going to look like?
It's going to be pretty chaotic, especially with the weather today. It was bumpy yesterday, and it's going to be kind of survival mode and who's dumb enough to push out and go hard and hopefully don't tear the equipment up and the boat lasts for all 7 laps. Kind of hoping the Wozencraft boys can hold up North Wing or something because those guys are on another level in qualifying. If they can slow them up a little bit, maybe we can put a move on those guys and get out front and see who's the dumbest, I guess, in this kind of water.
This water is big, and yesterday's race, I think most of the boats were in the air more than they were in the water. So with a super stock race of 16 boats, it's going to be gnarly out there. But this class is so competitive. Like you said, there was a front runner yesterday in qualifying, and whenever you have so many boats out there on the course, really one mess up by another team can put you in a much better position as long as it happens somewhere out of your way. So what does that look like for you guys going into today?
We just hope for the best and keep it spread out so nobody's crashing, and just got to go for it.
It is kind of bumper boats in this class sometimes. I've seen some of these guys, they just, knocking into each other. These turns are wild. Well, I can't wait to see how you guys do today. Like I said, 16 super stock boats. This is going to be craziness. Good luck. Stay safe. Keep it together, and we'll see you guys after the race. Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. We heard from them a couple of times here. We know what their mission is.
Yes.
I mean, if you're gonna put Billy in the boat, you better get ready to drive because there's only one. He only knows one speed.
Wide open, and there is a hunt for the front.
Yep, 100%. It'd be fun to watch them go, and that's what they love about this. They love the size of this category for sure. I'll tell you another team that they've got to watch out about, and we have heard their name mentioned twice and hoping that they get a little bit of help from them, but let's check in with the Wozencraft team as well. They're second in the points with back-to-back podiums, including a win.
Have super. You guys pulled a pretty good lane position with your qualifying yesterday. What position are you starting in?
We'll start in lane 2 today. We actually took it pretty easy yesterday. We were just trying to save the equipment for today. And so, yeah, should be a fairly easy race. We're just, our only competition today is Billy Moore, which is next to us in lane 3. He's about the only one that I would be concerned with in rough water. So I expect him and I to battle it out on the course today.
Billy said something about you guys being in lane 2, and he said lane 1 is pretty fast. Now, lane 1 is North Wing, and they're not racing our whole season. So for you guys with Billy, you're really out there to race him. Stay in front of Billy, stay in front of Digging Deep, but that North Wing boat is fast. So how are you guys going to get around them and stay in front of Billy for this race?
I got confidence in Julian. He'll put it down when we need to. I mean, North Wing's fast, and that's all good. I mean, we're in this to win the championship, but we're going to also try to take first place this weekend. And I don't know, Billy. I mean, he's stretch it, but I got my faith in Julian that he's going to show Billy how it works.
You guys make it sound so cool. It's Cocoa Beach. This water's going to be gnarly. You guys are going to be flying these things in the air, hopefully keeping everything together. It's a race of attrition. Let's see how you guys do. I can't wait to see how you finish, and good luck today. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
And, of course, as you listen to them, we take a look at the Wozencraft entry. They have a near 80-point lead right now if you want to compare them to the Digging Deep boat, which is down there 8th in the points. So even if Billy Moore and company get in front of them and they're running 3rd place, there's no point in really risking it. They'll do what they need to do, which is put that thing back on the podium and keep that point spread at a big gap,
I find it interesting, too, is a lot of these boats that are up in the front right now in the rough conditions and the higher qualifiers, these guys are all running those new 300 ROS engines. The shorter midsections, it must make a difference, right? We'll see Demon Bikini out here. We haven't seen or talked a lot of them about yet this race. We've got Leanna. She's not in the race today, but we've got Austin in the boat with Chad.
And we will show you our race course here one more time. Let's go for a lap.
We're leading off our start-finish line. We have a good right-hander there off 1 and 2. Right there, you're going to see the inside line. That's going to be the course they're going to take today. They're not going to run the forced optional long lap for 2 laps like we originally planned before the weekend kicked off, due to weather conditions and safety conditions. So we're going to keep it to the standard course, and they cut the laps down. So it is going to be a sprint.
They'll finish things up there with a monster mile, as you can see. We'll keep an eye on the 3 pins that they have to work their way around on each end of the course as they run clockwise, headed up north, right on the shoreline.
Great fleet of boats there. You got Chris Hopgood and Jay Moeller there on the right side of your screen. That's the Valvoline and Celsius machine. Sean Tarente and the Allied machine there on the back left. That's the gentleman who qualified with his daughter yesterday and qualified in 4th position. So Matt made
scared to death.
Matt made it in this morning, though, so I talked to him. He's ready. I asked him if he's jet lagged. He said, man, he didn't matter. He was ready to go.
On board with the pace boat here, looking for that yellow flag, that caution flag. Hopefully we're pretty close here to get everybody up on plane and get this final race of the day started. By the way, we heard Billy, I believe, mentioned 7 laps in distance. They have cut this back because of the large water, the big chop. So it will be a 4-lap race like we've seen with some of the other categories.
Yeah,
it's going to be other categories.
It's going to be crazy. Look at the fleet there, guys. You've got Cole Eibel and Gary Ballou right there in the green Ray Marine machine. Okay. They're running up front. That's a great rough water boat, good rough water team. You've got our current points leader, the black boat, Team Bermuda. You've got Steven, and you've got those guys in that boat ready to rock. So those guys, they want to maintain their lead in the points right now. So I would not rule any of these guys out.
Yeah, massive fleet here. As we've talked about, anything can happen. We've seen anything happen all day long.
Yep.
You can run around first and second for 3 3/4 laps and find yourself dead last.
Just checking, you're heading back out, right?
I think you're going to see some Guardian mode potential problems again, like maybe we saw in the factory stocks.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because we certainly saw them go in and out a couple of times, including our leaders. If you can get it shut down, get out of it, get a quick recovery, get it reset, get back after it can pay huge dividends. Of course, if you can stay out of it, that's the best plan. Look at the boats, man. Just the sheer number of boats make this one exciting. Top 3 boats in the points have gathered up all of the podium finishes with the exception of the Celsius Valvoline entry, the 543, which grabbed the podium in 3rd place at New Orleans, our final event. Ray Marine boat will be a contender here. Allied STR as well. Team Bermuda. I don't think we've talked about Team Bermuda too much, but they're leading in the points.
Yep.
Started the season off with a win, qualified number 1, and New Orleans qualified number 1 again and finished 2nd.
Steven and David, they're no joke. They got a great team behind them. They've had an awesome boat all season. They're running up top. Just because they didn't qualify in the, up on the pole like they've been up top in the last couple of races does not mean you can get rid of those guys as a contender.
Clear the course real quick.
And a look at that chop. That is, they estimate 3 to 5 feet. We're estimating a little bit more.
I'm thinking that's at least a 6-7 like it was yesterday, maybe bigger, with certain swells. I mean, it's pretty rough.
Just keep an eye on the boats. I mean, you can see them. Sometimes they nearly disappear.
Yes. And these boats are smaller, so you're really going to lose these guys.
In the milling process, here's a look at Billy Moore on the left-hand side.
Rougher water makes it a little tougher to see, but as our fans from home can tell, that's not a really, really big window inside this cockpit.
No, not at all.
They must be taking some spray. I already see some drips coming in from the hatch, and they're just sitting here at idle at milling. So,
Andy Miller from New York is the owner of that team. There with Billy Moore, Demon Bikini team. We were talking about Leanna a little bit before. Chad Havens as well.
Yep, Chad's in the boat. Chad typically throttles. Today he is driving, and they have a guest appearance from Austin Blocker, who's on the throttle today. So I talked to Chad this morning. It was pretty interesting. I said, man, you're going to give up the throttles? He's like, yeah. He's like, I'm comfortable with Austin. Let's go out here and have some fun. He goes, if Leanna can't be here with me getting it done, there's nobody better in the boat he'd rather have than Austin. So I'm really, really excited to see what those two do together today and see if they can get gelling quick enough to get that boat in the front. I feel like our wind's picking up behind us, Ken.
I agree with that. And have not heard an official reason of what we're waiting on here. Could be any number of things. Seems like most of the boats are out here ready to go. I'm sure if we're waiting on somebody, giving them max time here, possibly a helicopter refuel. Not sure what it is. We know the base boat's out here. Looks like we have almost all of our boats out here, if that's not all of them. Make sure the course is clear, green.
Speaking of green, man, that Ray Marine boat is striking.
It pops.
Well, we got a helicopter. I think we're getting ready to have a race.
Yeah, I think we've got all the elements that we need here.
Look at that boat back on the far left. I can't make it out, but you totally lose it in the wave swells. Look at that.
I believe they said we are waiting for one boat to get on course.
I wonder who we're missing. I didn't see the Brewis or Turk boys out there, but they did say they were going to.
Oh yeah,
they did say they were going to pull the boat, and they were done for the day, in support for their team. So I did not see that boat out there. The X Insurance Moxie team they were heard from earlier. We did see them. We got a yellow flag.
Here we go.
Let's get them ready, boys.
Get them lined up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the final race of the day. Ready for our super stock category. 4 laps in distance. Caution flag out. Get them in line. Look at that pace boat, man. You think it's easy? Hold on to that flag at speed.
He needs to get them guys lined up and get them tight.
Peter and people, he'll pull that one down. They'll throw the green one up. Look at that fleet of boats out there.
They're just getting washed down inside that pace boat.
They're getting pretty close. Green. Here we go. Final race of the day. It is on the super stock category. Some 16 boats deep.
Look at Billy hard charging.
Out there in the third lane, that S28 boat with a nice run. Here comes the S77 on the pole as well. And the Wozencraft boat right there in the middle, certainly at pace.
Man, this is a nail biter. Everybody hold on, take a deep breath, stand up, let's go.
They are all, look at all of them, man. That is a fleet of boats. Great looking shot.
Pretty good start. Everybody looks like they're off and running. Holding their lanes. We're getting a lot of air.
And give me the official rule here. You're supposed to stay in your lane.
Yep, they have to stay in their lane through the completion of the first corner, so they can't adjust lanes. And they're going to have a split buoy out there, so they split the field in half.
And look at the guy on the pole, how much he's able to chop down and how much real estate he can save.
Yep.
See everybody else out here going a bit wide. Now they're all turning in.
Yep, they have half the fleet has to go around a further out first corner buoy in order to keep these guys separated. So that does put them out there a little bit further. Man,
I think Billy Moore right there down on the bottom looks like he has a pretty good run, though. With that said, the Wozencraft machine is right there as well, digging deep, and the North Wing Offshore team also with a good run.
There's that other turn buoy. Those guys have to go around to keep the course split. They do that so all 16 boats don't try to pile into one buoy, and that's a class decision that they made. If the top half of the field qualifies, they get to take the standard turn. The bottom half of the field is going to have to take that outside buoy to start.
So, and again, when I was talking about qualifying, you want to go out there. You might not need to be number one, but you want to make sure you qualify in the front half of that field.
You definitely want to be in the top half of this fleet. It looks like C-Team Bermuda right there. We've got Stephen and David right there in the hunt. There's a reason why these guys are leading in points right now. You can't count them out. Got Billy Allen right there, I think. Sabrina.
And a good look. Still a ton of boats out here as they try to get things sorted. And it looks to me like the Digging Deep boat might have the point here.
Man, that looks like one mad mess, doesn't it? There's Cole and Gary over there in the green Ray Marine machine.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Ray Marine machine definitely pops.
Jeremy Sheeta right there on the inside. We've got Casey in there, and oh man, those guys took flight. Casey was working the throttle on that one.
Currently fourth in the points as they make their way up in there, doing a nice job with the S89 entry, and just like that, man, close quarters. Look at these three side by side, and here comes the Ray Marine entry, right up beside the Wozencraft boat as they go.
Yep, that is a fantastic rough water boat, and you've got again one of the best throttle guys in the business sitting in that green boat, Gary Ballou. The guy is no stranger to rough water.
And that was the North Wing Offshore boat, that S77, our number one qualifier. That white boat that was digging up as well.
Man, look at these guys. The front part of the field, man, they're staying together. This is neck and neck.
And these boats, man, doing a great job in this heavy chop.
Yeah, they're not airing it out nearly as much as I thought they were going to be. I'll be honest with you.
Everybody, I'm sure, putting some ballast in these things, try and keep them in the water.
As they come across our start-finish line, our timing and scoring split. North Wing Offshore in first, Wozencraft second, Ray Marine in third, and Team Bermuda right now in fourth, with Andy and Billy and Digging Deep sitting in fifth.
Just whitewash everywhere.
Man, there's no clean water in that mess.
I first looked up, I'm like, oh my goodness, who crashed? But it's just a pile of boats.
Golly.
And that whitewater, oh man, big air right there, nearly stuffed the nose. But that white water not quite as dense as the other water, so you don't get quite the bite out of it, and they are airing them out now on the backside.
Yeah, Darren and Casey look pretty comfortable up front. You know, they must have really hit the setup yesterday in qualifying. Qualified P1, and they're still running up front. So good luck to those guys and see if they can hold off the fleet.
Yeah, showing up here, proving they are somebody to contend with. There's no doubt about that.
We just saw enough said to go by. There's Chris Hopgood, Jay Moeller, and the Valvoline machine, Billy Allen and Sabrina, and the Billy Allen Lawn Care, Doug Wright.
And one more time, the F-77, the North Wing Offshore, that's that white boat up front. Off to a great start, but all three of these boats very close.
Oh. Yep, there's another Doug Wright right there. That's Chad and Austin in the Demon Bikini. Looks like we've got a good in-camera footage right here.
Originally from California, moved to Arkansas.
Look at the shock there. That boat is just getting tossed.
Second full season out here. Beautiful boat. Benny Phelps machine for the Demon Bikini. Star of the Seas in the background. That's a pretty unique shot, but I've got to tell you, man, that North Wing Offshore boat is starting to leg it out here.
Yes, it is. There must be something to that. You put Casey on the throttle. He did amazing with the Super Stock race and the CR racing boat with Rob Understall, and now you put him in the boat with Darren. And last night, like I said, he just smiled and said, "Man, we like it rough."
He's proven it. Oh man, a big moment right there.
Was that Jeremy Sheeta and Julian Maldonado? Is that who we had? Looks like
that was.
Looks like they're still sitting in second, I believe.
In second,
yep.
Yeah. The Wozencraft team.
Yeah, these victories, they like that rough water. And that is, like I said, one of the smaller entries in this field. I really think those new RS motors in this type of rough water are really, really helping these boats.
First year together for them as well. Several heat race wins and had some podiums and some main events, but they're doing a great job so far, as we talked about, back-to-back podiums to kick off the season, including a win at New Orleans. So feeling pretty confident here as they roll around and hang on to second place so far.
Yep.
A lot of racing yet to go here.
That team's sitting in first place. Like I said, I talked to them earlier, and I said, "Hey, are you guys going to come to Lake of the Ozarks next month?" And I said, I think they'll be there. Digging deep. Still digging. Where are we sitting right now with that team?
They were P5 at the end of that first lap.
I think they're still sitting in about the same position. Man, that's just a workout. Look at these guys.
The S28 boat, as you watched Billy Moore running the throttles, and he's got Andy Miller over there, the team owner, doing the driving duties down there on the lower right-hand side.
Uh-oh. I saw on the backstretch it looked like a green boat. I don't know if that was Ray Marine or who it was, but it looked like somebody might have been off plane. There's our run for the front.
And the Wozencraft boat might be getting past right here.
Yeah, that
down
looks
there
like
on the inside. Had to get out of the throttle just a little bit.
That right there is a heck of a points battle between them. Looks like we're getting around there. That's Sloan Langston in the HBS entry there with Ryan Beckley on the throttles. Yeah, that's a battle right there for second place. And it looks like Team Bermuda might have just took it from Jeremy and Julian. Whew, but they're airing it out there. Those are our guys topping points.
Yeah, S25 boat, David Selly and Stephen Bridges from Bermuda.
Yep.
30 years of experience inside of that boat, 30 plus.
Had a good conversation with those guys yesterday. That's a great team. They got good people behind them as well.
Podium finishes over the course of time at Sheboygan, St. Pete, Marathon, Key West, and Ray Marine. Unfortunately, looks like they went into Guardian. Looks like maybe they're back under power here. We'll see if they can go full throttle, but they're just inching along as we speak.
Ooh.
Another look here at the 77 boat of North Wing Offshore. Continues to lead this massive fleet.
Darren's doing a really, really good job of pointing that machine in the right direction. And this is why stock boat racing is so interesting. Man, did you watch those engines bouncing around like we said earlier?
Yeah, we said it before,
Golly.
man. And even the factory 500s, that's how much they move. And I'm sure by design to soak up a little bit of the hard hits that these boats are seeing. Points leader out there, now taking over control of second place. As they said before, Tristan was talking about that before, not really worried about the North Wing offshore boat that's leading because they're not going to run and chase points. So Bermuda just needs to stay out front of the teams, the rest of the teams there, and they'll be okay.
Man, the question with Warren, if I'm sitting in the first position right now and I had a good qualifying position, am I sitting there thinking I'm going to run the rest of the season? They've got time. The season's young.
So Team Bermuda, first in points, second on track, ahead of the Wozencraft, second in points, third on track. That is number 1 and number 2 in the points in position. As the way Ray Marine boat, they're in the middle, unfortunately, no power.
Yeah, that's a tough day for those guys. Those guys are always in the middle of it. Qualified pretty well today, and hate to see those guys put it on a trailer and drag it back north after a finish like that.
Halfway through this one. S77 boat making it look easy here so far. It is anything but great pace here in the rough water. Putting one boat down a lap.
I didn't get a look at that boat, but that looks like the new Wicked boat. I believe that's Todd DePhillips in that boat, if memory serves correct.
Oh, man, a big ride right there. Sets it right back down and keeps digging. Looks like the first two is still here in position with Team Bermuda there.
Oh, that was a good one. Man, I was worried about that.
And still going after it, huh?
Yeah.
I mean,
these guys don't give up. You talk about competitors. I don't think anybody's going to set the cruise control here.
I'm sure the spotter's letting them know Wozencraft is back there a pretty good bit, but Wozencraft about to get some company here from third place. I'm sorry, from fourth place, and that's the Digging Deep boat that we've been talking about. Looks like they might be scrapping back up here to try and take that final podium position. Real good look here at the Team Bermuda boat and the S25. Owner Steve Bridges, crew chief Keith Bridge. Sponsors GL, BDA Blue, Waterfront Marine. Looks like Wozencraft with a little bit of room back there now. Actually, a fair amount of room.
They're catching a lot of air coming. They are really heading into the wind right now.
As this boat continues to perform. I believe working lap 3 here. This wind has not let up even a little bit.
No, it has definitely picked up. I mean, you can see it in the performance of these boats too. The water's just absolutely brutal.
Just goes to show you how good these boats are, man. It's incredible what they're able to endure.
Those guys definitely hit the setup right. I don't know what the prop was or what the ride heights look like, but they definitely are on pace for a great finish.
Yeah, it took them all weekend to get here. They came out and qualified one day ago and in some rough water, not quite this rough. but at least gave them a feel for what they were going to have to work with here today. Making their way around the final buoy, it looks like, to head back north. And launching way up out of the water there once again.
Airing it out.
Flies nice and level, though.
Got David and Stevenson running second still. I don't know if they've got enough in them to push hard through that last stretch, or if they're just going to let them go since they're not in points contingency. And right now, there's our points leader sitting in second place.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
Save
we're
the
good
boat.
today.
Yeah,
we're beating the people we need to beat, and no need to push it.
We've got Wozencraft sitting second in points, also third on course right now. So that would probably not help or hurt either one of them. It's going to probably maintain the same position, but we'll have some points shake up further down the list.
Give you a good idea what it feels like inside the capsule.
Oh, man, guys, that's rigid.
Number 2 in the points. As you look at the Wozencraft boat, kicked the season off with a third-place finish, qualifying number 3, and then just won at our last event as the Allen Lawn Care.
Billy Allen and Sabrina. Where are they running right now? Looks like they're running about 7th position.
Mid-pack, not a bad day at all.
No, in a condition like this, and man, they're getting pushed right now by Chris Hopgood and Jay Moeller, so there could still be some positional changes right there in the middle of the pack.
Well, yeah, and you don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. What are we looking at here, Ken?
Is this we've got a lead change taking place here. Team Bermuda.
There's a race for first place.
Has just caught up in a big way here with the North Wing Offshore.
Our boys from Bermuda said, you know what? I know you're not in the points run, but I still want that top podium position.
And they've been digging, and we know that they did not let up, but I can't help but wonder if the 77 boat had a Guardian moment, because they're coming back now.
They're pushing hard. That's the second time I've seen the boat come out of the water like that. And, man, really get you a little gut check.
So for the S77 team, they're not enough for the points. This is win or nothing, and they're going to air it back. Oh, my goodness!
Oof, man, that wind's catching those boats just
launch.
Right.
That was massive right there. I wonder if that boat went into Guardian on them just to a small degree, and that's what allowed the Team Bermuda boat to jump up in there into contention, whatever the case is. They are side by side here going at it. Team Bermuda, looks like they have the point here now. It's so hard to tell from some of these angles, but the way they turned in,
they're coming around
have
that
the
buoy
lead
first.
for sure. Through the whitewash goes North Wing Offshore.
Oh, man.
They make the rotation and come back here.
You talk about a hard charge. Those guys are just flying.
Man. Going for the win here, and they're coming right back at them. Here comes North Wing Offshore. Going back into the wind. This is the rough seas here in the back. Who's going to go for it?
Man, everybody wants that top podium spot. That's a tough decision if you're sitting there in your GL construction. Team Bermuda. You go for the win? You concerned about points? What's going through their head right now?
Team Bermuda is out there. I mean, once you get that opportunity, you know they're hungry. They're not going to want to give it up. Let the points fall where they fall, man. If we can stay out front here, we've done a great job.
Looks like they're in a prime position right now as they're trucking their way right back down to the start finish. That is a run right there for those teams.
North Wing Offshore has gone for a couple of big flights here in the back. Not necessarily in their wake. It looks like they're just inside just enough. And we'll see if things lay down for them and they make another run at them. Team Bermuda doing a great job right now. Able to maintain that gap. Run up here to the north end and make a turn and come back. Actually, I see their backside, so they might be finishing up
I think
here.
They're on the home stretch right here. They're on the beach
stretch,
side.
yeah.
They are making their way to that checkered flag.
And look at them driving away.
That looks like it, right?
White flag, so one more. So they're working lap 4 here. One more time around.
So the white flag is out.
Wozencraft boat second in points, but third on track.
You've got Jeremy Sheeta and Julian Maldonado on the throttle. Those guys are from Stillwater, Minnesota. And their crew chief is also their absolute biggest fan, and that is my boy Tyler over in the pits. I guarantee you he is holding his breath, and he's excited right now for where these boys are running.
From 2018 victory. Wozencraft Insurance, the main sponsor on that one. The Manatee Marine as well. Lively machine. And back over to Team Bermuda. Still out front, but boy, they've got plenty of pressure. That is just a second, 2 seconds at the most.
Northwing Offshore is not going to give up on them. I wonder if this lap traffic situation is going to play heck on any heck on these guys trying to get around them. Is it going to create a wake issue or what? But it looks like they're going to scave through that one.
Yeah, and hats off for the respectful move. Looks like they moved down to the inside, and now it looks like the Northwing Offshore boat tried to get to the outside, cutting back across the wake. Ooh. Oh, man, and really flies a nose, redirects the boat right back into the wake as they have to recover and get back after it.
That flyer right there could have just really, ultimately locked down the position, for the end of this race.
And, of course, Team Bermuda could go through the same situation here in just a moment. Anything but over yet. Another big flyer back there for Northwing Offshore. Bermuda with a nice sized gap right here. See if they can settle in and maintain, but they know they can't back off if they're going to win this thing.
Yeah, Northwing's made 2 or 3 pushes now that Team Bermuda's got around them, so I don't think they're going to want to let up. They're going to do everything they can to go ahead and put that lead on them and stretch it out just a bit.
Yeah, and they've done exactly that. Whoa, and a big moment for them. Just keep doing what you're doing and you should be good. But doing what you're doing is running it pretty hard, man. That is hanging it out. See one of the first buoys as they'll start negotiating this final right-hander. Start turning in here. Get around this middle pin. There's good rotation, and wow. I mean just 8 away, but nice and square. Nicely done. Northwing boat right there as well. Again, just a couple of seconds behind. It would not take much. So the Digging Deep boat we're hearing had a Guardian issue and have fallen back. So it's a 1-2 battle right here. I'm sure about the Wozencraft team as well. The S8 should still be in third.
Looks like Sean Tarenti and Matt Jaminski with the STR Allied machine. Looks like they started fourth, and so far they're still running in fourth.
The S25 of David Selly. Stephen Bridges looking for a win. It'll be a third consecutive podium. Second win on the season as we look back at the Wozencraft machine. Man, I got to tell you, that Northwing Offshore boat is not going away.
No, they are applying so much pressure. If there's spotters for Team Bermuda, which I'm sure there is right now, they're telling them if you want this win, you just got to push it.
Yeah, if you're going to risk it for the win or the biscuit, you got to go for it. And they're just doing what they've been doing the entire race, and it's coming to them. Nice size spread here as they come down the final straightaway. Clearly trying to keep both boats in frame here. Getting more difficult to do.
One thing you're seeing here, Ken, is if you see our first and second place finish, Northwing is going to take some points away from Team Wozencraft.
That is true. And that is checkered flag. Congratulations to Team Bermuda. Nicely done Excellent race there for Selly and Bridges as they were able to close that one out. Wozencraft looking here to finish up in third place. The North Wing Offshore Boat will come across in second. So great job for Kittredge and Boaz. What a race, man. They put on a lot of pressure. Very fast boat, and now the Wozencraft boat trying to come across here in third place.
What an absolute show. These guys have been brutally beat today, all weekend long, from qualifying to finishing. It's been one heck of a weekend at Cocoa Beach.
Beautiful boat here. Hanging tough. And there it is across the stripe for the Wozencraft team. S8, Jeremy Sheeta and Julie Maldonado. We go to the S33 at Demon Bikini.
Billy Allen and Sabrina trudging towards the start-finish line there. Team Nuff Said, that's another Bermuda team right there.
I believe Demon Bikini is a lap down.
Team Alice, we got Tanner right there.
Yeah,
he's
Alice
the driver.
Offshore.
Jay Prince on the throttle, or Jay Price on the throttle, sorry. Sean and Matt, Team Allied, STR Racing.
Yeah, nicely done there for Jaminsky and Torrente.
That's a good solid position. I'll tell you what, Isabella, who qualified in that boat yesterday fourth, she's got to be happy for her dad right there that they were able to at least maintain the position that she put him in to start.
How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Team Allen Lawn Care. And they might have just picked up a position here towards the end as well.
That's probably going to help them in the point standing.
A good-looking boat here. Very classy team.
I think they're chasing Nuff Said. I don't know what the gap here is. I still want to know if Rocket goes for riding the race boat.
Up. So fifth place coming across the line there. So nice job. Nice Team Allen Lawn Care and just sticking with the program and kept picking up spots. Oh, look at this battle.
Oh, man.
12 to 14 going at it. Nuff Said and Atlas Offshore Racing.
That's for position.
And I
Who
think
took it?
Nuff Said it looked like might have just snuck that one out.
They inched it out. Chris and Jay out there getting it done in the Valvoline machine. Team Celsius, great shot of that boat right there. Always a solid contender.
Checkered flag still waving as the rest of the boats make their way across. And that should be 8th place there for the Valvoline Celsius team. And the S7 looking to come across here inside of the top 10 of Sloan Langston and Ryan Beckley, right?
Yep. Yeah, Ryan was out here early in factory stock with Sloan's brother Hampton, actually, in that magenta-colored MTI. And that was his rookie debut.
And they do roll across in 9th place with the 2017 Doug Wright Power our boat.
Another good-looking DWR right there.
The S33 of Demon Bikini, as we talked about before, we believe a lap down here. Austin behind the wheel doing the driving with Chad Havens on the sticks.
Yeah, that's definitely a different dynamic for him. So, you also wonder afterwards, I want to talk to him post-race, maybe here a little bit later and say, hey, you're usually on the throttles, you went to the wheel, did that upset you at all? I mean, not emotionally, but just, upset the dynamic for you because you're used to sitting in that other seat. I know Leanna couldn't be here, but she's probably watching somewhere at home.
Great learning experience, if nothing else, to know what the other person's going through.
I don't have any data on that, but I believe that's Todd DePhillips' new boat. That's a Wicked. That's a new boat built for super stock category and a brand new entry. This is the first time we've seen that boat this season. I think they just got it done.
Some of the boats just finishing this one up here. You love to see them leg it out and make it across the stripe. It means a lot, especially on a day like today.
Yeah, they're out there trying to go ahead and get as much points as they can.
12 boats across the stripe here already.
Ooh, just stuffed
Man.
it. Just dropped it right in the wave. Gosh, that's brutal. If this wasn't salty, that boat just had a bath.
Yeah, man. They ate one right there, didn't they? And we are finishing things up here with the super stock category. 4 laps complete here for pretty much the entire field as the final boats make their way towards the finish line. We're going to take a commercial break, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to our winners here. All said and done, but it was a great battle there, first, second, and really third place, not too far back.
We've had some amazing racing this weekend. Absolute action-packed. They weren't stretching them out.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
It's easy to see why travelers say that Port Canaveral is the best port ever. Breezing through welcoming terminals onto the world's newest ships, setting sail, and then keeping the adventure going when you step back on shore. With waterfront dining, breathtaking rocket launches, family-friendly activities, and legendary Cocoa Beach right next door, your cruise is just the beginning of your trip to Florida's Space Coast.
I think I'm just so passionate and so motivated back to where I belong, and that's on top.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. Just concluding the day here, and I put our final race in the books, super stock category. Massive turnout there with some 13, 14 boats in contention there. As you can see, 12 of them across the line. Ray Marine out early. X-Insurance, I don't believe they took the green flag. Or if they did, they went out early. That was the X-Insurance Moxie. So, great run, though. As you take a look at the top team, Bermuda coming back to beat the Northwing Offshore boat that took the early lead and hung out front for a long time. As you can see there, just 3 seconds. So it was super tight, and Wozencraft not far behind.
How many lead changes did we have there?
It went back and forth, man. It was great. And Wozencraft right there in the thick of it there for a little bit as well. So a really good run here, as we expected in the super stock category. Let's take a look at the factory stock 500 category, and we will show you how things ended up there unofficially as well. So the 151 Express boat with a great run. congrats to Ian and Nicholas on a nice run there. Jackhammer with some real pressure there towards the end. And Say Less will round out your podium. I believe we're going to hook up there with Ian and Nick, get an interview from the competitors inside of the 151 Express boat.
That'd be awesome.
And our Taylor Snyder did catch up with the winners of the factory stock race.
Down here with our winners, 151 Express. Ian, I just have you because Nick jumped in the other boat, but you've done it again. You took the win in New Orleans, and now you got it here. What's your secret?
It's, I think, a lot of cojones and no brains. It's really big out there. There's a good wall when you go around the pier turn, and boat held together. The guy gave us an amazing boat. It's an absolute war pig. Can't thank the guys enough. The team, we love everyone, and yeah.
That's a pretty sporty class out there. Lots of top competitors. We saw some battles going on, but you guys seem to come out on top. What's the communication like during something like that? Are you focused just on the water or your competitors as well?
So a little bit of both. We had Gladiator next to us for a little bit, which was a lot of fun battling with them. It always is. It's mostly just checking on Nick, making sure he's good, him checking on me, making sure I'm good, and just making sure we don't take a weird one.
Well, congratulations. You guys got it done today in factory stock.
Thank you.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
Big one. That's what it takes to drive
big
one
cojones,
right? Exactly what we would expect out of them. As you can see, the fans now having a great time out here. What a perfect day for that sport as well. But it has been an incredible race weekend here. Only the toughest survive, and the toughest went out there to throw down. That's for sure. And a lot of people, man, caution to the wind, if you will, and let it hang out.
Yes, they did. You know what? These guys really came out to compete, and, you know, it takes a lot of drive to be able to do that, physically endure that, you know, for the multitude of laps that they have to run in this type of condition. You know, I liked how they said they kept checking on each other. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of grunts and bumps and bangs and stuff going on in there, and, you know, you got to really check on your buddy and do a buddy check for this particular race on a day like today.
Yeah, agreed 100%. Taylor's been in the thick of it all weekend long as well. Let's get it down to her for some final thoughts.
Well, after a day like today here in Cocoa Beach, I think everyone earned a little bit of extra respect for just how tough offshore racing really is. The rough water really tested every team out here, the drivers, the throttlemen, the equipment, and even the strategy. And as we saw, it's not just about speed out there, right? It's about survival, it's about teamwork, and learning how to adapt when the ocean does anything but cooperate with you. This has been some of the closest and most fun racing I think we've seen this season thus far, and if that's any indication of what's to come, the championship fight is just getting started. I can't wait to see some of these rivalries renewed in Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. The run for the championship is definitely on here with 3 races in the books. And, of course, we saw the best of the best go at it. I think look at that pace boat out there as well. Thanks to the entire staff, including our drone operators, giving us some great video. This is a tall task to cover all the action that goes on a 6-mile course off the coast of the beach. Of course, the pits as well that are located some 4 miles away from us to get everything gathered up and bring the pictures, live stream everything to the people at home is no easy task.
No, man, logistically this stuff is a nightmare, so it's an absolute benefit for everybody at home to be able to see what we're seeing in live in real time. I mean, it's an absolute blessing.
Yeah, for sure. Hope everybody enjoyed all the great racing. It has certainly been exceptional going back to one day ago when they were battling everything. We had our bracket boats out here that put on a great show. We also had the Pro Class Ones that, of course, had that incredible battle that went on. And then, of course, today,
Super
again,
Cats.
Everybody throwing it out there. You kick the day off with the Super Cats, man.
Yep.
How much fun.
So we're up right now, Mod V's, that was a heck of a fleet. You know, we definitely had a lot of breakage, a lot of carnage, and you know, that's really going to shake things up as we move on to race number 4 at Lake of the Ozarks next month.
Yeah, the Pro Class 1 boats came out here again today. Unfortunately, only got about a lap and a half in. We saw the Super B's and, of course, that Extreme boat come out here, the Super B's. And look at that big, man, 50-footer just airing it out with Daryl Cuttle and Steve Curtis inside that one. And then, yeah, the big Pro Class 1s came out here. Again, what was shaping up to be an incredible race. But unfortunately, the 11X Insurance boat ate it right there. Big, great news was J.J. Turk and Nick Buis were okay. Unfortunately, that drew a red flag and ended the race early. They'll have a lot of work to do to get that one back together. Safety crew and team right back there on them immediately doing what they did. But at the end of the day, as the factory stocks and super stocks close things out, we had a really good weekend here.
Yeah, we sure did. I'll tell you what, if I'm sitting there and I'm running one of those outboard boats, I'm happy to get my race completed with the water that we've seen. So those guys are going to go back, check them all out, and get them ready to go, and put them back on the road. Look at that.
Yeah, the next one on the docket, as you can see down there, will be June 12th, 13th, and 14th at Lake of the Ozarks. And we hope we will see you there. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. For Shane Landis, Taylor Snyder, and Tristan Garvin, I'm Ken Stout. We will see you next time with the IHRA Powerboat Racing Series.